Hello, everybody. It's Saturday night. Welcome to the pub. I hope you all are doing well. Who do we have? Hey, Green Eyes. Welcome. Okay, no worries. Go to bed. You're probably already in bed. Be well. Green Eyes 87. Last Dance. Good to see you. Just Steve-O. What's up? R Dubs. What's going on, man? Thanks for being here, everybody. Like I said, it's Saturday night. Let's get this thing rolling. I hope everyone has had a nice week. And yeah, certainly plenty of material for us to discuss on here. Wild fluctuations and such, ups and downs, financially. Oh, no light. There we go. Let's turn this like that. Got to fix the old light ski. A little bit of a mask to cut the brightness down on this thing. Sorry, I should have had this down. I just got down here. Apologies. All right, we're rolling. Hope everyone, like I said, had a good week. And yeah, whatever. A lot of crazy stuff going on. Cover all of it tonight. And I'm going to go ahead and get this thing fired up if you're ready, Last Dance. All right. Anyone else wants to join, you know the routine. The link is pinned as well as in the description. Just click on that. Make sure your camera's on so I can verify that you are human. And but not that that really works because we get burned all the time. Just don't burn me. What up, buddy? How are you?
Hey, happy Saturday.
Same to you, man. Pretty wild
Uh,
week, huh?
what's that?
Pretty wild week.
Oh yeah, man. That stock market, that's rough.
Mm-hmm.
If you have money in the market, it's rough.
It is, but it'll come back, and I
Yeah, I
think it.
know. I know, but still. I mean, it's hard to ignore when your net worth is fluctuating by 10%
Yeah,
every day, up or down.
I hear you, man. I hear you. And hey, if we had taken Trump's advice and bought a bunch on that one day that he
Yeah?
paused the tariffs, you could have made 10% or more.
God,
Um,
those stupid tariffs.
do you think that's problematic? What he did?
Yeah, I do think that is a problem.
Yeah, like he's directly affecting the stock market, basically, right?
Oh, you mean his telling people to buy?
Yes.
No, that's not a problem.
You think that was fine?
Yeah, that's fine.
Do you think he knew that it was gonna um, create wealth for people? He would have
It,
known that he was going to pause them when he said it.
yeah, I it, the only I don't know. It seems like if you're going to do something that you think is going to make the stock market go up, then it's okay to just say something buy stocks. If you're going to do something that makes the market crash, you probably should keep your mouth quiet.
Interesting. So it's
It's
insider
only one way.
trading for the
It's
latter.
it's not really insider trading if you publicly announce it.
It's not insider because it's
It's not
public, right?
insider, right? It's
Right.
public, but it's still not a good idea.
Sure.
I, you know what? I think it's a bad idea overall. I've been thinking about it as I've been talking, and now I take it back. I think saying anything like that is just a bad idea. Whether
Right.
it's, I don't know if it's unethical or not, but it is a bad idea,
Hmm.
especially to the extent that stock market uh, stocks are a risk, and in a sense, short-term investing in the stock market is basically gambling.
Hmm.
You don't want to participate in that particular enterprise.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, day trading, for the most part, is it's not as prevalent as it was. I think in the late '90s, there seemed to be a lot more
Well, that's
potential
when
there.
cheap trading first came out. Cheap
Mhm.
internet-based trades, where you could, $5 for a trade over the internet. Sorry, so everybody could do it.
Right.
So it became a thing until everybody realized that they never made any money, or actually lost money because they don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, some people did make money, but
Oh, of course.
you had to have a lot of money to do that.
Right.
I know a fellow who just took investments from other people and then paid them, back a lot more, and then he made a lot of money himself because he was really good at it.
Mm-hmm.
And he was doing it for very, very wealthy people. So you could do it back then. I think now it's a different game. It's long term for sure, and I think everything will be fine. I think it'll be up over 50,000 in, I don't know. What do you think? 2 years?
No,
No,
5. I'll say 5.
I mean the climb has been, I want to say, meteoric. Was that what, 17,000 in like
Yeah,
2017, 2018?
yeah.
And yeah, that's just insane. It's more than doubled since then. So yeah, just crazy. Here's this guy. What's going on, man? How are you?
I'm here to represent the lower middle class. I don't care about the stock market. Sorry, guys.
Okay.
That's
Well,
fine.
Hope it works out well for you.
thanks. Appreciate it.
Even I think everybody is affected by it, even whether you have money in it or not. But I hear you. It's not a concern of yours. That's
I
That's
mean,
fine.
if it, I agree that it affects the economy, and that affects me. I just haven't felt the effects personally yet.
Sure. Understood.
I would
Yeah,
like.
I mean, what do you think about the tariffs, RW?
Uh, so I've been paying attention to that. People have been talking about that for quite a few days now. One guy from Canada, the rest from America. And it seems like it's all bullying tactics that are bottlenecking everything towards a trade war with China,
Mm,
because all of the nations, or 75 of the nations now that were being strong armed with tariffs, have yielded and want to make new trade deals. And it seems like everything's now just between us and China. So I'm not really sure what to think of it at the end of the day now. I don't know what is meant to happen at this point.
Bottle cap.
yeah. I mean, Kevin O'Leary, he was on Shark Tank.
Yeah, the one that was like beefing when Trump's was getting sued for his valuation of his property.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, his take on this is that China is incredibly, the trade deal with China now is very unfair. Um, yeah, but I guess if the net result is higher cost for a lot of things if they transfer the tariff cost over to the consumer, that means that we're the ones who are going to be getting screwed.
If we
Not
continue to buy the same things.
Well, in the interim period, there might not be another option to get those things.
There was exemptions that were made that I saw today. All electronics, from what I recall, computers, phones. I can't remember what else. All electronics. I mean, I know that's not going to help everybody, but it seems like iPhone must have lobbied pretty hard for that one.
Exemptions for iPhones
Well, exemptions for phones in general. Let me grab the link real quick.
from China?
Yeah, I believe so.
Well, that's a mistake. I don't like the tariffs, period. But if you want to achieve something, don't don't exempt high leverage things like iPhone.
President Trump exempts smartphones, computers, and chips from new tariffs.
Oh, well,
So I don't know what that means in general.
that's a lot. That's a hell of a lot of trade.
It says new tariffs, though. Does that mean that we're still slapped on 145 with China?
I honestly, I don't know.
I am
I-
struggling with the engagement farming myself. I saw you made your comment, and I've been looking back and forth and stuff, and there's
Oh,
a
yeah.
lot of BS.
Well,
popping.
I don't know if you realize how much money someone from X, let's say they have 500,000 followers. I think they make tens of thousands of dollars a
month.
month.
Yeah. 10 to
Um,
20K a month is not unheard of.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Do
and
you
I mean
think?
that's a volume business. The more you post, and the more people view it, the more money you make. That's all. That's the equation.
Hmm.
If they're gonna maintain Twitter as a monetized company, is there a way to work that in your? Can you think of a way to work that so that it doesn't just end up in engagement farming? Like,
Yeah, I think there is. I think you only monetize. You make it subjective. That's all there is to it. You only monetize accounts that that you think are producing good, original content that are the intellectual property of the account holder.
Hmm.
I would absolutely exclude all political accounts because what for the most part they're just posting news and putting their spin on it just to outrage their followers. Whether it's very divisive. I think it further divides, at least a further division of the Americans because of the nature of the divide. You want to inflame your side, and that's what gets views.
Hmm.
It's something that the newspapers have understood since the dawn of news is that flashy headlines sell, and that same dynamic is true today, even online.
Hmm.
Rage bait headlines get clicks, get views. It sells. People make money. It's I don't know. I don't
Are
know if
you
it would
guys
be
hearing that?
yeah.
sorry.
Who is it? All your notifications from Discord? Okay.
It's RW.
Yep.
It
You fucking get a notification for every goddamn post?
It's because I own the server. I have to figure out how to turn it off.
Dang, yeah. That would drive me insane, dude. You can set them to just @, I think. I'm sure, right?
I think
Yeah.
it's like a hiccup, isn't it? It's kind of proper.
It is like a hiccup.
It's reoccurring.
like a Discord sneeze.
Yeah. Is Lance somebody you guys know?
RW, do you know someone named Lance? We got a
Off-
Lance in the.
I'm
In the
not
green.
familiar with Lance based off of any account inside of the server I'm running. They'd have to type in chat. Oh yeah, I know. Pizza. I know Pizza. And they'll run camera if they're running camera for you.
Just run your cell phone camera to your main screen. Right?
I'll keep my finger on the button if you want to take a chance.
Hello.
That's him.
Hello. Yeah, right. I remember him.
All right, how's it
Yes.
going, Lance?
It is going good.
So
Very good.
you're here to defend the monetization of X, or
He was here he was in the green room before you were here.
no? Okay.
He's been patiently waiting.
I think monetizing different social media platforms is good for the social media platform and can be used and done correctly, but there is also many more ways to screw it up. So I think that monetization in and of itself is not wrong, but as to how they are monetizing, I cannot say if that is good.
So Last Stand said that subjectively they can be selected based on original content. I guess my question in return is that subjective vote based off of the user base or off of corporate?
I think it should be corporate. It's it's X giving their money to content creators. So I mean, there shouldn't be a formula because any formula can be gamed. It should just be X should have some staff that looks over these accounts and decides if they're eligible for monetization,
Mm.
and if they might get it. It's always provisional. It's not a right. If they don't like the way it's been going, they could take out your monetization.
It would improve the will for original content creators to put stuff out, and it would also take down all the bot bullshit accounts that are constantly bringing traffic through that are wasting electricity and energy on the servers. So I think it's
Yeah, and it would reduce the volume of tweets. So many of them are just from from South Asia or Asian engagement farming to try and get people to click on them and get some views and make their $10 a month that feeds their entire family for 30 children.
I don't see where. I mean, I don't have a check mark, so I'm pretty much getting all the ads. I don't see a lot of ads. I don't really
not
see.
ads.
What's
No,
that?
it's just like shit stories, isn't it? It's just
Yeah.
like made up stories from. And I see it. I've noticed the difference when when the monetization came in, when Elon took over and he started to monetize normal people. They said that like Twitter sort of, in some ways, has become like a bit of a click farm or click sort of threads, isn't it? And it's just bullshit. So much
All right.
bullshit.
Incarnation.
And what's crazy is these adverts are clearly scams, and they can be easily dealt with and pushed out the way, and like but they're just not. Which I don't quite understand either.
Right. I mean, I guess what I'm saying with the
Well-
advertising is, I don't see the money that these people are making for 15, 20, 25 grand a month. Like, so if Twitter's paying out 50 cents on the dollar for ads to these guys, that means they're bringing in that double the revenue that they're making. And I just don't see the ads. Like, I don't see the profit for Twitter. I don't see it. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand the economics of Twitter. I understand it's ad based, and now they have a certain amount of people that pay for accounts.
How
like
many
me.
people pay now? I mean,
I
there
pay
must be. Well,
a
I
bunch.
mean, how many users is the first thing, and how many pay? I would suggest maybe 30%, 20% pay.
Yeah,
at
I think
least.
it's more than it ever was.
And what is it a month? What is it a month? It must be £8 a month or £10 a month now.
It's 8 or 10, I forget.
So, if, for example, there's 1 billion users and 30% pay, I mean, someone do the maths.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's easy money in the sense that
That's,
they don't have to
that's
show ads
guaranteed.
for it.
That's guaranteed money, isn't
Right,
it?
exactly.
You might
they don't
lose a
need
percentage, give or take 1% up or down either way, but it's fucking in the
Right.
bag every month.
and you don't need to maintain an ad infrastructure for that money, so it's relatively
Yeah.
easy money.
Well, that was actually, as I remember it now, Elon was saying he wanted to move away from ads and make Twitter sustainable by itself. So
Don't mind Bandy.
Yeah.
He's just perving on all the golfers that are passing
Oh.
through the property.
No problem.
He's watching people's balls.
Yes. he's
What?
making sure that they're not playing with their balls.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I just don't see the money.
Well, I don't. Part of me says, don't. If X is struggling, then don't share money. Just keep it.
You know what? I just did a little bit of reading. I think that it might have to do with how many verified accounts follow somebody. It might have to do with the amount of money that person makes.
It could. I would think it would depend only on views per tweet, per post.
yeah, engagements, isn't it? It'd be engagements, wouldn't it?
And I mean, the number of subscribers or followers you have should translate pretty easily into views on your posts because they'll be notified. But even people that don't have a lot of followers who just happen to hit the right get the right person to retweet their post can suddenly get a lot of views, and if they're monetized, they can make some money there. But I admit I don't know any of the details of Twitter monetization.
Yeah, it very well might be Incarnation that he's saying that it's a complete mess. Yeah, I could see that. I know one guy in particular who wasn't making any money, and he had 1 million plus followers. So, and he's just now.
Engagements, isn't it? It's engagements as well, which is a big thing, isn't it?
I guess so. It's all part of it for sure.
What's interesting is the when all the progressives left X last year, there was obviously most people are like me; they have just a handful of followers, but of course there were a few mega accounts that had millions of followers, and they didn't leave, of course, because they make too much money off of it. I think a few did leave, and that was impressive. But some of the ones that left actually kept their Twitter accounts and still post things on Twitter because it's just like easy money for them.
Interesting.
Like Keith, what's that idiot former sportscaster?
Oh, Olbermann?
Keith Olbermann, yeah. He made a big performative exit, but he kept his account here and he still posts stuff on here. And every time he does, you could hear the cash registers ringing. So, they're in some sense they're prisoners of Elon Musk, until Elon, because they make so much money off of their posts.
Interesting, So that assumes that these advertisers have some sort of unlimited income. Obviously, they must have a cutoff. And a lot of the advertisers are companies I've never heard of and only seen on X, these drop ship type, BS.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of, I would say almost, maybe 60, 70, 80% of these advertisers are themselves fairly scammy, like drop shipping companies that, although all these tariffs on China, that's going to bite these drop shippers pretty seriously unless they illegally import. Yeah, exactly.
And Barrett Thompson again.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, that's a good theory. I would assume so. But I don't know. I don't know how much they give back in terms of a percentage.
They're
Right.
taking more than they're giving, and that's the problem.
Yeah.
How so? Explain that.
Well, one, you should be getting paid to not only just post content, but to consume content, because to consume content means you're giving them your data, and you're not getting paid for you giving them your data. They're literally harvesting your data for free. You should be getting paid for that.
Yeah, but you would only, if they did pay you, it'd be up literally pennies, because that's what your data is individually worth, at least to X.
I wouldn't say it's worth pennies considering it's a $1 billion company.
Interesting take from Incarnation here as well, for his reason for leaving. Yeah, it's very prevalent.
Yeah, I mean,
See, the interesting thing about algorithms is you're shown what you consume. So if you're being shown a lot of anti-Semite Nazi stuff, that's because you're clicking on it. You were shown one and you clicked on it and engaged a lot with it, so they're going to show you more to harvest more of your data.
And that just
they
goes
react
that
to
just goes to show how effective rage bait clicking is.
right.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, if you follow Kanye, his account is Ye West, you're going to see a lot of Semitic and whatever anti-Semitism.
I'm glad
And,
you don't know how to even say it. That's a good sign.
Yeah. So basically, I think if you follow him, that's going to open up the wormhole into that thing. I follow him because he's crazy, and it's intriguing to see somebody just posting the things that he does. You know, he pays $200,000 a month in child support
Yeah.
Well, that
Two-
Why
doesn't
does he
surprise
pay
me.
that much?
to a billionaire named Kim Kardashian.
She makes more than he does, I bet.
That's the biggest fucking clown world statement I've heard. I forgot that it was Kim Kardashian.
Yeah,
She-
200 grand a month for her.
She's
I
not
think it's the
worth
highest
as
ever.
much. Yeah, if she's not worth as much as he is, she's definitely earning more than he is these days.
Right.
And for her to turn around and demand 200,000 is fucking off the scale. You might
That's
get that a
crazy.
year. Might get
I
that
don't
a year,
even
innit?
think like she demanded it. I think they just paid lawyers to figure out a fair price in the eyes of the court, and they just deemed it 200,000. I don't think Kim Kardashian actually sat there and fought for an extra 200 grand.
Well, he had his bank accounts taken off him, didn't he? At one point.
I don't know, maybe,
Yeah.
but he's
Yeah.
worth
He
well
couldn't-
over
he
$1 billion.
He couldn't access his money at all for a very long period, and I believe they shut down the accounts he had.
Is he worth more
So-
money as a crazy person or a sane person? Though I don't understand how it works.
I mean, to take someone's bank account away from them, they're doing this in the UK. They've done this to thousands of people. It's called politically exposed. Nigel Farage got caught the same way, where they just take your bank account off you. So,
Depends on what you say against the Jews.
Mm.
Well, in this case for the UK, I can see the relationship with West or whatever his name is, but it was just to be like if you wanted to control immigration, if you thought the priority for the UK was culture, tradition, and keeping all what we've had in the past together. But that for saying simple things like that, many people, and they're just like normal people like me. They wake up one morning and they do spicy tweets, but they're legal tweets. There's nothing illegal about them. It's been going on for years in the UK. It come out about 18 months ago. So it's crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy for sure.
Did you
Yeah.
just see Scump TV had his message deleted?
I did. Must have been some sort of automatic deletion.
I mean, it even got deleted off of StreamYard. That's shocking.
Welcome.
I figured out how much you can make on.
Bird, whatever you're doing.
I figured out how much you make on X. It's about $5 per every 1,000 verified viewer engagements. So if you make a post and you get X amount of verified viewer engagement, you make $5 for every verified viewer or verified follower that engages on your post.
Every verified 1,000 followers.
Every verified 1,000 followers. Yeah.
That's pretty generous.
Verified
But,
means that they're paying member.
Yes.
That the
Blue
accounts
tick.
are verified. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So check mark.
Yeah, blue tick. Yeah.
Right. So
I googled quietly in the background. There's 420,000 blue ticks, which is not a lot.
I saw it for a moment, Scump, so I know what it was said.
So I don't know if that was completely true, but then I asked how much it costs a month, and they said between £11.99 and £15, whether it's certain ways. So I put down the money, and it came up at 420,000 at 12 quid. It came up at 5 million, but that doesn't seem a lot to me.
yeah.
You guys
I mean-
Do you guys have any thoughts on what's happening in Panama? I saw information today that we are occupying Panama, and I haven't looked into it. That wording seems a bit strange to me, though.
Oh no.
Share post.
Share post? All right.
I just
I just
don't know
shared the link
why.
to the XP thing.
I don't know why Jimmy Carter ever gave away the Panama
Fucking
Canal,
idiots.
even though we built it.
Yeah, what a fucking idiot.
Yeah, that was stupid.
In what world is that a good idea? How do you
It makes no
justify
sense
that?
at all.
How did they
It
justify it back then?
I think it cost you like 5,000 men as well.
Yes,
Yeah.
it did.
I did Google it. It cost a lot
A lot
more
of people
natives than
died.
it cost Americans, but there was a lot of people killed building that thing.
And I mean, it's not like it was there before that we. It's not like we stole a canal that was there.
No,
We,
we
Basically,
built
it was
there
an
nothing
idea,
there, and
wasn't it?
we ripped a hole, ripped a gash between. Across
Is
Panama.
there a link to this article that says occupation of Panama? Because it could just be misleading
Yeah,
wording.
I'm working on pulling it now.
Okay,
How can we forget?
that sounds like a
How-
CNN title.
How can we forget how many states?
We should be occupying it.
BW can't hear you.
Yeah, I don't know if you turned your head or something.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, basically, you'd have to sail all the way down to the tip of Argentina, wouldn't you? Get around it. That's what they used
I
to
don't
do.
know.
Yeah, 'cause there's no other.
I'm skeptical,
true, is
I'm skeptical like Riddle on this one, but what the hell? He's talking crazy about Greenland and Canada. I mean, the guy does make outlandish statements, being Trump, that is.
I can see green lines coming together.
Say that again, Welshman.
I can see green lines coming together to the US. I don't know whether it be a state or whatever. But
It's just
I can see it being America controlled by America.
yeah. Your audio is failing, bro.
I found some headlines and about the U.S. Panama thing. This one by The Guardian 15 hours ago, I think is the best. Panama opposition party accuses U.S. of
That's not true,
camouflaged
Carnation.
invasion Panama.
Yeah, the post that I had of X is gone. I believe it was a leading report one. It's not there. So I'm trying to find a backup, and the wording is there's no credible source that's using wording occupy besides small fries.
Yes.
So Incarnation just said that was the deal, and I believe Last Dance said that's not true. Can we elaborate on that?
Correct. Well, it's complicated, but there wasn't even a nation of Panama. We tried to negotiate with the government of Colombia to have the Panama Canal built, and they said, "No, fuck off." So what we did the American thing. We created a coup. We created Panamanian independence to have them secede and declare themselves independent. And then we made a deal with the people that we created to build the Panama Canal. So, in some sense, there was no deal to, when it was created, to give it to them. But, over the years, we've hinted that we would one day give it to them, but we never set a timetable until Jimmy Carter, feeling that he had to be, everybody's morals scold, decided that it would be wrong for us to keep it, and he made a treaty with the dictator of Panama to give him the canal in 1999.
At this rate, we probably should have maintained control of it.
Well, yeah, I mean, we should just have always kept it. We built it. I don't care whatever deal you get a good deal. We could always just fill it in again if if we're threatened. We're not getting a good deal.
Anyone familiar with that thing I wrote there in the chat?
I don't see anything. Oh, there it is. A man, a plan, a canal, Panama. Yes, I am familiar with it.
You are. And don't say anything. Anyone else?
No, I am not. Not familiar.
Take 5 seconds to look at it.
I am not familiar. It's not from the WWE, right?
No.
It's a palindrome.
Oh,
There you go, cup of tea.
it is fun. That is
It's
very
a-
fun.
It's a
Yeah.
long one. I don't know if there are many longer ones.
He
Well,
got
Not that makes sense, you know.
Kind of makes sense.
Couple.
No, that one does make
Damn.
sense.
Mhm.
Brutal. So the closest article I found is from Al Jazeera. It's the opposition politicians in Panama that have accused the United States of launching a camouflage invasion of the country after President Trump confirmed the deployment of U.S. soldiers days after the two countries signed a security pact. So we are moving soldiers down there, to my understanding, but the terminology is based on politics.
Okay.
Hmm.
I wouldn't call that an invasion.
Right. Is it true that China is holding the port at this point in time?
I mean, they own some ports, which is a significant issue in terms of control of the canal.
Yeah, I believe the company's
hi,
CK
thank you.
Hutchison. It's Hong Kong based.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Which is a possible problem considering Chinese behavior in the last 2 decades. It's a concern.
I mean, I'm not a big fan of Trump's public pronouncements. Even if he has a point, of course he does have a point. You know, I don't. To me, he hurts his point by doing all his diplomacy through Truth Social.
You think so?
Yeah, I do. I think it slows down any negotiations because he posts stuff on Truth Social, and then every country has to have all their Einsteins get together and try and decipher the meaning, and it's like reading an ancient scroll, trying to figure out what he means, what he doesn't mean. Is there a threat there?
I have a question about an ancient
Is he
scroll.
alluding to something that's actually going to happen? What's he saying?
Kofefe. Yes, RW?
So, I've been going over the 12th Amendment, and Steve Bannon did an engagement farming, or not Steve Bannon, Leading Report did engagement farming off of a quote from Steve Bannon today, saying that Trump is going to serve a third term. And I've asked different people if it's possible or not possible, and it's split on if it's even possible. But based on my understanding of the 12th Amendment, it's not possible because Trump has served 2 terms, or will have served 2 terms after cabinet. So I believe the only person that on this panel that said that it is possible is Last Dance, and I was hoping to hear an understanding of how he believes that works with the wording of the 12th Amendment.
Well, the 12th Amendment says that no person shall be elected to more than 2 terms. Elected is the key word. It also says that no person shall be eligible to be vice president who cannot become president. But Trump can become president through the vice presidency. So he is that people say that phrase disqualifies him because they're assuming he's gonna go the route where Vance runs for president and Trump is the vice president. Then Trump wins and Vance resigns so that Trump can become president, and maybe
saying
so-
Trump appoints Vance back to vice president.
So already
I feel that is a radical measure, and I feel if it was to happen, I feel the courts would have to come in and say that it is not supposed to happen, because that is technically with the letter of the law, but against the spirit of the law, which is what the courts are supposed to come in and adjudicate on. And I feel like that is something that is in line with what the courts would want to say.
Yeah,
All right.
I mean, it certainly would be challenged. It would get to the Supreme Court. First of all, there's absolutely no precedent. It's not like there's any previous cases that they can rely on. So it's a brand new thing. I'm confident that my reading of it would be correct. But you're right. No one. It's never been tested. Nobody
I have
really
a
knows.
prediction.
Sure.
Prediction.
I think in 2028 you will see Trump versus Obama.
Wow, that's wacky.
Obama also cannot run. Neither Trump nor Obama.
Yeah, but here's my reasoning. So if their plan is gonna be to try and legally get Trump to run for a third presidency and elect him, and they're gonna try and figure out a loophole around that.
I think so.
And if
story.
they succeed, then the Democrats, the other side of the aisle, are going to be all, okay, that's fine. The only person that the Democrats have a chance at beating Trump in an election with is Obama. So then
Right.
they're going to put Obama in there. Now, let's say they don't succeed in this loophole of Trump getting elected for a third term. They resort to
Completely naked.
J.D. Vance running for president. J.D. Vance is
Oh man,
going
showing
to
me the nipples.
lose against.
That's what I pay big bucks for.
They're going to lose against Gavin Newsom. If
What? Oh, come
Gavin
on,
Newsom
give us
is
a
right
break.
now prepping to run for a presidency.
I know he's prepping for it. We all know
Well,
that.
no,
If Gavin
the-
Newsom, the governor of California, he would win against most candidates. He wouldn't win against Trump, though. That's
I
the
think
only
he's
person
weak.
he wouldn't win
But
against.
Andy,
And that's why the Republicans need
thanks.
Trump to win
Banksy!
a third election.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Banks.
But
Interesting.
Bandy actually has kind of a point, because if Trump runs through this vice president angle where JD Vance runs and Trump runs on his running mate, then yeah, they could technically put Newsom Obama against him.
Yes,
And
but-
okay.
then
It's not
there would
okay.
be the
Okay.
contention.
No,
yeah,
no,
but,
no,
yeah,
no.
yeah, but the reality is, if Vance came in and won, right, it'd be a perfect send off for Trump. It'd be a perfect send off. I mean, basically, he's passed it on to JD Vance. Obviously, if that would have been the case, then the American public would have been reasonably happy so far. And you just pass the baton on. There'd be no reason for him to do something
But I
crazy.
can tell you right now, if J.D. Vance ran for president, he would not win. He
I know
is
you
not
said
the
that.
president type. He's not charismatic, good looking. He's
Oh.
not. He's a good talker, but he
It's
has a
a beautiful
history of
mistake.
shitting on Donald Trump when, like back in 2016. J.D. Vance has actually
They're all politicians.
done a
That's
complete
what they do.
180 in the
They
political
shit on
realm.
each other all the time. That's the name of their job, isn't
J.D.
it?
Vance has done a complete 180 in the political realm. So they'll bring that up if J.D. Vance ever runs for president. They're going to say he's disingenuous. And he is kind of a politician for making that 180 switch, going from disliking Trump and hating on him publicly to being his vice president. J.D.
Sure.
Vance
Yeah.
would
And
not
then-
win against Gavin Newsom
I
with
res-
Vice President Obama. That's why they need Trump to run for this third term, and that's why you're already hearing about this third term thing now.
It's not going to happen. It's
There's
just more
no
clickbait.
reason why
More
it's
clickbait
just-
stuff.
anybody would be talking about it if they
Yeah.
aren't
It's not
already
going to happen, man.
pressing.
Come on.
I'm with
It's
Rick on
legacy
this.
media. It's Trump throwing a character out there and legacy media running with it. It's literally what it is.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And also, I kind of disagree about Newsom being able to beat Vance right now. If they both ran, that would be brought up that he did a 180, sure. But all you have to do is bring up about anything about how he ran California. It's just it'd be terrible
Massive
for him.
death.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
get this. We'll get
Shit
this.
maps.
The poop map.
Get this. Kamala
Shit.
Harris.
The
she
shit
was-
maps.
she
The
was
80,000
an
homeless.
attorney. She was a prosecutor in the state of California. She had a worse reputation doing her job in the state of California than Gavin Newsom, and she was still a running candidate competing against someone like Donald
She was
Trump.
also
Now,
a-
didn't
she was
get
also
close
a-
to winning, but that's
she was also
because
a forced
Kamala
candidate.
Harris is not a likable.
She
person.
also wasn't elected in. So she was also
But
a
hold on,
replacement
guys.
for
Hold
Biden.
on.
Appointed.
Hold
She was
on.
appointed.
The people
I'm
did
giving
not
you the
pick.
thought process
People did
here.
not come. People did not
I'm giving
choose
you the
Kamala
thought
to run
process, guys.
for the Democratic.
When they did choose her, they chose her as the most unpopular candidate.
They didn't choose her to run.
Okay,
They never
but
chose her.
guys,
She was
you
No,
gotta understand. You
what
gotta
wasn't it the
understand.
last time around when she
Mike
was
Loeb, Andy.
2016
No,
or
when
2018
when
when
she actually ran for presidency, like properly on
she
her
got
own.
less than
then
1% in the
yeah,
primary.
yeah,
she
she
was the
got
most
nothing.
unpopular candidate out of the 7 on the stand.
Yeah.
Well, and she actually, before any primaries, she had a pretty decent poll numbers. In other words, before anybody was really aware
Listen
of
to
who
her.
she was, she had a lot of buzz because she was from California.
Blake.
She was a black woman, which kind of checked the identity boxes. And she was a prosecutor, so people thought she'd be a strong candidate. And she bombed as soon as she started talking in the Democratic primaries. All her
Yeah,
support went away.
exactly.
So
Now,
she was never a strong candidate.
now,
You
now,
think she's going to
now,
run again in
King.
2028, and
Yeah,
she won't do any better.
because Trump's such a divisive character, you've got the American public, and you I'm sure you can agree with this, that very divided. It doesn't matter who they vote for as long as it's not Trump, right? So, for example, if you took Trump out the equation, and it was J.D. Vance and Newsom, just for example, I don't think there'd be that divide either. I think there'd be a crossover.
I'll tell you right now, if Newsom ran against JD Vance, Newsom would win
You said this 3
by
times.
a
You keep
long
making
shot.
you
And
keep making the statements.
I'm not a
No one's
Newsom
agreeing with you.
fanboy. I'm not a Newsom fanboy or anything. Like, I live in his state, and I think he did a terrible job. But Newsom is so, like, the definition of, like, the perfect candidate for being president. He is, like, a good talker. He's good looking. He's got the smile. He knows how to act while on camera. He would definitely be JD Vance.
It's not going to be enough.
That's the problem.
That describes JD Vance. He's
You
also
just-
good looking. He's a good talker.
No,
He's very
not at all.
smart. I
If you
think
don't
that
know
they're-
the difference between JD Vance and Gavin Newsom, I don't know what to tell you, but there is a
So
difference.
I watched the interview. I watched the interview on Joe Rogan with him, and he was very charismatic. He was very family oriented.
Yeah.
And
he comes off as more down to earth.
Yeah, he came across
okay.
as basically what he was
Vance.
describing. Not like Trump that would say a load of bollocks in between and make it out it's the biggest and the best thing ever.
But if you
He just
actually
seems a normal
compare
bloke.
the two,
I am comparing the
is
two.
married to an Indian woman and they have a couple kids. Sure. Gavin Newsom, literally, he's the yellow Labrador retriever white family. He's married to a white blonde wife. He grew up 15 minutes away from me in the whitest area possible. He would pull in so much of that conservative side. I would honestly consider voting for him over JD Vance if I was ignorant.
Yeah, but listen, Andy, you said it. You said it before, Bandy. You just said it yourself, Bandy, that he didn't do well with California as governor. California
does not matter. We
Literally let it
obviously
burn to
know
the
No,
ground.
it does. It does because your income tax is through the roof. Your homeless issues, your drug issues are outrageous. And there's going to be a lot of material for people to use against him from his own governorship.
It doesn't matter.
Steve,
He is
California
so
is the
good
fifth
at
biggest
deflecting
economy
that
in the
stuff.
world. It's the fifth biggest economy in the world. It takes over
I
190.
think Bandy has a little bit of a point.
And
cosmetics.
And
can
if
go a
you
long
think
way.
it even matters in the realm of politics for who's running for president, like the bad that they've done, that does not matter. You got to run like a message and the good that you've done, and being the governor of the largest economy for a state in the United States. Gavin Newsom just say like every good thing about California, and he'd win. It doesn't matter if there's homeless people.
Can I just ask, when was the last time a vice president won a presidency after the president finished?
It was
H.W. Bush.
Yeah, George Bush.
George
with Reagan.
Oh, yeah. Oh, senior.
The
So
80s.
we're talking 1991.
92, yep.
9190. Okay. So it's not really a thing, is it?
No, no.
But do you
So this is
guys
why I don't think
honestly
Vance has
think
got much of a shot, because I
I
think Vance is coming from a vice president position. I don't
Exactly. And
I don't think so.
the vice president inherits all the unpopularity of the president that he served and gets no benefits that he brings to the table. So it's really tough to become
I
president
mean,
after vice president.
unless Trump has a stellar 4 years that it is unbelievable, America becomes suddenly the richest. Well, it is the richest, but even more richer than ever. I mean, every
No,
American is essentially driving a
no,
Ferrari
Rich.
by the time
They're,
he
they're
finishes his 4 year
37
term.
trillion in debt. No, Rich.
Sorry.
No, Rich. They're 37 trillion in debt.
Yeah, but what I mean is, unless he finishes his 4 year with every American driving a Ferrari, he's not really going to leave, a stamp in which JD Vance can follow in those footsteps. So that's what I mean. Unless he has the most impeccable, amazing 4 year term,
that's a
it's not
great
really.
question.
Yeah.
In the YouTube chat, do people still want the cookie cutter tongue politician still, or did Trump break that mold? I guarantee you, as soon as Trump is out of the equation, people are going to go right back to that general politician type of thing.
It's so
It's just
depressing.
going to be rebranded a little bit different because
So
Trump
depressing.
made an impact, but it's going to go right back to the same politician mold. And yeah, so that being said, so they're going to try and get Trump in for one more term. And there's a reason why you're already hearing about it now, and we're even talking about this to begin with, because
Yeah,
they're prepping the public for that Trump third
no,
term,
look,
and we're not even a year into the presidency.
yeah, mate, are you
Please
falling
take
for this
Brandon's
again?
point.
We've gone through this. We've gone through this for in 2016. The old pissing business and the old spying for the Russians and being an agent for the Russians. I mean, just fucking think about what you're saying. I mean, this is just flat out propaganda. It'll just keep on going because it hits the news every fucking
Well,
day or
yeah,
so.
obviously you're
You're gonna keep
stating
on
the obvious.
laughing it up, but it's not going to be a reality.
I think it will. If I told you in 2017 that the entire world would shut down and get locked inside their homes for a year and a half, you would look at me like I'm on drugs and I would be schizophrenic. And then 3 years later, it happened. So, right now, 3 years from now, it's election cycle and you're going to see a bunch of campaign ads everywhere. Don't be surprised if you see Trump running for a third term and Obama saying, "Hey, if Trump's going to run for a third term, I am too."
All right. Well, that's only a partial truth. There was partial lockdowns, not full lockdowns for 2 years. So I mean, what you're saying is not fully true in its entirety. So it's kind of a disingenuous
You know what
comparison
I'm
to say
trying to
that.
say, though? You know how
I
ridiculous that time frame was. If I
yeah,
told you
I
everything that
understand.
would happen, you would look at me like I'm schizophrenic.
No, not at all, because I live in California. I know exactly that they would lock down like that. So it's ridiculous. Now, I understand what you're trying to say when it comes to certain things, but I just simply disagree, and I guess only time will tell when that comes, right?
Yeah.
So I
And
just don't believe that Newsom will have the, he doesn't have the political history.
I think it's totally in the realm of the equation. And if Trump doesn't run, they're going to push for it to happen. And if they don't push
Okay.
that well enough,
Yeah, only time will tell. We'll
then
see.
what will happen is J.D. Vance will run against
Mhm.
Gavin Newsom,
Yeah, he's going to. It's going to be those two
and
for sure.
Gavin Newsom will win.
See,
Those are my predictions.
I
Okay,
really
well-
hope that people aren't reverting back to the pork tongue politician as their presidential model. I almost hope that the next president that people vote for is a YouTube influencer or some woke shit, like just some new age. We're just moving forward to the YouTube
Could be you.
internet government or something.
Drone tech.
Drone
No,
tech for-
We are so moving towards idiocracy.
You won't
Oh
see
my
that.
god,
You
that
won't see
movie
that
is just
until
my
a
guide
while.
to the future of
I'm wearing my
humanity.
Crocs right now, Banksy.
Once the iPad kid
In
generation
my name
can
to
vote,
upgrade.
then you will see an influencer as president. But there's still
They'll be
about like
too lazy to vote.
2 terms.
So you think
Two more
Mr.
terms.
Beast is going to be president at some
In
point?
2028, 18-year-olds are born in 20. What year is that? Help me do math.
26.
So like the people who are in elementary school and middle school right now, give it 2 more election terms, and then you'll see an influencer as president. There will
Gen
be the
Alpha.
first influencer president. Trust me.
Yeah, when Gen Alpha starts voting properly, I mean Gen
Mhm.
Zs are mostly voting now anyway.
No, I'm Gen Z. Yeah,
Born in
no,
2010.
you gotta wait.
People born in 2010 will be voting for the next president.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let that sink in. Just let
Yep.
that sink in a little bit.
Like they couldn't do any worse than the
Just
people that were born in 2000 and 2004 and 2008. So
oh, I just realized the Paul brothers, they could run for office.
No, I can guarantee you.
I
I
that
can
would be
guarantee you
so
that the
good.
influencer that's going to run for president is Mr. Beast, and he's already running for president at this moment. You just can't see it. Every video he
Beast.
posts is
PewDiePie.
literally catered towards
No,
his
PewDiePie
campaign.
wasn't born in America. He can't run. It's a shame. It's a shame. I would have voted.
in an
for
idiocracy, we won't know any better.
Mr. Beast.
We start watering our grass with Gatorade.
Every single video Mr. Beast posts is a campaign ad for when he's old enough to run for president.
Well, he's old
Interesting.
enough, isn't he? Is he 35?
No, he's still in his 20s.
Oh.
I
Are you
think late
kidding
20s.
me? He's still in his 20s. Son of
Yeah,
a-
billionaire in his late.
Yeah,
20s.
he's been 20 for the last
Took
15
so many.
years.
I took so many wrong turns in
All
my
the more
life.
reason to vote for him. He's got magic.
He's the largest influencer on YouTube, and
Yeah, he is now.
by a long shot.
Yeah, PewDiePie, poor guy,
I
he
don't know
just
how I
fell
missed him.
behind.
I've never seen a Mr. Beast video, and
You've
I
never
haven't
seen
been
one?
avoiding him.
I will say this: he did this. It's kind of like a game show thing. I don't know if he put it on his YouTube channel or where. I saw it on X. It was actually really good. It was actually really good. 2 people had to live in a room together, and they had to. I don't know. It was all sorts of tasks they had to do. It was all for money, but they would, if they wanted comforts, they would have to give up some of the money in order to get certain comforts. It was really good. No, it was really well done. It's kind of like
I
Squid Game.
disagree. I think his videos are absolute brain rot, and they literally he's running fake lotteries. He's already been shown to run fake lotteries, and there's lawsuits against him for that.
Well, yeah, I don't know about those.
Anyways,
but I mean,
nobody thinks that he's actually running for president, so who cares? Like, just be real here.
Yeah.
But in a practical sense,
I'm worried.
He's running for president.
I voted for the Paul
Okay.
brothers.
Yeah,
Jake
okay.
Paul.
So, in all practical sense, right? I think what's going to happen is Newsom and Vance probably. That's what it seems like, at least at this rate. And we'll see who wins. Bandy
That's
thinks
the
Newsom's
second
gonna
most
win.
likely option. First most likely is Trump v. Obama.
Sure. Okay. So, anyways, I would say that Vance is probably going to win most likely right now. It could ruin it.
The thing
but
is, with
Newsom,
I mean, when I
That's called
made the
political
statement
bias.
about vice presidents tend to not, do so well when they run. I think some of that may have disadvantages for Vance. As I said, unless Trump's 4-year term is the best thing that has ever happened to the United States, and everybody in the country is elevated, and it's just a glorious utopia. I don't see Vance actually having I think what is happening with Trump can only happen with Trump. He's a unique personality type that cannot be replicated.
wait, so you're saying that unless he does everything perfectly, Vance won't even bother running for presidency after?
No. He will run, but he won't win.
Oh, okay. So,
I
He
bet
will
he'd
run,
win
he
the
won't
primary.
well, then wait, hold on. Who do you think he's gonna lose against?
I mean, to be perfectly honest with you, at the moment, whoever, I mean, I don't know who's throwing their hat in the ring. Obviously, Newsom potentially. He may not even. I mean, be perfectly honest, I'm not even entirely sure if he would win the primary. If DeSantis runs again, and all the other, we got Ramaswamy. There's several others that may throw their hat in again for the next run.
I think
If they all
DeSantis will have
run,
a good chance. DeSantis would
Well,
have a problem.
DeSantis has problems with his campaigning.
DeSantis
He's
hasn't
gonna
got
have
a chance. Not
Yeah,
anymore.
He's not a
DeSantis
good-
is a great governor for Florida, but he has issues running for presidency. He's not great on stage.
Yeah, then I don't see
Yeah,
anybody
he's
else
bad on
defeating
stage.
Vance at the moment. Then that's just
I think Rubio is a solid candidate.
Rubio potentially. As I said, there will be few others. If he gets it through the primaries, then I don't know. I mean, Newsom he's probably going to run the next time. But I mean, who knows? Because Obama, like when Hillary ran, Obama came out of left field. He was a nobody. Suddenly he was front runner. So there could be one of those kind of characters that might emerge in the next primaries.
yeah, just in the primaries, I unless it's DeSantis or because I don't see Swami winning it, the primaries. I don't see anybody else really. Definitely don't see what's her name, Nikki Haley winning it.
Swami disappeared, didn't
Put
Huh?
put literally anyone against Gavin Newsom that you know from the Republicans right now, and please give me one guy that would win.
Rubio.
Anybody.
Yeah,
man,
literally anybody. even Haley would win.
I mean, I
Yeah,
don't know
you
if
guys
you think.
just have political bias.
Well, so do you.
Well,
So here we are.
so-
So
No,
so-
I hold no political bias. I didn't even vote for Trump.
neither
No,
did I.
no,
Well, I don't believe
well,
you.
obviously you didn't vote for Trump. But
I don't
I
even
mean,
have,
you
like,
seem to
opinions
think
on
that Gavin
politics.
Newsom
I
is
just
himself
say the
gold.
way things are heading. I look
Yeah,
at the
because
way they prep society for the
Everybody
future.
has a bias, dude. So let's be real.
No, if you think everybody has a bias,
Then I have
that
a bias.
Well,
then, right?
so
That's not
I
true.
mean, you're literally saying that Gavin Newsom lays golden eggs, and he's
no,
not.
I'm not saying that. I'm
Well,
saying he.
let me
saying
just
he
qualify
lays.
it. Let me just qualify it. He's failed in California.
You misheard what I said. If you think I think
Well, yeah, I mean, I've heard
Gavin
you for
Newsom
about an
lays
hour,
golden eggs.
just literally brown nosing Gavin Newsom.
No, I understand. I understand what Benny was trying to say. He was saying that even though he has a terrible reputation as a politician, just because he looks the part, he's going to win the part, which I disagree with. I think it helps, but it's not going to be enough.
He plays the
What?
part so well. It's crazy.
Yeah, but he's not even popular within the Democratic Party. in
Dude, Gavin
California,
Newsom
so-
lived 15 minutes away from where I lived in California. I could tell you
So
right now
fucking
that
what?
guy's not even a Democrat. He
That-
lived in
that
a gated
doesn't-
community with a yellow Labrador.
Maybe
you
live
could win,
close
man.
to someone.
Had 2 kids and a white wife, and they lived on a golf course. He is not Democrat.
I don't know. I don't think having a white wife is
What the
an
hell?
advantage.
Well, I
He
think
literally- he plays the part.
Bondi
He-
thinks that
he
he's
has
going
the
to
white
appeal to the
picket
white middle class.
Yeah,
the
specifically
problem is he's gonna-
conservatives.
Yeah,
it's like,
yeah, he's
well,
gonna-
that makes no
Yeah,
sense.
no, he's gonna appeal to the white middle class Californian Hollywood types. He's not really
That's
gonna.
it. Yeah.
I mean, the other thing is
Silicon
also
Valley.
yeah, this is the other flip side, which most other presidents didn't have to contend with until this couple of generations, which is most of these politicians, especially the famous ones, have shown too much of themselves. I mean, Newsom with all this podcast crap. I'll be honest. Sometimes you just don't need to know that much about your politicians, and I think that is actually a negative, especially when it comes to someone like Newsom or other characters. With Trump, as I said, Trump is a special kind of animal. You can't replicate. He has a particular
That's why they're
personality
going to
type.
make him run
The
a
more
third
you
term.
know him, the more people. I mean, look at that. Look at the way he won Bill Maher just recently. Bill Maher was singing his freaking praises on his own show, on his own ultra leftist show. Bill Maher was like, he's such a charming man. He charmed the pants out of Bill Maher. So Trump you can't replicate Trump.
Yeah, why do you think they're pushing for him to run for a third term already?
Oh,
Why
here
do
we
you think
go.
you saw it in the news?
Who's pushing?
No,
Who's
he's not
pushing?
going to run for a third
Yeah,
term.
who's
He's not
pushing?
pushing it. Nobody's.
We're literally talking about a news story we saw in the news about him running
Yeah,
for a
but
third
you
term.
didn't answer
can
my
you-
question. You didn't answer my
post-
question. Who's pushing it?
Can you post that link, please, where you found it, Mandy?
It's all
can
media
dissect
and
it.
online generated. There's
That's
no real.
Okay,
right.
so
There's no
let me
real
ask,
Like I said
let
earlier
me
on,
ask,
it's the Russian
who asked the
collusion.
question
It's
about
the yellow
Trump running
piss.
for a third term? And why did you ask it? It's because you saw a news article about it.
I didn't.
People are
I didn't
already
ask it.
talking.
Look, you're
Trump
saying it.
posted it, and then the news cycle, the leftist news lost their collective shit over it.
Yeah.
That's why he's trolling the living crap out of the leftist news. I bet he laughs his ass off every time he tweets something like this, or he
No,
posts
you,
one of
you
these
view
things.
it as trolling, but no, you honestly like need to understand that if you're seeing something online, there's a
Oh,
motive and a
right. So
reason.
there's truth behind it, then, isn't there? If you see it online,
Because
there's truth behind
if it captivates people's attention enough, if you throw
Well,
out one
it's
news
got you,
article,
isn't it? It's got you by the
hear me out,
dangling.
hear me out, hear me out, hear me out.
One
Hold
time,
on.
I saw something on Twitter where C3PO was being blown by R2D2. Now, I don't know what that was supposed
Okay,
to convey,
hold
but
on.
it certainly wasn't a level of
Understand
truth in which
before
I
you
read
put a
into that.
satirical
I
spin
saw
on
it
what
as a meme.
Yeah. Before you go on ranting about C3PO, seriously,
Oh, man. Just
here's
stop
here's
talking
how
about
it
Gavin
works.
Newsom.
Here's how it
Honestly.
works. You throw a little thing out about Trump running for a third term. If it strikes people's attention,
Russian collusion.
captivates them
Russian
enough.
collusion. Russian collusion. Yeah.
Can you stop interrupting?
Well, honestly, you've got a lot of airtime, and to be honest, I'm a bit fucking bored
Yeah,
with
but
Gavin Newsom.
hold on. I
Really
have some
fucking
clear.
bored with
I
it.
have some clear.
Every time I make a
people to
rebuttal,
understand here.
but wait there, every time I make or anyone else makes a rebuttal to your point, you literally just go back to ground zero and say, "Well, if anyone,
Because I have a strong.
and you literally just start again. You just start again. Listen, it reminds me of Russian collusion. It reminds me of Pissgate and all that. That's what all this reminds me of.
All right,
Just
well,
running on
you're
it,
not
running
even
on it.
American, so to be talking about our politics in the first place is a little weird. But hold on,
I have a
Let me
valid
just
challenge,
explain.
Andy. I have a valid challenge for you.
Yeah, let's hear.
My cousin's here, Jason, and he down in Florida for the last, I don't know, couple months, and he made a valid. He had, so can Musk run for vice president?
I'm not sure. I think
If Musk could run for vice president, would that beat your Gavin Newsom algorithm?
but I don't think Musk could. I don't think Musk could be president, but I think he could run for vice president.
I'm just saying, if he ran as a vice president ticket, I
He
think
cannot run for vice president.
Oh,
Yeah,
damn
don't
it.
you have to get selected?
Yeah.
for that?
Because you have to be a citizen of the United States. So I know you can't
have
be
to
a
be
president
eligible
if
to
you're not
be
a
president
citizen.
in order to run for vice
Did
president.
we burst the bubble on that one?
Yeah, that makes that makes
No, that would
that
actually
makes sense,
change the
doesn't
game.
it?
That
All right,
would,
wife has chimed in with a potential candidate for the Dems. I don't know much about him, but
AOC.
JB Pritzker.
AOC. Who?
The Illinois governor.
Yeah.
Oh.
Illinois governor. Some quick search. I didn't realize that guy's worth $3.7 billion.
He's a billionaire, right?
Yeah.
I thought the left hated
club.
billionaires.
Typical Democrats.
Yeah, they hate.
I thought they hated
No,
billionaires. What the
No,
hell?
Glenlivet. It's Irish whiskey this week. Scum.
Oh, a little Glenlivet.
Nope.
Oh, Teeling. Teabag.
Teabag. Yep.
The Democrats.
Teabag me.
The Democrats and the Labour Party in the UK are virtually the same. They're literally backed by billionaires. More billionaires back the Democrats, and I'm sure it's the same for Labour in the UK now. They literally mirror each other.
that's every political party, brother.
That's the one.
No. The Democrats stood for the working people, didn't they? Like Labour did.
Even third parties are backed by
when you got
billionaires. The Green Party and the
when you got
Libertarian
billionaires
Party are
supporting
backed
you
by
all the time,
billionaires.
then sort of goes against their ethos and their standards and their morals, doesn't it? There we go.
Did you know how to use ChatGPT? I was like,
Yeah. Well, I don't know much about Pritzker. That's interesting observation. Eastern Farms, welcome.
He's used it since it.
RW mute, please. You're having a side conversation here.
I would be curious about the Democratic lineup because I feel like they really have pretty much nobody besides maybe Newsom. That's about it at the moment.
Obama, I'm telling you right now, if the Republicans are going to go balls to the wall on Trump running for a third term, it's hitting them.
Look, you
through
repeat
the
yourself,
idea.
man. You're literally repeating yourself.
Hold on.
I don't want to
time
hear
out.
it again.
Hold on.
You're literally
British
going over the same talking
British
about.
guy. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. Okay.
Same thing.
So they threw the idea out there, and it's obviously captivating attention, which is good. It doesn't care if you view it negatively or positively. It's definitely captivating everybody's attention. We're talking about it right now.
You are.
No, you are.
We're
Jesus.
talking
We've
about
been
it
talking
for
about
left,
it for
not for persuasion.
for a long time, and you're engaging, and you're not even from America.
Well, I can't.
So
I don't
it's
want to. I
working.
don't want to engage with you.
The
I want
idea is
to ban.
working.
I want to ban the name Gavin Newsom from the stream tonight. From this point on, I want to not mention Gavin Newsom
We're all about
because honestly,
censorship here.
I'm telling you, it's
and if
like
we have to, we'll have to ban Obama as well because every
it's
time you
Ow.
mention those two words,
it's probably a high percentage. It's Trump versus Obama, and if
well, here
not,
we go.
it's
Literally,
JD Vance
literally,
versus
he ignores
Newsom,
everything
and
you say and
Newsom
he
wins.
just rolls it off again.
That's just the reality of the situation.
Brandy. Just because you say it with a full chest does not make it true.
All right, guys, what's up?
Oh, here we go. Let's go,
Oh,
Dang.
God.
What's going on?
Just when we thought it couldn't get any
Alright.
worse.
How's
Get me
your
out.
week?
First,
No.
First
How
of
was your
all-
week? How was your week, Dank?
yeah, it was a week.
All right, that's exciting. All right.
Was a week.
I got
Oh.
new. I got new things. Man, whatever. Working a job. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, come on,
so
Congratulations.
yeah, whatever. So
Yeah.
I think it's really cute that you guys all think there's going to be like an election in 4 years. Like there's not gonna be an election in 2 years, let alone 4.
Does that mean we
Why do you
get?
say
Does that
that?
mean we get Trump until he dies?
We're going to be
At
in
the-
war.
Oh, okay.
We're going to be in war, right?
This
Dang?
is
At-
I
At
wish
the
I could
way-
bet against you, Brandon. My real money.
It's like my granddad
At
talking.
At the rate that we're going, by the end of the year, Trump will be sending like Americans like me, who voted Democrat, to Guantanamo Bay or over to El
I mean,
Salvador.
you said that would
Ama-
happen the minute he took office.
In Canada.
American citizens
and look
deport.
what the fuck has happened. He's been
He'd be
fucking
deporting
stripping
American
people of their
citizens next.
citizenship.
I will say, I will
Fuck it.
say this: Rosie O'Donnell did leave the United States. So if Trump does nothing else for the rest of his term,
Yeah.
he
At least there's
accomplished that.
Sorry, Ireland.
What the fuck was Rosie O'Donnell doing?
She made a great movie. A
She's
League
in
of Their
Ireland
Own.
now. She's in
I'm,
Ireland.
I'm sorry. What has Rosie O'Donnell done
That,
in the
that,
last
that
20
Dykes
years?
an island as well, isn't it? That Dykes an
She's been
island.
Honestly,
she's been
I
on The View.
think
When?
Brandon. I think Dark Brandon could be right. Like, how else could Trump win a third
Well-
term? We go to war.
Oh my
I hate
He
to
didn't
say
say
this,
war. He didn't say war.
Randy,
I didn't
Dark
say
Brandon's
nothing
never been
about
right
war.
about anything.
I said war.
Or yeah, I couldn't tell who was talking. I thought it was Brandon, but
Oh, man.
whoever
Yeah,
was talking about the war,
And,
like,
and then
honestly,
and then it'll be Gavin Newsom
that's another loophole
Obama
around
with,
the
you know, against
constitutional
Trump. It'll be
amendment
amazing.
about you can only run 2 terms if the nation is at war and there's a national emergency and it's too dangerous to transfer
Oh.
powers. Then Trump
And
just
what-
remains a sitting president, serves another term.
Where do you
What
get
about
this? from? Of
what,
course
what
that's
about
not
big
true.
what about Big Gav? What about Big Gavin?
Gavin.
Well, Gavin could be. I mean, you can't run against someone if we're
Big
literally
bad
at
Gav.
like a big war.
Really?
And
What
there's
part
no
of the
I can't believe it,
Constitution says
Welchie.
that?
You told him you want to ban the word Gavin Newsom, and then you invoke it.
I know. I know. I'm
Wrong
just
with you.
you know.
I don't know.
What about Big Mike? What about Big Mike?
Here we go.
No,
stop
she
it.
would lose.
Ace,
Literally,
no
Big
fishing
Mike has
allowed
a
on the pod.
podcast that it's pulling in like 10K viewers per podcast. It's doing
Yeah,
terrible.
can you
It's doing
imagine
terrible.
running for president? A podcast is fucking literally just on its
You
arse.
know, Michelle Obama announced she will not run for president.
Yeah, no shit. Good idea.
Nah.
Good idea.
Yeah,
People kept saying
he wouldn't even win if he ran.
How about Oprah?
Oh,
No
You think
chance.
she might throw her hat in?
No, Oprah has way too much dirt and she's compromised.
That's the
She's
first
compromised.
that's the first sensible thing you said tonight.
She was too friendly with Epstein and Harvey Weinstein, right? I mean, I literally have pictures of her sitting
that's
on
pictures,
Harvey's
right.
lap.
What's
Have
wrong
you
with
seen?
Tim Walz?
Have you seen the picture of her and Rita Ora? You know, the singer and
Who?
Weinstein or whatever his name. It's horrendous. She looks like she's literally being molested. This Rita Ora, the singer. You know the one, the British or Serbian British singer.
I know the name. I don't really
Yeah.
know much.
Yeah,
more
it's
than the name.
quite an iconic photo. You can see her smiling, going, "Oh, this is like Rita Ora," and you can see Rita Ora going, "Oh, fuck." And there's this big fat bloke going, leaning over her.
The thing is, he is insanely ugly as well. It's like Weinstein wasn't even like, didn't have any redeeming features that you like, apart from money and
He used to walk out the bathroom and just derobe himself on it.
Oh yeah. God, can you imagine that? Can you just imagine that naked body?
No, I'm good.
Oh,
No.
oh my
Well,
God.
What do you
let's
do?
not go there.
Banksy, stop it.
Can you imagine being like
Mental
Scarlett?
imagery on that one.
Can you imagine being Scarlett Johansson or whatever her name is, and then was
No,
she-
not just Scarlett Johansson. Thingy, that woman from Kill Bill, Uma Thurman. I guarantee you, he nailed her. I'm telling you, he got her first few breaks.
It's fucking terrible.
I'm
man,
telling
really.
you, man. I'm telling you, that lecherous bastard has been all over that Uma Thurman.
Gave her
Oh.
Probably the one who dated Marilyn Manson there, who showed up with like a see-through dress.
Christine Ricci or
Not-
something.
Not her.
Oh,
no,
did he? No, not her.
a different one. But she actually sued
Not Diddy. No.
and got
Sued
money.
Harvey Weinstein?
Not this time.
I believe so. Let me look up.
I heard something about Kanye West has got some tape. Now I don't know how true this is because it's like the whispers you get. It was off Facebook. It could mean anything.
Take on
But
what?
yeah, saying that he had tape with compromising
Tape.
videos.
Of?
They
Rose
did mention
McDowell.
they did mention the VIPs, but I've
Himself. and
forgotten.
many people.
Rose McGowan.
It was
Rosie O'Donnell. What was that?
Rose McGowan. That's not Rosie O'Donnell. Rose McGowan.
Yeah, Rose McGowan is a very different person.
Not the same.
God damn.
Absolutely the other side of the world.
The thing is, Rose McGowan now isn't exactly like what she was, but back in the days of Charm, that was a whole different Rose. Her, Elisa Milano, and Shannon Doherty. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Alyssa
Oh,
Milano
God.
was very attractive back in the day. Now she looks different.
Yeah.
People
Oh,
age.
yeah.
Not that bad looking still.
Yeah, I'm
She's just a
sorry.
little.
That's
little
cool.
Oh, she's always been a little crazy up in the head, but
Oh, yeah,
back
for sure.
then you could ignore it more so. Now,
yeah.
not as much.
Pamela
To be honest,
Anderson.
I never got all the way to her head. I always finished like way
That's
before
fair.
like
What-
mid-tier
what is-
level around
is
They
it
here.
were
Pamela-
charmed, in other words.
That's fair.
Isn't Pamela Anderson like not wearing makeup now, and she looks
Yeah.
Also 60 something. She's old.
But the thing
What
is, she
happened to
decided to
Madonna
go
now?
without makeup in order to somehow combat all this filtering and all this Instagram crap. It's like, love, nobody cares. You were, I would have might have paid attention when you were on Baywatch and said, I don't wear makeup.
Welshman
Back
clearly
then, you
cared
were full
about
full of
Pamela
Botox and silicone all over.
She looks good in those photos with no makeup. She actually looks good.
She's all right. She's got good genes, so she's okay.
But you can imagine her
Great old lady.
if you look at her without makeup and she looks like that, you know how much it transforms women.
It's the Canadian in her.
I mean, you see some dogs without makeup on, and they
Oh
look
my
completely
God!
different.
Oh, dude,
Crazy.
I've got like collection of women who transform themselves with makeup, and makeup is the work of the devil. Makeup is like Satan himself made those
Conservative Christians
things.
agree with you.
Yeah, I mean,
Because-
Pamela Anderson, you're right about one thing. She was a natural beauty when she started. When they found her, she was smoking.
Like
And
Catherine
then, yeah,
Zeta-Jones.
she kind of screwed herself up a little, but
Some improvement.
yeah, she's definitely got good genes. That's
She's
the thing.
she's matured like a good wine, though.
Yeah, well, I mean, I wouldn't say that,
Not
but
like milk.
Madonna, oh my God, Someone posted in the chat. Madonna, yeah, Madonna
There
went
we are. Yeah,
the
like
way
milk.
of.
Yeah,
Oh,
matured like
oh,
milk. Yes.
oh. You see, this is the problem when these old women stop wanting to get old gracefully and they just keep going for that plastic surgery. They just keep going for it. They think they can somehow, make it stop. And it just makes them look like, have you seen that lion face? They just all look like this lion face because this facelift crap just doesn't work. They haven't got it right.
Yeah.
And it's horrific. It's just a thing of nightmares.
Well, I agree that the plastic surgery is terrible.
Well, the worst plastic surgery I've seen recently is Simon Cowell from about 2 years ago.
I heard about that.
He looked like a completely different person. He didn't even. He looked like a Timo Simon Cowell. You know.
I actually don't even
You
know
know
the name of
Timu.
it.
You know Timu or AliExpress.
There's
Oh.
a Timu plastic surgeon.
Yeah,
Apparently-
that's why I mentioned it. How would he get someone to do that to his face?
The thing
Because-
is, why do men even need to? Men actually don't need to because men's
Yeah, but
usefulness
sure-
isn't a marker for attractiveness. for women.
But surely, because obviously he's a manager and all that, he's good at organising and getting things done. So you would have
Maybe
thought
he's supposed to look good on TV.
he would have done some homework on the fucking person going to cut him up, wouldn't you? You think you'd done some homework. All of a sudden, it comes out like
The guy is a multi-millionaire. I'm sure he could afford the absolute best surgeons in the world.
so what the fuck happened there
You can
then?
only polish a turd for one thing.
But I'm telling you,
Some
this is
people
the thing.
shouldn't have the work.
Well, this is the thing. There are certain surgeries they just don't have it yet. Like
Exactly.
rhinoplasty, they've got that down to a T. You can go and you can look amazing. I'm not talking about Michael Jackson, but you can actually look good. They've got like breast surgery, breast implants, really well done. There are breast implants now they can do through your armpit. They don't even need to like cut up your chest or anything. They go through your armpit
You're
and
going to
they blow
replace
up
them
a
every
balloon
10
and
years,
shit.
aren't you?
It's insane. But
My ex
some
had them.
surgeries,
One was like concrete.
yeah. Initially, yeah, it starts off like rocks, and then eventually it softens up. But the facial stuff, like the facelifts and stuff, they just don't have it right. They haven't figured that. Maybe they don't do enough of it or what. But they all end up looking the same,
Is
men
it
or
not
women.
okay to get older though? I don't understand.
Maybe it's to do with the fact that, but it's just the skin, or I don't know what it is that they do, but they just don't get it right. And,
Wait there. There's stars out there that get work done, and it looks subtle and it looks fine. Right? We know they're out there. They mention, it gets mentioned and all that. And then there's other ones out there. What was that American bodybuilder?
look at that! Look at that lion face. It's that
Mickey
lion
Rourke.
face crap.
That's
They
got to
all
be
get-
AI.
they all
That's
end
got to
up
be
with
AI generated.
Yeah,
That's him.
There's no way he's
No,
going
no.
to smile like that.
put up off the plastic surgery. Put up off the plastic surgery because they're the crazy ones.
I think that is.
No, man,
Yeah.
it was like scary.
No, I don't know, but I mean, they all end up looking like that.
That's
Some
just scary.
horrific, Frankenstein's monster face. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think, especially with men, I don't even understand why men even bother because women
Remember
don't.
Yeah, just go natural, boys. Just let it happen.
Remember Mickey Rourke when he was like
Yeah. I mean,
super fit, handsome
if
guy.
you watch
And
Mickey
all
Rourke,
of a sudden, I seen him
Yeah.
about 10 years later, and he looked like a fucking alien.
it's horrific. It's horrific. Look at Mickey Rourke in the movie 9.5 Weeks, which I loved because what was her name? Kim Basinger. Oh my God, she was awesome.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, that got me through a lot of cold nights and a teenage boy. But there was that, and then there was Mickey Rourke in The Wrestler, who looked like a monster.
Yeah, and he's a guy who's had his issues, and he ruined himself with that surgery because he's a superb actor, but just fucking ruined himself, man.
Yeah, you can only have him play a goblin now.
I know.
He ruined himself. It's
Be
fucking
a great
crazy.
goblin.
Because
No
you
real
know,
I know.
goblins this week.
men with character in their faces from age tend to get good acting roles if they can act. But you start doing that crazy shit that he did, and you can't put him in a serious movie, man. It's ridiculous.
I mean, look at Richard Gere. Richard Gere
you can't make me.
when he was young. What was that? Something to do with? Oh damn, I forgot.
Was he in an?
That's just a gentleman, something. A
Officer
gentleman,
and a gentleman.
officer and a gentleman. There you go. That was when he was young, and then
Yeah.
Pretty Woman when he was a little bit older, still distinguished, still charismatic, and even now, although he's a bit of a lefty, like crazy, but he's still decent. It's like there's nothing wrong. He doesn't have to do anything. But people like Mickey Rourke, yeah, they go and destroy themselves. Although I got to give it to Stallone. Out of all of these lot, Stallone still juices up like crazy, and yet he still manages to hold on to it. Because Arnie's lost it all. He's gone. He's flabby and everything now, whilst Stallone somehow figured out the right juicing
Right
like
mix.
formula. Yeah, he figured out that he got some chemists to work
Jekyll
on
and
that.
Mr. Hyde shit.
Yeah, he's
What's your American martial arts expert?
Chuck Norris.
Chuck
Yes,
Norris. So he's selling some snake oil, isn't he?
He's been
He's
peddling
80.
shit for years. Yeah.
Well, I've
Yeah.
seen him. I've seen him. They're showing him. He's selling some sort of snake oil, and he's kicking and doing his fucking stuff. He's fucking out. He still looks like
Dude,
fucking asshole.
Chuck Norris looked like a 30-year-old at like 60. He's been in shape all his life almost, and
I don't
now
reckon
when
he's
he's in
ever
his
had any
80s.
steroids. He's mostly had no steroids.
I don't know. I don't think so because he's never had to really be that jacked up. He never
That's
had to be
it, isn't it?
jacked up like Stallone or Arnie or Van Damme. He was
Yeah, it was
he
never-
was
it was
he was an
never about
action
being big,
hero,
was
but he
it?
wasn't action
Yeah.
hero with all his muscles chiseled out.
He was a kickboxer's body back in the day. He was shredded.
So,
He had insane flexibility, and he
so
could
I mean,
kick you in the
I mean,
face.
has nobody here ever heard of Jack LaLanne?
Sure.
Of course.
Yeah. I saw him flog a juicer once on late night TV, like QVC. or
I mean
something.
that dude was like 500 years old, and
Yeah.
like
Yeah, he was. He was at least 400 years old when he was selling juice. I swear to God, that guy, it was insane. Didn't he die running or something?
the person that they keep bitching about that was like 500 years old and getting Social Security, that was Jack LaLanne.
Yeah, that probably was.
More in the
Yeah, he was-
1400s.
He was doing commercials and selling his shit, and then he just died. Like there was no time
Yeah.
of him being out of the media, sick in bed. I think he would just
Yeah,
died
he
mid
just
workout.
Boom.
He never stopped.
That's the best way to go, man. Best way to go. I don't want some debilitating, slow death.
And I want to say that, like,
I know.
the Dan Aykroyd doing the Bassomatic on Saturday Night Live, the juicer thing, was based on old 1970s Jack LaLanne juicing shit. So, the guy was doing it forever, man.
Yeah.
Brandon, you were saying?
Well, I mean, I know I started getting Botox because I got tired of the wrinkles on my balls. And so I started getting Botox injections in my balls, and now they are smooth as eggs. I'm telling you guys, you're going to have to try it.
It's
I'm
true.
really,
Oh, man.
really glad
Your
I asked you to
testimonial
finish.
means everything, dang.
Was that
Finish
shit
your
out.
statement.
Get out.
I actually had some.
Bloody hell.
That was
I had
Chappelle.
some lip injections, except they took it out of my ass and put it in my balls in order to smooth them out.
His balls are just eggs.
Ball talk. If you get your dog neutered, there is a surgery for that after the fact you can get nudicles installed, so the dog feels like it still has testicles, and
I thought you were going to say that you could request them in a little jar and keep them by your bed.
I feel like if Smoke Wife was watching, she would be asking to change the subject now.
Are
Oh,
you
she-
speaking for her last dance?
I'm channeling
That's
her.
not
I'm
a good
speaking
idea.
for her.
How dare you assume her opinion?
I'm just guessing.
Too much
many
testicle
opinions.
conversation. let's move it. The actor
Well, there
thing
you
is all
go.
right though.
All right,
Fox,
everybody, get the balls out of your mouth. Let's change the next subject.
Fox makes a good point about the age factor with Trump. I mean, Trump is how old now? 78 or 79?
Too old.
How old
So-
is Trump? Good
It's
question.
not happening. It's not happening.
79.
That's not the Simpsons character,
Wait,
right?
is this a prelude
Hey.
for another third term category?
I
Topic?
don't
Let's
know,
not
but
start again.
let me check the chip that Elon put in his head, and I'll let you know in just a second.
I don't think so.
Yeah, he's 78.
So, I mean,
George
is it
Burns is
true?
78? No.
Does the guy eat McDonald's that frequently?
Well, he has a Diet Coke with it, so remember that.
George Burns
Yeah.
is dead, guys. Stop
Dude,
playing
that's
with
the
my
best
feelings.
diet because
Yes,
look at all the
George Burns is
preservatives.
dead.
It's clearly preserving him, so it works.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at didn't you guys see some guy who had a cheeseburger in his pocket for like 30, 40 years or something?
Yeah,
It
I
was
saw
still
that one.
preserved. So, I mean, I guess the
about-
same formula works on the human.
Okay,
But I do believe
What kind of a
I do
psychopath
believe
keeps a
George.
cheeseburger in his pocket for fucking 30 years?
I say closet, not pocket.
Well,
No,
it was
no,
in
it was
his coat
in his
pocket,
Pocket
in his
the
closet. Yeah,
Oh,
he forgot it in his coat
can I-
pocket.
All right.
Yeah,
All right.
can,
All
can
right.
can I give a Diet Coke story, please? Very funny.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, here we go.
Oh. So I used to work. I used to work on my mate's burger van, helping him out occasionally.
slinging burgers?
Yeah, doing like breakfast rolls, all that sort of shit.
Wow.
Anyway, we a typical customer for an obese woman would be she's about 40, 50, obese, and she'd come up to the burger van. She'd ask for a Texas burger that was basically 2 quarters, egg and bacon, obviously in a bath, and then she'd have fries with that. And then she'd look in the fridge and she'd go, "You got no Coke?" Literally, like devastation in her face. She's like, "Oh, I can't drink real Coke." I'm thinking, you're just swallowing 3,000 fucking calories,
Right.
and now you're
Yeah.
worrying about a Coke.
Was she from America?
Diet Coke. She
Nah,
wanted a
yeah,
Diet.
the Diet Coke, yeah. But no, there's plenty of British ones, mate.
Yeah.
She's a
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
All right, guys,
Oh, yeah.
I'm going.
Yeah.
Good night.
What's
All right.
up?
Good
Oh,
night,
take
Doc.
care, Brandon.
Sorry
Have a
for
good
your
week.
feelings about the
See you,
diet
buddy.
sodas.
Take care.
Good night.
Been a pleasure. I'll be perfectly honest with you though, DW, Welshie. It's the sugar in the regular Coke. I mean, you can consume about 8,000 calories worth of a burger, but that sugar in that Coke.
Well, we got water, but they won't drink water either. They just want their
Oh,
Diet
God
Coke.
forbid. You can't
I mean?
subject that poor
And,
woman
and,
to
and, 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 and the only thing I could work out about it half the time was some sort of calorie thing, diet works.
I think some people are Diet Coke people. Trump,
Yeah,
again.
yeah.
I
A
believe
lot of
Trump's
fat
a Diet
people.
Coke
A lot
guy.
of fat people, as I noticed.
Yeah, they are. It's
Oh.
a useless beverage. You might as well.
No wonder you're defending it.
What?
What,
He's
Trump?
drinking some right now. No, Banksy's drinking diet soda right now.
No, Sprite. It's a zero. It's a Sprite Zero.
Wait, Sprite.
Sprite Zero. Now, the reason I go for Sprite or 7-Up is because
Like what in mind?
the Cokes, unfortunately, although I love Pepsi and Coke, they stain your teeth. Whilst the 7-Up
They'll eventually fall out, though.
Yeah, I mean, I'm waiting on that one. But for now that I've got them, I like them to be relatively white, and I don't have to then bleach my teeth that often because Sprite doesn't stain your teeth. Also, coffee and tea, of course, they stain your teeth.
They just need to bring back Crystal Pepsi so that they can whiten your teeth when you drink them.
Yes.
Let me ask you this, Hafez. Why don't you have just seltzer, man, like a lemon lime seltzer that's got no fake sweeteners? It's just water, carbonation, and a little bit of flavor.
What's fun with that?
Tastes like crap. It tastes like
It's
crap.
not, yeah. Essentially, what you have is a seltzer with the things I just named, but with artificial sweeteners.
That is true. It has like enough, aspartame in there to probably kill 14 people. But
that's good for you.
I'm just going for it. It's just I don't know. No, you're right, Steve. I've done it. I've tried like other alternative carbonated. It's the bitterness of the carbonated water that I can't stand, and unfortunately, I have to. I'll probably have to just add more sugar myself. Or what? Those things, stevia.
No.
I use them sometimes as well, and they're all right. But
I
in
like
all honesty, yeah, it's all horrible stuff. I've got to stop drinking.
I like that smoke stevia. That stuff is it's all right, you know.
Smoke
I
stevia.
haven't had that version of it.
Trademarked.
Sometimes it's a little bit too sweet.
Yeah, stevia with THC. That would be a good product for a drink sweetener. Oh, yeah.
All right.
Cannabis.
All the hippies in California are going to start having psychedelic effects.
Right.
It must be cold back where you are, Steve. I'm not hearing your oscillating fan going.
It is, yeah. In fact, it's like 35 degrees here. So
Wow.
yeah, almost zero for you guys in Celsius, a little above zero. It's
Damn.
cold.
That's unusual.
It sucks. We're getting gypped out of a nice. Like 3 weeks ago, I had my guitar out on the deck. I'm jamming, had the shirt off, just playing
Oh.
guitar all day in the sun. Since then, it's been rain, cold, frost at night.
Been like spring.
It's been. I'm on the northern side of all the cold fronts, and you guys down south are getting all the nice weather, man. It's bizarre. There's this split going on,
I haven't gotten nice weather. It's been
been
cold and
rain.
rainy.
It's been rain.
Cold and
It
rain.
has been? Okay.
Tomorrow
It's-
starts to warming up.
I am shocked. For once, a guy from Britain can say it's been awesome here. It was a beautiful day today.
Yeah,
Sunny,
that's-
although it's still a bit on the cold side, but sunny all day, blue skies. It was
It was 20. It
unbelievable.
was 20 degrees 2 days ago.
I know. We consider that like summertime. We walk around without shirts at that point. So
Yep. Yeah, these guys talking about honey. Honey is great. Yeah, I love honey.
What?
And
Yeah.
that medical honey, Medi honey, you can put on wounds.
Manuka,
Yeah,
Manuka honey. Yeah, I get that all the time.
that stuff's great.
It is.
They even make a version you could like put if you have a wound near your mouth or whatever that it's not going to, there's one type you're not supposed to put near your mouth and then another that you can, but it's all good. They give that shit to cancer patients. But it's,
Well, Manuka honey.
well, whatever the antiseptic honey is, we call it Medi honey here. It's a product.
It does. I mean, Manuka, which is the ones I get, does have a slight medicine-y taste to it. It's not the same as other honeys. It's it's relatively expensive considering, but it is ever since I a friend of mine recommended it to me about like 2018, and I've been buying it literally for Christmas presents for all my family almost every year, and my mom and everyone, and it has reduced the amount of times we catch colds. And
You
bad
actually
colds.
consume that. Okay.
Oh yeah, we put it on toast. The funny thing is, I've heard if you mix it in with like tea or coffee, it destroys or it nullifies the medicinal aspect of it. But if you actually consume it by like putting it on toast or just consume it whole without putting it in boiling water, then you get the full medicinal benefit from it. Check it out, Manuka honey on. There's a guy called Manuka Doctor. In fact, I've got one in my shopping cart on Amazon right now. I'm gonna buy it. If you are gonna buy it though, don't buy anything less than like 200, 300 MGOs. The 100 MGO, I'll be honest, it's okay, but you might as well just get regular honey.
See,
just
the product
look at
I'm
the
talking
MGO
about.
rate.
The product I'm talking about, Medi honey, is Manuka honey. I just looked it up. It's the same exact thing. And yeah, this is a topical antiseptic, which a wound care product. So it's the same thing you're taking. Really, what a product. You can take it internally. You can use it on a scratch, a burn, whatever. That's
Absolutely. It's
cool stuff.
amazing. Honey has no expiry date. Apparently, they dug up like 3,000-year-old jar of honey or something in Japan or China somewhere, and they just ate it, and it was fine. It's crazy.
It crystallizes, but that's only because it loses its moisture, but it's still just.
It doesn't actually go off.
It's dehydrated
amazing.
honey, but yeah.
Yes. It
Pretty
is
cool
really
stuff. Hey, that's it, right? Medi honey?
There's this honey as well in Asia. I can't remember much on the story, but
Honey
it was
wound gel.
It was hallucinogenic, and it hit them very quickly because it'd be like taking a dab of acid or something under your tongue. It wasn't as immediate as that, but it was definitely within 5 minutes.
Yeah, Joe Rogan took some of that on his show. And he
I've
tripped a
seen
little
that
bit.
as well. Yeah, I
That's
see
the
that.
shit. They
How is this
collect
the first time I'm hearing of this? What?
Yeah,
It's a
yeah.
hallucinogenic honey, but if you take too much, it's like potentially toxic. So you got to be careful with it.
What are
I
they
think
eating?
it's from the Himalayas. I want to say.
Yes, I believe so.
Right.
Yeah. So,
Wow.
yeah, basically in a certain region where they work off certain flowers, the locals there, I watched them catch it basically, and yeah, it's a specialized profession, and only obviously certain areas or nests will
Producer.
give that a hallucinogenic, and it's very strong. I mean, to get a hit within 5 minutes of taking a dab, like 2-3 minutes.
Yeah, gotta get
You
it.
know?
Gotta get in there.
Could you
Because I-
imagine mixing that into the local supply, just to screw with your township or something?
Just 2 drops of spicy honey.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, that's what this manuka is. Manuka it comes from New Zealand exclusively because there's a particular plant in New Zealand that these bees get the
I believe that's
nectar
the name of the plant.
Manuka. Yeah,
Makes sense.
yeah, that's probably it.
That's
But
what
yeah,
this
it only
plant is from.
it only
Spending
comes
it
from
with
New Zealand
security.
because that's where these bees get
Only
this
from New Zealand.
plant and they can actually then make the honey out of. So whatever the plant is in that particular region is what the bees essentially make honey out of, and
So
and
the
it's
bees
awesome.
in Australia, they believe, have developed to be quite sturdy against diseases. So a lot of the problems you get in North America, they're buying Australian bees too, because they're supposed to be much hardier with pests. And it's funny, all these bees are developing in different ways to, and these Australian origin, or should we say ethnically origin bees, seem to be like they're saying it's like a different subspecies. Well, it seems like all animals can do it, but humans can't, can they?
Huh. Maybe it's a simpler organism can adapt quicker. I mean,
maybe we're just told bollocks.
yeah.
No.
The same thing with in the 80s and probably mostly in the 80s, maybe early 90s, how Africanized killer bees were going to be spreading up the United States. And
I remember that.
And, where are the bees? I haven't
I'm not complaining at all, man. We got the murder hornets already.
I think they've eradicated those completely.
Okay.
There's the murder hornets.
Murder.
Yeah, there were Japanese giant hornets. I think they were.
No, well, we still have the Asian hornets. They're still.
I still see them. I still see videos of them. Yeah, I didn't know if they were in the United States, but I do see the videos.
They exist still. That they've been, I think, extirpated. I'm not sure. Maybe that's the word from the United States.
They make me extricate myself when they get close enough.
They found some of them in California, Oregon area, something like that. They're huge.
Yeah, they look like thing of nightmares. I mean,
they'll hang out in the fig trees. Like they'll guard them because they like the figs. So,
dear God,
when you're hunting for the figs, you got to get ready for it.
What do you think? Maybe a tennis racket would be a good defense.
Only if you're wearing a suit, because they're not by themselves. They have a watchman. So, like, if you take one out, you better run like a bitch.
Yeah.
Well, everyone's seen the videos when the bees boil them up, don't they? It's just amazing sort of bit of nature, isn't it?
Yeah.
When the
bees will, like, when these giant hornets attack a beehive, the bees will all encase the massive hornet, or even with wasps, with other bees, and they'll cause the invader to overheat and die. So
they vibrate, and then
I don't know if it's friction or body heat or a combination of both.
No, they start vibrating, and then the vibrations create.
Yeah, and the body heat and all that. But I think between the hornet dying and the bee dying, it's only about 3/4 of a degree. It's very close for the bees to die as well.
Sure.
But it just so happens the hornet dies a little bit
sooner.
A little less on the temperature. Only like not much. Literally, I think it's like a degree or 3/4 degree difference.
But the thing is, soldier bees, same as soldier ants, they're usually geared to die anyway. I mean, they usually
Yeah,
just throw
yeah, yeah.
themselves. They just, it's crazy how they just throw their bodies at at everything.
Sure.
Yeah, it's they really are committed to the job.
Yeah. I mean, is it true they say that local honey can like help with allergies? That's I don't know if that's like an old wives' tale. If you buy
I've heard.
honey that's collected from flowers in your area that like are allergens, then especially things like goldenrod is wicked popular with bees, butterflies, and it's a horrendous allergen. I mean, if I'm wondering, I have tons of that shit around here. If you can get goldenrod honey, is that going to help with the those affected by the pollen? Certainly.
I mean, if you get a lot of bees, there's like a commercial bee sort of hive sort of station thing, and it may be a bit of a cop out, but it's really convenient for people who are just starting out. Yeah, you literally just turn a tap at the bottom and it releases all the honey.
That sounds
yeah,
epic.
it's all plastic, by the way, but it's really, really, really good. So yeah, they've sort of made it so it's very much sort of hands off as such, or not much to do, and it produced loads of honey.
Sure. Anyone ever had mead? I think mead is a Viking booze they made from honey, right? Fermented honey and water.
Yeah, I've heard of it. I think I've drunk it.
You've had it? What is it? Is it sweet?
I don't know. I think I've had it. I'm not 100%. I've heard of it.
Yeah, it has a honey taste to it, and it is it can taste sweet. It's not full of honey. It's
boozy,
but you can make they can make it as strong as they want. It can be.
So it's distilled, or is it just fermented?
I think it's fermented.
Okay, so it's like a beer, basically, a strong beer or whatever.
Yep.
Someone says it's honey vegan. I mean, technically, you don't kill any bees.
No, it's a product of an animal, though.
Right.
There's a vegan here. Is honey vegan?
Typically, most people would say no, it's not.
There you go.
Because it's animal product at the end of the day.
Right. The bees make honey for their own purposes, not for you to steal it.
They're just miserable people, aren't they?
Oh yeah.
So
Jason says they don't have souls, so it's okay.
Yep.
Gingers as well.
But bees don't have souls, or vegans?
He said both. Yeah, both.
But the funny thing is,
I agree.
A vegan will eat organisms, for example, yeast and yogurt. No, but not yogurt, because obviously it's dairy, but yeast for sure.
It can be a non-dairy yogurt.
Yeast bridges the line between plant and animal. So it's not typically it is considered vegan.
What about boogers?
Okay.
Boogers? If they're your own big boogers, that's okay.
But it's a byproduct of an animal. I don't understand.
You can,
but it's you. It's like eating your fingernail.
If you want to eat your finger, it's okay.
Back to testicle talk. I'm out on the booger.
Banksy, because Gingers was just mentioned, I've seen this meme. There's a little video of 3 white blokes that have are converted to the peaceful ones, and they're walking down the street in like a skirt and some like hoodie.
Oh yes,
You've seen it. I knew if I
know the fat guy. I know the fat ginger guy. His name is Issa. He used to come to Speaker's Corner. I've met him multiple times.
If I bring that up, it's hilarious. I looked at it again today, and I thought that's all I said in my brain was gingers.
It's the gingers seem to love the religion of peace. I don't know what it is. I don't know whether it's a particular draw towards that religion.
Well, it's the converts, isn't it? Or the
they love it.
Like this,
yeah, but the gingers seem to love that crap. They just eat that religion up.
It's
I don't know what it
hilarious.
is.
If I can find this video, it's hilarious. What will I search for? Them?
I have no idea, dude. Because I've seen it, but it was like what it was labeled under.
I
Just
think
ginger Muslims.
I think it's just they just like it because there's a chance that they'll be able to cut somebody's head off and not go to jail.
Someone will like them.
Yeah, gingers are, I guess, a special kind of psycho. I don't know, but special kind of sociopath. No, I personally, my theory is gingers are. I mean, especially in Britain. I mean, I know you guys in America, you call them redheads and you kind of like them, but in Britain, they are the most ridiculed individuals at school ever. And I think it's all those years of torment and bullying in which they finally join the religion of peace because they they kind of welcome them in. They're like, oh, it's okay, you're a white token man, we can use you in our propaganda material, so please come join our religion.
Well, I mean, how can I say this? A ginger female essentially looks like naked, like she spilled a bowl of SpaghettiOs on her lap. You know what I'm saying?
What the fuck?
Because of the.
Oh, that's a first.
Yeah.
SpaghettiOs
On her lap?
Does it have the
Gotta-
mini hot dogs?
Man, oh man,
You gotta use your imagination.
I may be
meatballs.
confessing. I may be confessing too much, but I've got a special thing in my heart for gingers. I don't know why, because I think I lost my virginity. Well, I did lose my virginity to a ginger, and they've just been in a special place in my heart now ever since. I just love redheaded women, especially the natural ones, not these like dyed crap. No. It has the curtain must match. The carpets must match the drapes. It has to be.
Yeah, the fire never goes out fully on your first flame. So, if she was your first, I could see that. Now, Topple, you mentioned Juliana Moore earlier, right?
Yes.
She's a ginger, I think,
I'm not against gingers.
and she's
I'm
smoking.
not against gingers.
Yeah,
not
she's
like
all
he's
right.
against everybody else.
I guess there's like gingers, and then there's gingers. Like there's redheads, and then there's like super red. Who'd we lose?
Well, Banksy, I found one of the clips. It's the two gingers going into the Muslim restaurants, and they're like crazy as fuck. So I might bring it forward.
Welcome to the party, Hells.
Oh, thank you.
Hell's bells.
What's going on?
What's up, buddy?
What is the current topic? Gingerbread men?
We're on gingers now.
All right, what do you think of ginger, Sills?
That's a redhead.
I'll wait. We got time.
I love me some redheads. They are the beautiful, crazy, that keeps it interesting. 100%. I'm down with them.
All right.
Fair enough. Fair
Like
enough.
it.
Delicate
We,
crazy.
were,
May not the
we had a Russian guy on earlier. I think he might have
was
been
the
your
Russian
long lost
guy?
cousin.
He was the Russian guy.
I think he might have been long lost cousin of Hell's.
Yeah,
Why do you
Lance.
say that?
Lance
Lance
the
is
Russian.
Russian?
Well,
he was
definitely
British.
had an Eastern European accent. I'll say that.
I'd say it's more of a Western European one.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
Western European? What, like France?
like even farther west.
It's the western part of Eastern Europe.
Yes. Anyone for a ginger beer? Yeah. Too sweet.
I mean, it depends on which one. Yeah,
Never
I
had
like
one.
Bundabergs.
Yeah,
It's
in
all
the
right.
back-
It's just freaking sweet, man.
Can't say I've ever had one.
Again, there's a drink you can make with them if you get some of that Gosling's black rum. You fill the glass about 3/4 full of rum and just put a drop of that ginger beer on top. That's a nice drink. That's ginger, dark and stormy, they call that. Very
That
nice.
sounds powerful.
Talking about gingers, Steve, I've put it in the back chat.
Back
Oh.
chat.
Mhm, right in the back.
Oh, we
Hey,
already.
can you share that? Last Dance. I'll end up showing my DMs or something dumb.
All right,
Let's keep the eggplants out of this.
because I never make mistakes.
Well, yeah, I mean, true.
To be fair, last dance, you got your trigger finger happy all the time on the exit line.
That video is 4 minutes long.
Oh, don't play the 4 minutes. Just play the first minute and a half. I mean, it gets so cringeable. I mean, after about a minute and a half.
I know you get Mashallah. Bro, I've been missing something massive. I've been a Muslim 9 years. And I've been missing a full English breakfast.
Oh, yeah.
I got a solution.
He doesn't look like he's missed too many of them.
This is halal.
Aisha, the Capo's calls Aisha. Look, Aisha's cap.
I get it.
He needs to miss a few more meals.
Look at the tank come down here now.
Let me come in here, bro.
Hello, sausage.
They're not showing his full
There's
width.
no such thing.
Oh,
the prophet said there's no
Halal
such thing
sausage.
as bacon. No such thing as halal sausage. We're going to prove you wrong, brothers and sisters. Come with us.
No, there is
Follow that
no
guy there.
such
Follow that
thing
guy.
as halal bacon. You use that
is Aisha's
nasty
cup.
turkey
We do one of the
bacon
best
crap.
halal
It
breakfasts
tastes
in
like
the
shit.
Guys,
No,
I'm excited
there is
for
no
all the
substitute for pork when it comes to bacon. You are
The old-
sacrileging. You are heathens, heretics.
Beef bacon isn't too bad. It's hard to find, but it's
In a decent country, you would be taken to the wall and shot for having turkey bacon.
There's a McGrundy attitude.
While they fuck their bacon up, they do have like a
Gingers, though, lads. Gingers.
Like you're eating like at a restaurant. Like,
All right, last dance.
Yeah, that's enough.
All done?
Full
Kill it.
English.
Hells, your
Yeah.
mic is really low, dude.
They
Your
didn't
mic
blow
is
up the
low.
place yet.
Okay.
I can turn you up. You don't have to worry.
I just feel sorry for her, Aisha.
Yeah, Aisha, of all the
Let
names.
me know my levels, right?
You're
Yep,
right.
I got you.
Just you might get talked over easy. That's all.
I actually went into an IHOP in Dubai and I ordered the breakfast there and I was eating it. Now the pancakes, amazing. But I was eating this sausage and this thing that was supposedly a bacon. And I said to my friend, I said, why does the bacon and sausage here taste like shit? And then I realized this isn't pork. This is because it's Dubai. They don't sell pork in Dubai.
Do they give you a discount if you only have one leg?
I mean, is that true? I know the pork market would be non-existent there, but is it legal to sell pork to the tourists? Tourists can have alcohol in Dubai.
You can't have any pork products.
Black
But you
It's
can have
banned in the
alcohol, right?
country. You can have alcohol. Yes. You can buy an Instagram model to defecate on your chest, or you can defecate on their chest, but you
This
can't
went
have a
south very
pork. You
fast
can't have
from
a bacon sandwich.
So alcohol is more allowable than pork, but to them.
They're still illegal. It's still illegal.
No, you
I mean-
have to have your anti-Muslim, or not anti-Muslim, but you have to have your non-Muslim card if you're
Yeah.
long term.
Yeah.
I mean, there were some Westerners recently that's been sent to jail because she was noshing him off in the back of the cab, and Mr. Mohammedan wasn't happy at all.
You
And
can't nosh your boyfriend off in the back of. In fact,
Can we
even
define
in
nosh?
this
I-
country, if anyone was
agree.
noshing,
I agree, but this was in fucking Dubai, the dumb fucks.
yeah, but what kind of degenerate do you have to be to have
know.
to blow your boyfriend in the back of a cab?
Okay, notching is with the mouth. Got it.
You have to be
Notching is a
drunk.
Mouth experience. Yes.
Yeah, that's foolish beyond belief.
It is, isn't it? I mean, I mean, it's just, it's degenerate and disgusting in so many ways. Unless you're about 20, I suppose.
I'd probably eat bacon instead.
But the reality is, to do it in Dubai, you've got to be really thick, really, really low IQ.
I mean, look at
Challenge
Jesus Christ! Look at what Otto Warmbier did in North Korea. He stole a propaganda poster, right?
Yeah.
And
Killed him,
they,
didn't they? In the end, well, they
they sent him back.
Korea.
And he was basically a vegetable when
Well,
he got back.
they basically beat him. to
Fuck
death.
him.
Yeah.
Fuck him, dude. That guy was a piece of shit to begin
No,
with. From my
I
understanding.
will say this. I have no sympathy. I don't know if you guys have recently seen, there's a guy called Vitali. He's a Russian like influencer, live
Oh
streamer,
yeah.
whatever the hell he is. He was effing around. Actually, I can swear, right? Fucking around in Philippines. He started stealing policemen's hats and just doing all sorts of fuckeries. He is now going to go down for at least 5 to 10 years.
No. That was that Johnny Somali.
No. That's that Johnny Somali was in South Korea, where every time someone saw him and recognized him, in fact, gangs were trying to figure out where he is to beat the shit out of him. They were regularly beating the shit out of him wherever he would live stream because that asshole deserved every punch he got.
Yeah.
But no, this is Vitali. This is a different guy. He's a
I don't
Russian
like
guy.
it either.
They are just the most annoying, obnoxious, butt assholes. Personally, every time I see a live streamer out in the streets annoying a citizen going about their day, I personally think they should have the shit kicked out of them instantly. In
Well, they
fact,
were,
police
yeah, weren't
units should be sent out just to beat the shit out of live streamers that are annoying the citizens.
Let me
But
give
not
you
on their
the
chest, right?
let me give you the context. Johnny Somali's this
No,
kid
okay.
that will. Sorry, what were you saying, RW?
No.
The moment's passed. It's okay.
No, you go.
Just give you
You
some
wanna-
context. This guy will go into like a South Korean restaurant or even just a cab, and he'll just drop a bottle of beer on purpose on the floor. I've seen him do it on his live,
That-
and he just
that
does it
sucks.
for like content shit. It's like harvesting, really. It's literally
You want something a little bit better than that? There's a
I
guy
know.
on TikTok or something that goes to gang members and like throws down gang signs and like says really
Seen it.
dumb shit. And they pull out these
Oh.
fucking automatic pistols and is like they're gonna kill this guy. And he's just like, I'm just kidding, and runs away. You're like,
Yeah,
that's
I
not
don't
gonna
know.
work all the time, dude.
I think some of those are staged.
Yeah, that's my first thought. Like, I don't know how many
No.
people have the balls to actually do that.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
I
They
mean-
don't look staged to me, man. These guys are legit.
Some,
Yeah,
some
they may be
I'm-
legit, but he could have come up to him first and be like, "Hey, man, let me give you guys like $200, and we're
Well,
gonna."
that's what that Joey
Maybe.
something did, didn't he? What was that YouTuber from years back? Joey, someone he paid these homies money to beat up his car. He left his car with some Trump stickers on it.
Oh,
it's
yes,
all coming back
yeah.
to me.
Was
all coming
it,
back to me.
was it Joey or was it Fuzi Tube or
No,
one
it
of
was
these?
Joey someone. It was Joey. He basically destroyed him because what happened, he paid like maybe 10 of them to beat up this Trump car. And then people, because he done it in like a flat area. It was surrounded by flats. And it wasn't just one person that filmed it.
A bunch
like
of people recorded it. Yeah.
Two different videos from other clips. And it it just showed him paying them. He paid them and everything. Like, and yeah, Joe.
Yeah,
anyway.
they pretend to do these. I mean, admittedly, you're right. A lot of these so-called social experiment assholes who supposedly go out there and do some wacky crap to see what happens. Most of them are fake. Most of them are set up. A lot of them, especially involving women, it's all set up. It's all fake. But these idiots, you see, the problem is that started to get exposed that a lot of this stuff was fake. So people weren't really getting the clicks anymore for those things. So these idiots like Johnny Somali and Vitali and all these other assholes, now they're going to what they would consider to be kind of third world countries, although South Korea isn't really third world, but countries where people are so polite, because it started all in Japan, where people are really polite in Japan, on the tubes, on the buses, they don't talk, they're very nice, very calm, very well behaved. These assholes would behave like absolute douchebags, and people wouldn't really react because they're like, we're polite here. So they wouldn't like violently behave badly towards them, or they wouldn't even call the police half the time. So they thought they could get away with this shit in other places. So they got away with it in Japan, and eventually some of them got deported from Japan. In fact, Johnny Somali got deported from Japan. So he started going to South Korea, Philippines, other places where they thought, oh, these Asians, they're all passive. They're all the same. They didn't realize in Philippines, they will fuck you up. They will absolutely, you can't pull that shit in every Asian country. Some places they will machete you.
I wish you went to China to do that. That would have been interesting.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. They don't. They know enough not to go
No
to
shit.
Oh no, they're not going to pull that shit in China because they know they're gonna throw them in a hole where no one will ever find them for the next 1,000
Fuck
years.
around, find out it's real. It'd be like trying to do that shit in Thailand. Like, dude, like you could be
That's
there
what
a
I mean.
very short amount of time, and like, hey, a 100 baht, somebody disappeared.
Yeah, in Thailand, in Cambodia, they don't fuck around in those countries. They went to countries where they thought they could get away with it because they got away with it in Japan.
So another thing that Smiley did, he kissed a statue in, I think it was South Korea, and it was a female, and it meant a lot. It meant a lot to the Koreans. I can't remember the details of it.
It was about those statues represented the victims that were raped and killed by the Japanese invasion, I believe. So,
Right.
and then he desecrated that by kissing the statue and kind of like sexualizing the
So
statue.
it would be like me going up to, you know, like him going up to the Winston Churchill statue and stuff, like, you know.
Yeah, or
defecating on
some
it,
monuments in
kissing it or
America
jumping over
and
it.
start humping it or some shit. You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
I mean, and the thing is, at this stage, this twat knew that everything he does is highly watched at the moment, and he's criticised on it because he's a streamer. So you know, basically, you get caught doing everything. You know, everything, you know, you get caught, don't you, streaming? So it's like, why would you do any of these antics? But of course, it's all content. Sort of just engaging
It's
content
the
bullshit.
clicks. It's all about the clicks. It's all about you know, the numbers, the viewers.
But he has been getting
And-
hit every time in South Korea recently. There's literally
Oh yeah,
people
yeah.
like Banksy
I think
said.
he's arrested
So-
now. No, Johnny Somali got arrested in South Korea now. He's actually up for charges.
Good fucking
Potentially, he might face a couple of years in prison. But Vitali, because I watch a couple of guys called Aberrant Preach. I don't know if you guys have come across their stuff. They're really good, and they potentially in Philippines, Vitali could go down to maybe 20 years.
And what's he
5
do?
years for each charge, and there's like 3-4 of them. As I said, he stole a police officer's. Well, he didn't steal it. He got on a police officer's motorbike and started rolling it down the street, and then brought it back up and tried to give the police officer a hug. And the guy's like, "What the fuck you doing?" And then he stole another police officer's hat and ran away with it. And he's messed around with some security guards and stole another security guard's hat.
This went on for
Just
about a week.
childish shit like
So
that.
his whole spiel is being an asshole. Somewhere?
Yes, that's
Yeah,
what
yeah.
all of these assholes are. Their whole shtick is to be the biggest douche that you can possibly be.
That's a lot of like my position on it. Is like I understand like if you're just ignorant, you're like American, you don't understand the culture, and you like make a dick out of yourself. But when you intentionally are going out of your way to be a dick, like,
yeah.
Jason,
Speaking
just
of
real
dicks,
quick.
Aphid Lip just came on.
Hey.
Yeah, welcome, buddy.
So that's my cue.
What's up, Aphid?
Jason was saying that the
Dude, I like the setup behind you, by the way.
Oh, thank you, man. Thank you.
You know, funnily enough, for a split second, I thought that Hells was Vance, but not the same guy.
Can we change the subject, please, to Gavin Newsom, please?
Wait. Before you switch.
Gavin Newsom's son left the chat though.
So you guys are talking about content that you guys don't like. Jason brought up the point that he really gets bothered by the people that do the First Amendment stuff, where they like try and get cops to arrest them.
Yeah.
By
Auditors.
The same
I
people
know
that drove
that
that
the
glass.
panel is split here though, because some people really enjoy that material.
Yeah.
Lance. Sorry.
So
not Lance.
I would suggest that some people on this panel haven't really seen all auditors. They've just seen one side of it. And there is a very good side to auditing by certain American auditors and very few UK auditors. But there is an element. I mean, like I keep on saying with Honour Your Oath, he walks to the City Hall with a cardboard sign that says, God bless the homeless veterans. That's it. He does it under the American flag, he does it at City Hall, and they freak out.
But does he
say,
cut his material? Does he edit his material to make it look in
no,
his favor?
No. You can't keep on doing that because you'd see the cuts. He literally just plays it. So what he does, he sticks a camera close by, right? So he doesn't film. So he's not got a camera. He literally sticks his camera somewhere propped up, and that's literally it. And he uses a mic, so you always get you get a far away picture, but you get the audio. Yeah, that's how
I
he
mean,
works it. So they don't know they're being filmed.
Well, I
But-
follow
but-
a guy called DJE Media. I think his
Yeah, I
name's
know, he's a British
Dan.
guy.
Yeah, brilliant guy. But look, first of all, yes, he's kind of an auditor, but he also wants to fly his drone over certain areas where he gets these amazing shots. I mean, and he also has an app that tells him where he's allowed to fly his drone.
Yeah,
So he
drone
never flies
assist.
it in places he's not allowed to. He's always within the law. He's always doing everything right. And he actually goes and tells people, look, I'm about to fly my drone in
but-
this area. I hope you guys are okay.
Yeah,
with
but
all
but
that."
his plan is once again though. I mean, I like his content. I watch his content, but his plan again is to get clicks and views, right? So like he will go right up to the basically when you go to Drone Assist, chaps, there'll be sections, especially London, you're not allowed to go on it. He'll go literally 20 foot across that line, all the way across. So technically, he's not in the banned area.
No, he's not. He always follows within the
I
flight
know.
path
I'm saying
of
that.
where he's
I'm
allowed.
saying technically he's correct, but it'd be like going 73 mile an hour, knowing you won't get done speeding. You get done speeding at 75. He just literally just he just
Okay, sure, he pushes the edge, but to be honest with you,
So the
for some of the
difference is,
footage he has to
it's
get.
I'm not all about the footage. I'm all about the purpose, because a lot of people on this chat think that it's just about clicks and views. And DJ is about clicks and views, but on your oath, he's not. He literally is about free speech, freedom of religion. So God bless. So
What does he
freedom of
do though?
religion.
What does he actually? He sets up a camera and then what? He has people engaged with him.
So then they don't want him outside City Hall. They don't want him outside City Hall. Remember, City Hall is public. It's under the American flag, and he'll stand on the public pavement, or on the property. Sorry, he'll stand on the property, and they'll ask him to leave the property because he's soliciting. He's not. He said he's soliciting. Not for
What does
money.
he do though? Does he preach religion? What does he actually do
Well,
to
no,
piss
no,
people
no,
off?
no. Well, that's it. He doesn't do anything to piss people off.
He just holds his sign.
He just holds a he
Oh,
holds a
he
cardboard
does have a
sign.
sign. He does have a sign.
He holds a cardboard sign which is no bigger than an A1 bit of paper, really. Oh, not A1 bit of paper. Sorry.
And what's written on it?
God bless the homeless veterans.
Okay. So as I said, he is doing something, and then
What
eventually
happens?
someone will approach.
Yeah. So what happens? They approach and then they threaten with arrest. So they'll say they'll officially trespass you. He's like, I don't want to get arrested. So you'll say it. I don't want to get arrested. But if you're going to officially trespass me, give me an official trespass warning, which is in America. You've got to, if you're officially trespassed, then you do realize that you're opening yourself up for litigation, because you're trespassing me from the public property, City Hall, steps of City Hall, and he's been arrested about 6 times for doing exactly that. He's been doing that for years. And
So
he's
here's
taken a
one
few.
thing I've been
He's taken
noticing.
wait, let me finish off. He's taken a few to court, but he has won cases, but he generally doesn't take them to court, and he doesn't want to take them to court. He wants them to learn.
So I love that name. There are 4 lights. Fantastic. Because I post that. The thing is, I post that meme of Jean-Luc Picard saying there are 4 lights every time there's a trans post of any sort in my X feed. Every time I see some trans dude posting some shit, I just post that meme. There are 4 lights. You will never convince me you are a woman.
It's sort of a not as well known version of These Aren't the Droids You're Looking For, but it's basically the same sentiment,
It really is exactly the there are 4 lights thing. The whole thing about trans women is it's not that you're supposed to pretend they're women. It's that you're supposed to pretend they're women knowing they're men.
Yeah, lying. They want you to lie.
It's not that you're supposed to believe they're women. You know they're not women. You're supposed to pretend they're women.
And
So
you
it
have
really
to,
is-
and you have to love them too for being that.
Right.
The thing I actually got into this morning on the subject is when trans people were like, "Hey, denying, not accepting my identity equates to you saying that you don't want me to exist. Like you're denying my existence." That I just very fundamentally disagree with. Like, how do you like that'd be like me saying like you saying, "Oh, I want to identify as being tall," and I'm like, "Nah, you bitch, you're not tall. You're short." And then they turn around and say, "Oh, well, you said I'm not tall, therefore you're denying my right to exist." No, I just said you're not tall. Like, how does that equate to you not existing?
If I identify as 22 and you deny that I'm 22, you're denying my existence. It's insanity.
That connection. I'm like, that's axiologically just stupid.
Sure.
Look, try and look at it like this as well. Say you had an anorexic friend who's extremely anorexic, but they're convinced they're not. Would you encourage their mental disorder, right, by telling them not to eat? It's the same way you're telling. You're telling a bloke in a dress that they're a woman.
Oh, it's not the
right.
same.
It is.
Well, I mean,
I wouldn't take it that far, but
in the United States, they have the right to be and exist as whoever they want to be, and I full, endorse that. And freedom is very important to us Americans, as well as the freedom of me to feel about them however I fucking want to feel, and they can live their own life and be happy as whatever they want to do. I do not care. Doesn't affect me. Just let them be themselves there, and me be myself here, and I can say and do whatever I want because, like, they're protected, I'm protected. That's the Constitution.
But only on federal property. Like the terms of service for all these media like Discord, you don't have the right to deny the people on the internet on that platform. I don't know about YouTube or all this, but the internet is taking that away from us.
There is, Discord actually, it's a terms of service violation to discriminate based on identity.
I wouldn't discriminate against anybody. I would welcome them to be here.
No, but the thing is, it used to be a terms of services violation on X or Twitter as well. That they, if you didn't confirm someone's identity,
not even discrimination, just denying, just saying I don't believe you can't say that. That's a TOS.
And I'll be honest, I think it is kind of on YouTube as well. It's just YouTube, depending on your size of your channel and all that stuff, they kind of let certain things slide because it's just
Twitter's the only one left that allows trans debate now. Last Dance. Can I qualify what I said about the anorexic? Just like you wouldn't sort of encourage her not to eat, you wouldn't lie to her and say to her, "Look, you are fat. You need to not eat more or whatever." You wouldn't encourage her not to eat. Like at the same stage, because you wouldn't want to lie, would you? And you wouldn't want to lie to say to this person, because say for example, religious beliefs. You're forcing someone to lie.
Here's the difference to me. The reason I wouldn't encourage an anorexic person by pretending they're not is for their health.
They can
For
die.
a trans person, it's about my beliefs and my right to think as I like. Not, I don't
Very
care.
good point.
I don't care what they think. I just am not going to, agree with them just because it's important to them that I agree with them. That's not going to do it.
The thing, the problem with the let and let live attitude, although I'm 100%, I've literally got two friends that are trans. There's a girl from Speaker's Corner, Sophia Lewis, famously everyone kind of knows her. Lovely people, lovely person. I respect her. In fact, I'm referring to her as her right now because the fact is that she's done everything. She's top and bottom, everything she is. She's been fully trans. But she knows she's a man. I know she's a man or was a man. And she's she's done this in order to. But the main thing is the problem that I have with the trans thing at the moment, especially the ultra activists, is when women's spaces are now violated and women's safety are violated because of trans rights. So you have to violate women's rights in order to give the trans their right to access those
who gave them the rights? The women gave them the rights by voting far left.
Oh yeah, yeah, I know.
They
This is
voted for all
100%
these parties.
feminism.
So
fault.
they've literally caused their own
I have
fault.
no sympathy for the feminists who voted for all of this and ushered in this insanity. But
They don't
what I'm
want to
saying
take
is,
responsibility
when
for
it
it either.
comes to a trans person and their their rights to do certain things that involve going into women's spaces or violating women's rights, that's where I have to draw the line and say, no, I'm sorry, you can't go into a boxing match with a woman, you can't run against a woman, you can't weightlift against a woman in a professional setting, you can't swim against a woman. I know you want to live your life, but there are lines and you can't cross these lines now.
To be honest with you, why not take the attitude to say, well, go on then. Why don't you fucking box the women? Box the women. See, basically by saying, well, reap what you sow, basically, isn't it?
Well,
I mean,
are you saying that the trans man should just box women because the trans woman? Sorry, but no. The thing is, you see, as much as I know that feminism
that way, the females might wake up. The females
they
actually
have.
might wake
There's
up.
a lot
No,
of
they're not. They're not.
there.
The female boxing a man, she's not going to wake up for a while, bro.
But the female population as a whole might wake up a little bit and realise that actually they're voting for their own demise in their own sports.
Yeah, but as well as you know, there are TERFs out there who are like trans exclusionary feminists. But the fact of the matter is that as a society as a whole, what I'm trying to say is that there are certain things that you cannot. I can never be an NBA player. Okay, that has never been on the cards for me from day one. That doesn't matter how much I like to identify as an NBA player, it's not going to happen. So I have to accept that lot and leave that particular avenue of expression alone, because certain things are not going to happen for you. So if you decide to become a woman as a man, you have to know there are certain red lines which unfortunately you will not be able to participate in, and women's sports is, I think, one of those things.
Can we all agree here that we would totally watch Banksy if he was subbed into an NBA game? We would all watch that game.
I would actually pay money to see that.
As I get crushed by those monstrous 7 foot.
He would look like Danny DeVito. He'd be like Danny DeVito, wouldn't he? Compared to him.
He'd look like Muggsy Bogues. Muggsy Bogues was like 5'5", and he held his own out there with those guys.
Absolutely.
Also, another player by the name of Spud Webb. Yeah,
Spud Webb was one of my childhood heroes,
and he could dunk, and he was like 5'7", dude.
In the spirit of the subject, though, could Bugsy be in the WNBA instead of the NBA? Just to give it that little twist.
He would.
He'd have a better chance. I'll give you that.
I'd watch.
I don't think you have a chance either way. Like
he wouldn't be the most masculine person on the court. I'll tell you that.
What he would be is the fastest person on the court.
Sorry, Banksy.
Yeah, who's that? Rhines, the female, the male basketball player. What's
Brittany Griner? Brittany Grimes?
Yeah, that's it.
Something like that.
Yeah, that's
she's
it.
not male.
She's
a lot of people say she's a
dude.
That was the one that got held in Russia for having
exactly.
marijuana.
If you put her name into it, if you put her name in Twitter now, right, and put down dude or man, right, you will see her with no breasts, with the same tattoos on her chest, on her arms, same.
I'll pass.
Yeah,
that means she's a dude.
Same, I'm good.
I've seen RW speaks for me as usual.
Yeah, I've seen some chicks that didn't have no breasts.
Have you ever?
Not my cup of tea, but
when I say didn't have breasts, I mean didn't have a top on because it was a bloke.
Where do you watch these videos at?
Well,
there are some rabbit holes that she has gone down in X that none of us want to go down.
The takes for the team,
but it's really Triple X that he's watching.
I was about to
the thing is, instead of just doing a Twitter search to see,
nah,
fucking discounting it. It's there now. Fucking pull it up.
Look, Welshie, we all know what you scour on OnlyFans. Now let's get back to the topic. But I mean, for me, it's just the basic. You know, look, live your life, do your thing, but you're gonna have to, leave the women's side of things alone. But by the way, when it comes to the women's sports side, this is something someone mentioned on Twitter a little while ago. You never see trans men, women who've become men, crushing it in the 100 meters or powerlifting. Funny enough, you never see it the other way around.
One-way traffic, innit? One-way traffic, always.
I think there's one sport, I can't remember what it is, that a woman actually has the world record in, including men.
Oh, yeah.
I'll look it up.
Curling?
Yeah.
I would say though, like I'm not really against like the competition as long as it's not like forced. Like, hey man, if a fucking chick wants to fight a dude in a fucking boxing ring, but they know that that's what it is and they signed up for that game, fine. Like, let that shit happen. Like have Ronda Rousey go up against like your average fucking combatant jiu-jitsu fighter or whatever, and like see how that shit plays out. Like,
Hells, do you know Ronda Rousey thought she could knock out Floyd Mayweather? She literally said that delusional woman. One time she said, "Oh, I can outbox Floyd Mayweather."
Outbox, I would disagree with, but quite honestly, I think that she could take Floyd Mayweather if he had the balls to step into an MMA fight.
Oh, MMA.
MMA is actual, like, it's. I'm not gonna say actual fighting. It is so much closer to fighting. Boxing is a straight the fuck up sport. It's fighting-ish.
Yeah, no, but she was
there's
talking
a reason boxers
talking
don't
about
fucking
boxing.
step in the MMA ring, but MMA fighters step in boxing rings. There's a fucking
Yeah, but also boxers, MMA fighters do get mashed up in boxing as well because most of them are not that good with their hands.
Yeah,
But
but you're stepping to somebody's expertise. A boxer, like, what AAA fucking boxer title name has ever had the balls to step in an MMA ring? It hasn't happened. They know that they will get fucking trounced.
yeah, no,
Floyd Mayweather will
no.
never have the balls to step in the fucking UFC. He won't.
He
won't
talked
fucking
about
do
it. But yeah, you're right. He wouldn't do it. It's not worth it.
No, it's because one of them is closer to fighting and the other is of sport. And if you control all the factors and say, hey, I can do this defensive strategy where I show you the back of my head and you can't hit me, haha, all you can see is the back of my head. It's like, yeah, you've found a way to beat me by making me not able to hit you. Awesome. Thank you for that.
Yeah, but I mean, that is actually part of boxing to actually get the other guy to miss.
And that's why
it's a massive portion of actually the boxing game is actually getting the guy to miss.
It's true.
'Cause you tire out quicker when you miss. Actually, every punch you miss
it's not
is
about
actually
missing.
much more work.
It's not just
Canelo
about like hiking your shorts up to your belly button because hitting below the belt is not allowed. Like, it's a manipulation of the rules to say, hey, you can't hit me in the back of my head, so I'm going to show you nothing but the back of my head because you can't punch me there because it's too effective, and that would knock me the fuck out.
It's not as simple as that.
It literally is. That is the defensive strategy.
You realize that strategy
for
would
your
last
ribs.
like
You just go for the
2
ribs.
minutes, and then yeah, you get mashed up. Your body first of all takes a pounding. Second of all, you tire out. You
I
can't
see.
just. You
I
can't
see
just-
what Hells is saying though,
Yes.
because he does. Mayweather in particular does know how to utilize the system to gain more points to win over decision. Right now, he's great at it. Don't get me wrong, and I'm not going to take away from the skills that he has, but the way that he does things guarantees him that he's going to win against the opponent. But it's not necessarily the most respectable strategy to be used. Like the fight against Pacquiao, I'm not sure if you saw that one.
I saw enough of it.
Yeah,
to
I
see
got
it.
that. I got that. Downloaded it.
Canelo, yeah, Pacquiao.
The thing
Canelo,
is, though,
just the
what
way
you
he
got to
does-
realize, we are looking at people of exceedingly high ability going against each other. If you put Mayweather, and in fact, you can kind of see it against Conor McGregor. Mayweather could have knocked the shit out of Mayweather if he'd
That was a big
gone
fight.
one more round, because Mayweather had him. He was just toying with him for the first few rounds, and he was also showmanship. But McGregor was nowhere near the level of Mayweather. So the thing is, Mayweather has knockout power, but the people you're talking about, Pacquiao, Canelo. These are absolute peak. These people are almost on par with each other. So Mayweather isn't going to risk some knockout, attempt when he knows these people have exceedingly great defense and
Right.
knockout
I
ability.
understand that. So what I'm saying is that the tactic to win is not necessarily the most respectable within boxing.
Sure, but
That's all I'm saying.
it only happens at that absolute level where these people are almost on the same level as each other. If
I
you
would
take
honestly-
Mayweather and put him against these amateurish MMA guys, he would destroy them in boxing.
I would
Yeah.
honestly more say that they're peak
Boxing.
entertainers as opposed to peak fighters. There's a difference between a peak entertainer and a peak fighter. That's the difference between boxing and MMA.
Well, boxing is boxing. MMA is closer to fighting, but both of them aren't fighting because they both have rules.
100%.
I mean, real fighting was when MMA started, and there were almost no rules.
Yeah,
Um,
the horse race,
That was
the era of the
on
race.
Indian
That was
reservations.
that was a great time too. I remember watching those. Those are good.
I don't know if
fights.
you guys ever watched
Brutal,
the first.
grabbing people's face and headbutting them and shit. And you're just like,
Yeah.
what the
Remember
fuck?
when
If you ever-
Tank Abbott knocked out I think he was Hawaiian, this big John guy, kind of a tan-skinned feller, and Tank caught him, and then Tank like elbowed in the top of the head a couple times, and this dude was on the ground vibrating, fencing pose, and his fucking lady is screaming and running into the cage and crying, and Tank's there. Like, I mean, it was really brutal. And I don't think that guy ever fought again. He looked like
in UFC
cracked
1,
his skull, bleeding on the brain. I don't know. Nasty.
the first UFC, I mean, I got that on VHS, believe it or not. It was like 1991, 92. And the last fight was against this French fighter, I think Gerard Pardo, something like that, Savat fighter against Hoist Gracie. And in that particular one, there was literally no rules except two: no biting, no groin grabbing. And when Hoist was wrestling with this Savat guy, the guy went for his nuts. He actually went to grab his nuts, and he said, and this was like in the later interviews, Hoist said, there were no rules, literally no rules except two rules, and you still want to violate that one rule. That's why when he choked him out, when the referee was trying to get him off, he wouldn't let go. He kept choking him because it's like, fuck you, you try to grab my nuts, now I'm going to choke the shit out of you.
Yeah, but interestingly, Hoist Gracie did a choke back then very commonly, which is called a gi choke, where he used his gi and pushed it over the throat. He used the sleeve and pushed it over the throat of his opponent, which I think wearing a gi should have been illegal. I think that was way too much of an advantage. Also, when he grappled with guys, because of the gi, he didn't have to deal with their sweat. He could get an insane grip on you. He could wrap that gi around you and stretch out your arm, what they call a straight arm bar. You're not getting out of that without that gi gripping onto everything.
The funny thing is, Steve, the gi can work for you and against you at the same time, because someone can it gives the opponent something to grab too. They can choke you out with your own gi if they knew what they were doing.
If they were good, but none of them could come close to him.
Yeah. The problem is in that era of UFC, most people didn't even know about ground grappling. They barely. It was only like a handful of. It was a couple of judo guys, and almost no jiu-jitsu. The only jiu-jitsu person was Hoist, and the rest were kickboxers and karate guys and kung fu guys, and they were all very much entrenched in their traditional styles. And that's why. Tank. I mean, Tank was like a brawler, but I mean, there was another guy, a Russian guy, Sambo guy, Oleg Tektarov. I don't know if you guys know him. He was fantastic. I've got all his training videos. Fantastic stuff. He's so prolific in leg locks; it's unbelievable, and knee bars and things like that. Then there was another guy, Dan Severn. I don't know if you guys.
Dan Severn.
Severn. He gave Hoist a run for his money because he was a wrestler, but still. I mean, and he was also like 50 pounds heavier than Hoist, but Hoist still managed to choke him out at the end with the triangle.
I think he was University of Ohio Division I NCAA weight class champion. So
but the thing is, he didn't know about ground and pound. So when he got Hoist on the ground, he just sort of sat on top of him. He wasn't, throwing punches because he was, again, people were so fixed in their styles. They didn't really mix it up until later on, where wrestlers dominated the UFC in the 90s because they were good at groundwork, but then they started to punch and kick. And that really brought wrestlers. Look at what's his name? That other chap, the black guy. Ah, damn it! I forgot his name.
George Floyd.
No. He fought against John Bones Jones as well a few times.
The Japanese guy.
No, he's a fat black guy. He's a big black guy who was even on a chicken advert. Damn it! I forgot his name.
You're not talking about Kimbo Slice, are you?
No.
That dude was an OG though. Like you see his original fight where like it's a backyard brawl and he hits the dude so hard in the head his fucking eye pops out of his socket.
Yeah, there's a bunch of those.
Yeah.
He had good movement.
The realest fight like thing that I've ever seen though was bum fights.
Bum fights was crazy.
Dude, yeah, like that was like a real fucking fight league. It was not professionals ever. And it was like actual real fights. And it was like watching two drunk people beat the shit out of each other so they could buy another 40.
Yeah, bum fights was insane. There's one of them there where it was this crazy white kid versus a Latino gangster looking dude. And the Latino caught the white kid with this hellacious duck with overhand right hook and knocked the white kid out cold. And then the Latino's jumping on the kid's face with his knees, like from standing to knee drops. And like the guys filming are like, that's enough after like 5. But I mean, dude, yeah, like they gave them maybe probably $500 each, maybe even less. Maybe $500 to win, nothing for the other guy. But
did he get his face fractured? I mean, that
dude, they just ended the fight, and then they raised the guy's hand, and no backstory. They're bums. Nobody,
If he probably didn't hear, the dude might have ended up in a fucking river or something.
He might have ended up with brain damage, and certainly you could hear his breathing was doing that snoring thing, which is not good.
Are you talking about that black guy that went into that live leak video where the black guy went into the? No, you guys aren't talking about that.
No, we're talking about bum fights, Aphid.
This is like
agonal breathing.
Usually VHS and CDs.
So the guy who had bum fights tattoos on his head, the bum. Remember that guy? They made him tattoo his head saying "bum fight." He sued them. He sued them in the end.
It's crazy.
Bum fights on his forehead.
Yeah, I mean those guys were kind of taking advantage of these poor people.
100%, yeah. You take him like a crackhead that's got nothing and being like, "Hey man, I'll give you your fix if you're gonna do this ridiculous shit." Like it's pretty scummy.
Yeah,
it is scummy, but it did advance to like then that kid found Kimbo and this kid who bankrolled him. If you remember the Kimbo fights, there was always this rich white kid. They showed up in his like tricked out Hummer. And he was like always the one backing Kimbo. I think this kid paid Kimbo. He paid for the filming. He owned all the videos. It was just like the next level of bum fights was the Kimbo Slice shit.
There was
also Jorge Masvidal, who became a really good UFC fighter, has a fight against Kimbo. And
excellent.
He held his own. I mean,
that crew that did those backyard fights were also producing a series of adult pornography called the MILF Hunters. You guys, I guess you guys didn't go down that road.
What was that called again?
The MILF Hunters.
To know what you're talking about.
I'm sure everyone here denies it. No one knows what I'm talking about. But yes, that was the same crew that actually.
What's a MILF?
Let's get into this, bro. Let's talk about it.
It's
I recognize
milk.
one of the
They
guys.
put an F on the end. It's just milk, but MILF. It's
Milk Hunters. Yeah, there's a bunch of guys going around just finding cows and just like milking them.
I think this is gonna catch
That's
on.
rather accurate.
Sounds erotic.
Scummy. Yeah, scum. I knew he was going to pick
Yeah.
up. We used the term scum to
Cow pussy.
scummy about the bum fights promoters. And Scum was like, "Yep, that's scum all day long." It's
What do you
scum.
guys think about the sheer amount of security that's at this UFC fight tonight? Because Musk is there, Trump's there. There's a lot of cabinet members there. I can't remember the list that was listed, but that's a lot of big wigs in one building.
Who's fighting?
I don't even know. I don't follow.
Yeah,
the
nobody does. It's just all about everyone else who's there.
Dude, that was something I thought was really weird. Was Dana White helped negotiate the release of somebody from fucking Russia and like a prison gang or something? Like I was like whenever I heard that, I was like, "What the fuck?" Dana White fucking negotiated this
The
shit.
girl from Jeopardy?
I
No,
don't know.
that's Vanna White.
No, that's Vanna.
No. Dana White, like the UFC guy. Fuck. Yeah, but
Close enough.
yeah.
Yeah.
But that was something like Trump was giving a shout out, like, "Oh yeah, Dana White, like he's a good dude, and he helped get this woman released from being a Russian hostage or something." And I was like, he did what? I thought this guy just made people beat each other up while like other people drank beer.
Dana White is surprisingly a powerful individual. You know, he has all the connections in the Emirate nations, in Saudi, because during COVID, that's where they held all their fights, was in Emirates, in Dubai and places like that, because that wasn't locked down the way United States and Europe was. So Dana White has massively powerful connections around the world.
What's up with the UFC? Is this like the gentleman's club where they all shake hands and it has nothing to do with the sport?
Oh no, I mean the Furtado brothers obviously are the primary owners. They're extremely wealthy. Dana White did start in South Boston with a boxing gym that was taken away by eminent domain, you might say, by let's just say some of the Winter Hill guys, if you know what I mean. And that's what they also told him to get out of the state. And at that time, he basically went to Vegas and kind of got it started in the early on with the UFC.
What is this
I thought he
Winter Hill?
went to- sorry.
He's from Boston, Dana White.
Yeah, Southie.
I
I don't
thought
know
he
if he's from
seemed
Boston.
he seemed wicked smart, so I can see that.
Hey, he ate a lot of hot dogs too. Drank a lot of beers.
You ever see when he smacked his wife at the concert a couple of years ago?
No, what?
Yeah.
When did this happen?
It's like video of them, and they're like arguing. He's like, "Shut up!" Like slapped her. Someone got it on like cell phone footage or something. It was like,
Yeah,
it came out to, like, you know,
hold on. It's on X somewhere.
The rule of thumb up there?
Do you know Joe?
drunk.
Do you
He
know?
looked like a husband from the 1950s. Like, shake it out of yourself, woman! Come on! You know, like, what the fuck is this guy
There's no
doing?
coffee.
Do you know Joe Rogan done the first 13 UFCs for free, no money?
Did not.
Yeah, he just wanted a front row seat. To be when I listened, I said,
yeah.
am I going to be sitting in front row of UFC
Front row.
fights?
I like, can my mates come as well? And he said, yeah. He said, great, that's fine by me.
Do you think he'll ever run for president type stuff? Like he
Rogan?
seems to have
No.
a huge
No. Fuck no, dude.
I'm just saying, like when more people listen to what he has to say than a lot of other people.
That doesn't mean you're gonna vote for him.
Why would he though? Why would he?
I don't know. I'm just saying, like clout.
I don't know. I don't think he wants that that headache, because I mean, you never know, because I mean, Joe Rogan is 50 something, right? I mean, Trump started running when he was in his 70s. So you never know what a man does when he gets a little bit older, but it's a lot of headache. I mean, look at Trump and look at the way it's not just him. His entire family have had to be suffer being villainized as monsters in all of America by
Does Joe
mainstream
Rogan
media.
have a large family? Is he a solo?
Oh yeah. Well, no. He's got wife and kids.
Okay.
I'm sure he has extended families too. But the fact is, I mean, if you look at what Trump did a great thing for America, but he put his entire family at risk. I mean, they're all You know,
Yeah, I mean,
potentially.
the reality is you don't become, for example, if you become president, you've got lots of money. I don't see the incentive because you're loaded. I mean, Trump's a bit unique. They hounded him out the job. They persecuted him for years, and he still wanted more, still wanted more. But I can't see why really a billionaire realistically would want to put his family through even 20% of what they've done to Trump and Trump's immediate family.
I
It's
thought it
because
wasn't about the
it
money.
cares so much for us normies. That's why.
Oh, that's
It's mostly,
good.
it's mostly ego as well. I'm not
There is
saying
a
it's
level
not.
of ego. First of all, the first term, I completely understand that because Obama essentially goaded him into doing that. Because when he read that tweet, I don't know if you guys ever saw this show. It was one of these late night shows where they read mean tweets, and Obama read a
Yeah,
tweet from Trump
he dropped
criticizing
mine.
Obama, and Obama says, "Well, at least I will be remembered as a president of the United States." And he's like, "Drop the mic." I was like, "That's it. Trump is running now." He may not have run before, but he's fucking running now.
He also roasted him at that correspondence dinner. Too.
Yeah,
So
that's.
really,
I thought that was really a turning
That as
point.
well. That was another
That,
jab.
that he poked the bear, and he was like, "No, okay, fair enough." Thing is, it's mostly if you think about it, it's the biggest political comeback in modern history.
Your
If you
mic's in your
break it down,
armpit, Welshie.
yeah, if you break it down, it's the biggest political comeback in modern history.
You know, it certainly is a big. What the hell?
Smokes.
We not.
I tried talking about Trump again. He's
Mute
like,
him,
no, I'm
Last
gonna
Dance.
flash.
Steve, mute. You're playing your guitar. Although it's quite good.
Not mad about the mad guitar skills. I'm not also trying to hear it right now.
I mean, Bill Clinton was getting noshed off under the Oval table. He lied. He lied.
He was kind of a pimp for that though. Like, dude, he
Yeah,
was
yeah,
like
yeah,
fucking
yeah,
smoking a
exactly,
cigar,
exactly.
eating
This is my
pizza,
point.
getting
This is
sucked
my
up by a
point.
celebrity, and talking to like the president of another nation at the same time. Like, you got to give him some props there. Like, that's
Well,
some shit on
You
it.
know what? I would
As far
say
as I'm concerned, Clinton did nothing wrong.
This is
I
it.
would give him props, but he
According to a lot of Americans, he
climax.
was fine, even though he was paying women off for rape, and
That's locker room talk.
and he was paying them off. He paid them off. He paid one off about 800,000, and the other about 200,000.
Pay for accusations
When you're
of.
famous, when you're the governor,
And he
yeah.
didn't go, and Trump didn't lie, did he? Under oath, like Bill did, and he didn't go through anything.
Well, fortunately,
That
Trump's
Trump
never
does.
lied, so we got that.
Not under oath though. I did not have sexual relations with that woman. I just spunked all over her
grabbed her by the
dress.
kitten.
She kept it in the air.
Just
and
grabbed her right
for
by
18
the.
months,
Never mind.
He
and then brought it
misunderstood.
out.
He misunderstood the definition.
I wonder if Monica's got that dress on eBay or something. I mean, come on,
She
it's got to
kept
be
it for
worth
18
it on
months.
right
and then
now.
put
What
an
are you
airing
talking
cover, didn't she?
I mean,
Still
you would have
hasn't
put it in
been
some
off.
sort of frame by now.
She looks good now.
Yeah, I saw her recently, and I was like, "Wow, she looks better now. She's like got better with age."
Her OnlyFans
Skinnied
or
out.
what?
Skinnied out a little.
It was that super jizz.
Yeah, that's what it was. That Clinton jizz. Best diet you can ever be on. Great.
That's a fountain of youth, apparently.
The
I might have to.
Clinton
I might have to,
protein program.
I might
Better
have to
than
look up old Bill. See what
So how,
got any left in the tank, if you know what I mean.
It took 25 years to gestate.
I'd put serious money when Trump invites people into the Oval Office. He makes jokes about the table. I'm sure he does.
That's not true.
But he's a fucking he's a massive troll. He's bound to talk shit. He's bound to talk shit about the oval table. Oh.
I don't know if I'd pay $1 million for a dress though. That's too much.
Yeah.
It's up for $1 million.
Well, they offered her, but she didn't take it.
Somewhere in Vegas.
Idiot.
So she has
Take
it, probably.
Take the money. What is wrong with you?
Yeah.
She's got that much sentimental value. Like,
Exactly. Like, what are you holding on to? Memories.
Yeah.
maybe in 30 years it'll be 30 million. Who knows?
That was a seminal event in her life.
Oh,
Yes.
I'll see myself out.
All right, just throw myself out the window, man. That'll do it.
Keep your waitress. Last Dance is here all week.
I mean, we're in reality. Trump got involved with a porn star 20 years ago and paid her off, right? Where Clinton was getting noshed off under the Oval Table, lying to Congress under oath.
He didn't
and
inhale,
obviously-
bro.
And obviously his current wife at the time, Hillary, and he didn't get
Good
out
with a
half
hammer.
the trouble.
I
The
feel like
Democrats thought he was a bit of a stud.
I feel like most people don't really care if you're getting sucked off so much as if you're, doing some other bad shit.
Like,
I could go on a very long list. I'd rather just leave that open. Like, hey, me getting a blowjob as a world leader probably ain't the biggest priority.
it's the American way.
Well, he did get impeached for it.
Kennedy.
Impeachment is the stupidest process that's ever existed. It's a bunch of fucking circle jerk jackasses pretending like it's a legal proceeding while they stand up and say why they're going to vote the way they vote, and then they just vote the same way they're going to vote anyways. I do not understand why people have any fucking value in impeachment. It is a stupid fucking process.
Well, it is now.
No, it's always been the concept in itself. Like, they just tell them to shut the fuck up and just vote the way you're going to vote anyways. You don't need to sit here and prostrate and talk about this shit for fucking a month. Like, just have the vote and get the fuck on with it.
It's just a struggle session for the president. That's all
Did you
it
say
is.
prostate? Reminds me, I gotta pee.
About 15 minutes, buddy.
At my age.
Prostate's as
funny
big as a
thing is
goat's head.
With the Clinton thing, yeah, there is a lot worse that had been done previously, like, wars that didn't need to happen, tons of servicemen being killed. But it's almost like the old timers around the Clinton thing. War was normalized to them. Some of them had lived to 2, 3, 4, but a president defiling the sacred office the way he did, they were not used to. And it was almost unforgivable for some people,
Yeah,
as opposed to...
but the problem is, Steve, the Democrats forgave him. And they classed him a bit of like a stud. At the end of the day, they held Trump at a much higher standard than they did what he did while in office.
I don't see
know,
that.
Smoke Steve.
He fucked that porn star 20 years previous. He didn't fuck up when he was in office.
Was that no matter what he did, Kennedy was much worse.
Yeah.
I guess it wasn't exposed in the same way.
Yeah, he didn't get caught out as much, did he?
True, it didn't get exposed until later. It was
We all
rumored.
found out after, didn't we? We all found out after.
Yeah,
And also the division in the country down party lines was a much more formed when Clinton was there. When Kennedy was there, I feel like it was a different country.
Definitely.
I'll also say, though, like, the idea of moral standards and politicians, those two things going together, anybody that's trying to make that connection, that like you're talking about the fucking scum of the earth that will do and say anything to get the thing that they want, or all kinds of things. Like, anytime people are like, oh, there's this different standard for this one versus that. No, I don't think there's a different standard. It's just different optics of what's argued about it. There's no fucking standard. Nobody actually gives a shit.
Well, they definitely didn't hold Bill Clinton to the standard they held Trump to, considering he done it years.
Again, to the optics that they held Trump to.
What do you mean?
The standard.
He fucks a porn star. He fucked an intern. He fucked an intern.
I will say this. Welshie, I will say this. it wasn't because these two both had sex outside of behind their wives' backs or whatever. It's when it comes to Trump's thing, it was the way he paid off the prostitute. That's all it was. It was a payment thing, which they linked it to his campaign
like a business
payments.
transaction.
Yeah, but the fact is that if he had just gone to his local ATM and just took out some cash, no one would care. It was the fact that it was all like he was, it was whoever
But
paid her
I'm not on
tied it
about
in with the
like,
campaign
case.
fund.
I'm on about how legacy media and the Democrats held the two of them at different standards.
Of
Where
I
anybody-
think you're reading too much into it. I think whatever one side does that the other side can catch them on, they're going to try to take it to the farthest extreme that they can.
The optics.
And the Democrats
There's
have
no
proven
standard.
that within the last 4 years for sure. And how far did that go? Pretty far,
it's
right?
different. It's different when they do it. That's all I'll say.
But like anytime people like try to apply a moral thing to be, the morals of this are wrong. It's never about the morals. It's all about the optics. What can you push? What are the talking points? How can you bitch about it strong enough? It's going to propagate. And it's going to get votes, and it's going to push an agenda. That is all that machine is about. And they always try to take a moral platitude, be like, "Oh, morally this is wrong," and "Oh my God, this person did this bad thing." They don't give a fuck about that. Like it's just about what sells and what markets.
Half of them half those dudes probably did just as bad as what they're accusing those other guys of doing.
They were under that table too, Aphid.
That's right.
I mean, it's not even that they're doing or they did something. They're doing something. I guarantee Nancy Pelosi probably has some virgin tied up in a dungeon somewhere down in some cellar.
Well,
at the same time, she's moralizing to Trump.
Well, her husband had a gay lover, ass based, right? Based.
Stop. Hammer time. Hammer time.
I mean, I'm not being funny.
Do you remember that?
Having some guy stood next to you
Yeah.
in your doorway, it looked sketchy as fuck.
You know how you know that he was a gay lover? Because what else?
hesitated.
Somebody attacking you with the hammer. That's the signature of gay love.
Yeah.
He was just doing some labor on the back door. That's what Jason was saying.
Ooh.
Back door, all right.
Yeah.
Labor on the back door,
Speaking
eh?
of, I don't think has Base put anything in the back door yet tonight.
What?
It's a little
Back chat.
it's feeling a little empty.
Let me check.
Wow.
Empty.
No, it's a bunch of new guys in the back door tonight.
From
Sorry.
what I understand, getting a gay lover to attack with a hammer is actually an extra cost.
I mean, it's
He
almost
wasn't in his underwear.
That and stomp down with high heels. They cost extra.
they get away with so much in office that is like an official presidential act. Drone strikes, kill people, whatever, blow the families up, doesn't matter.
Oh, exactly.
But you get a beaner in the Oval Office from an intern, and that's it.
What?
You're done.
No, he wasn't done though, was he?
I'm sorry. What you get a wet?
Yeah, that's a term from like, Boston.
I
Getting
thought
a
it was
beaner.
called a blowjob.
Yeah, it means different
Really?
stuff in other places. Just so
Yeah, because I believe in other places that term might get you one of those.
Yes. Yes.
You might get cancelled over that one.
Riddle.
Getting a beaner.
Speaking of that, has anything ever come about that Houthi circle that Trump was bragging about like a week or two ago that he
I've
blew
heard
up?
nothing.
Yeah,
I haven't heard about that.
Yeah, I didn't think any traction would come from that.
Nothing. I was wrong.
They showed a picture of at least from what I understand, they showed a picture of this tribal gathering, but it was actually from 2019. So this was it all came out as what the media was trying to spin it was BS.
Well, I didn't see any media spin it. What I saw was in the comments of Trump bragging about it that there. And what I saw, it wasn't saying that was the picture of that event. It was just a picture of their gatherings that they do that were, and it did look identical almost.
Well,
to
it looked like a
that
circle
gathering.
with
Yeah.
nothing. Yeah, circle of people.
Oh, wait, I get it.
At some point in time, we're now a crater.
I think the word I used earlier could also be used to describe someone from south of the border.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I know.
That's correct.
Okay, right.
Nah.
Which, of course, Cheech from Cheech and Chong saying the famous song. Anybody remember that one?
Yeah, I do. I learned the hard way from my brother, by the way. But
So in Boston,
luckily, I didn't say it in public.
So in Boston,
Maybe.
that means the other
song.
thing.
I don't. They're long armed.
Yeah, it did growing up. That was
Right.
just
No
something
one
we
heard
called it.
Beaner?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a song in Cheech and Chong, right, where he says that, right?
Yeah, beaners eat beans, and then he goes on to describe, their names and stuff like that. I don't know. It's a song.
All right.
I think this word means a lot. Maybe it means a lot more in California. I don't know. It's not a word used.
Yeah, well, is it just California? Because I feel like it's probably a little bit more than just California.
I've certainly heard it.
Yeah.
I know what it is all the way from Maryland, so
All right. Well, yeah, it isn't a term that I know the term.
It's just funny.
next time you say it in public, just look at their eyes. Just watch their eyes deeply as you say it.
I don't find it to be insulting. I mean,
Is it like when you get
Doesn't
out of the
matter.
shower?
Doesn't matter.
Is it like when you get out of the shower and you dry your whole body off, but your back is still wet?
Why would your back?
It is. Yes, exactly.
Yes, I hate it when my back is still wet.
Yeah.
And you know where that term came from? Why they call them that?
Canada.
Sweating or something? I don't know.
Rio Grande
No,
River.
because they just crossed the Rio Grande to get in.
Oh.
So
I thought it's because they worked hard all the time and we're always in the sun or something.
What are we talking about here?
Tea.
We are crossing between gay and racism all at once with lots of parallels.
Welcome to the club, Hells.
It's all happening at
So
the
now
same
we
time.
just got to talk about how women suck.
you can't do it. They're the
In what
best.
context?
Women are the best.
I mean, you say it like it's a bad thing.
Oh man. This turned out pretty interesting. Now this is good.
Yes, sir.
We might start with politics, but you don't know where we're going to end. That's for sure.
Exactly.
Maybe on Pedro's back.
Or Monica's dress.
Any way possible.
One of them.
I'm just glad it's not talking about honey anymore. Jesus.
Oh yeah.
Man.
All that one.
All right. Honey, not a big hit. Swinging
At
a
least
miss
it's
on
not
the
my
honey
week
jack.
we're talking about.
Oh,
It's
actually,
okay. It's okay for like 5 minutes, but
I wasn't
35?
listening.
Jeez.
I wasn't listening, but my wife said that. Oh, they're talking about something good. They're talking about honey. Seriously, I'm not kidding. That's
is that right?
honestly what my wife said to me.
Well, finally some good talk on this show.
She said, I the way she phrased it was, they're finally talking about something interesting. And I said, oh yeah, what are they talking about? She said, honey. That's what she said.
yeah, that's good for like 2 to 5 minutes, but 30. Like you guys
People
talked about
talk,
for
but
a
I've got the
while.
goods.
I don't know. I don't really keep track of time.
It was a while. Let's just say that. It was maybe it just felt like 2 hours to me.
We could swing back in that direction. I mean, there's quite a few types we have.
All right, well, it's been a good night, so I'll just. I'm kidding.
It's the pub, like
It's like
Well, I think she said
fraud industry.
Banksy was saying how like he puts it in his coffee or something and it's like doesn't have colds anymore.
No,
It's a
toast.
He said that
Don't put it in your coffee.
negated it, right? And they-
It'll nullify the antiseptic effects if you put it in hot water, but if you spread it on
We're
toast,
screwed. We're screwed, man. We're screwed. We're already back on the topic. Damn.
What about a hot toddy? Is a hot toddy a medicinal?
That's ginger.
hot toddy is essentially whiskey and a coffee.
I thought it was ginger.
No, an original hot toddy was whiskey with hot water and a tiny bit of honey and cloves, I think, something like that.
But they lit it on fire, right?
No.
What's the one
Hot
that lit on
toddy,
fire?
the old Irish would just say, you don't need the water, you don't need the cloves, you don't need the honey. Just make
need the
it
whiskey.
Just drink it out of the bottle, bitch.
Just drink the whiskey neat.
Exactly.
What's the one that they light on fire then? What's that one?
That's a
Flaming
drink
Dr. Pepper.
called that's a drink called a Blue Blazer, which I used to make in college.
So that's
And,
not medicinal. Dang it.
Consists of bourbon warmed up a little and then you light the bourbon on fire, and you have 2 glasses, and this takes some coordination. Of course, I lit my hands on fire multiple times. And you toss the flaming whiskey back and forth from glass to glass with the lights out. It looks fucking cool as hell. The key is to warm up the whiskey, because when you warm up alcohol, it becomes more volatile and it lights on fire much easier, much faster. Don't warm it up so much that you burn off the booze, but yeah, really nice.
Do you know how to make it? Do you know how to make it?
Yeah.
Well, you should bring. Only 4 of us here are are able to admit that we've been here pretty much every Saturday for years. But Smoke Steve used to start the pub out with. He would make a, what would you call it? The you would start off with making a drink.
Cocktail.
Yeah. And it was awesome. So I think next week you should do a throwback and make this drink.
Yeah,
it has to be like nice weather. I can't do it in the house.
Yeah. Okay, you gotta do that.
You did it on stream. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, he did. He started out every pub with making a cocktail. It was awesome.
I did some live, and then I would run downstairs with my laptop and start the pub.
Oh, really? I thought they were pre-recorded. I didn't remember them being live.
Some of them were actually live.
Have you ever done a flaming Dr. Pepper though? No, that's whenever somebody said on fire. That was the one that
I don't even know what that is.
It's a super cool drink, and it makes no sense why it tastes the way that it does. You take amaretto and 151, and you go half and half on that shot, and you light it on fire, and it caramelizes the alcohol, and you drop it into a fucking beer, and it tastes like a Dr. Pepper. For no reason. But the super showy version is you can set up glasses next to each other, and then you put the 151 and amaretto in between the two, you balance the shot glass between the 2 beers, and you blow a fireball over them, and then you knock it in like dominoes, and one knocks the other in kind of thing.
Wow, cool.
And it is the most showy fucking drink I've ever heard of for a bartender to make. But it also just blows your mind whenever you're like, how did a beer and amaretto and Dr. Pepper or 151 end up tasting like Dr. Pepper? It shouldn't, and it makes 0 sense.
Apparently, Dr. Pepper is some sort of a ginger beer amalgamation. It's like ginger beer with Coke or something.
No, it's prune flavored. Yeah. It's bizarre.
That's why we shit ourselves when we drink
absinthe on fire. And you set essentially you take a little bit of sugar, you dip it into the absinthe, you light that, it caramelizes the sugar, you stir it in, and you shotgun it.
Did you notice any alternate effects from the absinthe? If it's the real stuff, it has wormwood in it, right? That's supposed to be hallucinogenic.
I mean, let's put it this way: the ones we got, this was in Prague, and they're 70 or 80% alcohol.
Whoa.
And I don't know about the hallucinogenic. I was fucked. That's. I mean, the one thing I will tell you with absinthe, you can literally feel yourself go from normal to fucked. You know the moment you've crossed over.
Cross the threshold, gentlemen.
Yeah.
It's always good to know your transition point.
Yeah. I think the Impressionist painters used to drink that stuff in France.
Before they cut their ears off.
Monet, yeah. It was very popular at the time. Pretty interesting stuff. And it may have had opium in it back in the day. I think they could put opium in anything. Honestly.
A lot of things did, yeah. Most medicines were just like opium cocktails. And they're like, yeah, it cures everything. It was like, so whenever people marketing CBD, they're like, oh, it cures all of this stuff, your back pain and your psychological damage and all this. And you're just like, so it's like opium? Is that,
I'm not depressed anymore, guys. Let's drive somewhere.
If I get fucked up enough, sure, I'm not feeling bad at all.
Yeah, I mean, that transferred through to even when I was in college in the 90s. You go to the health office, and if you had a cold, they give you 100 Tylenol with codeine. What is codeine going to do if you have a cold besides to a college student? You're going to get high as hell.
Sick anymore.
Yeah.
I feel like that was Tylenol 3, and I feel like that was perfect because you would literally overdose on the Tylenol, the acetaminophen, before you would
the
ever
good old
overdose
days.
on the opiate that is in there. So it was like it had actual painkiller in it, but at the same time, you would kill yourself trying to get like actually fucked up on it, you know?
But they gave it in liquid form too, and you could. I remember kids would just sip on this stuff. You're right.
Yeah.
It's
They would
terrible.
call it. They would call it getting roboed out.
Yeah.
Roboed out on Robotesting.
Reading some Dr. Pepper
Oh,
True.
Robo walking.
Robo tripping was something else. That's actually called DXM. It's dextrohydromorphine, and there's a very different chemical structure to that versus your codeine, Tylenol.
Okay, well,
You're
I
a
stand
chemist.
corrected.
Codeine is
I
is
stand
a
corrected.
it's a
Somebody's
form
been,
of
somebody
it's an
knows what they're
opiate,
talking
right?
about.
I've
Codeine's
been my
an
way
opiate.
around a party.
I stepped on some scissor bitches.
Am I right? Codeine is an opiate.
Yes, codeine is an opiate. It actually starts out as something else, and your body processes it into an opiate. But yes, it's that direction. Whereas DXM is more of decentric. It just kind of fucks you up in a very weird way. For anybody that's robo tripped, like it's not even like the greatest feeling. It's just like if you're a bored teenager and you're like, I want to experience something different.
Right.
Like go down that road, and
We can't buy alcohol, but we can buy all this cough medicine.
yeah, it won't be a good experience. It won't be a bad experience. It'll be something though. You'll be like, oh, that was a.
It'll be an experience.
That's called a
Yeah.
mistake.
Yeah.
Mistake.
Yeah.
Yeah, another
We
thing,
kinda
when I
done that
was in
mistake.
college, a lot of people were prescribed. In fact, tons of people were prescribed Ritalin, which ended up being another recreational thing. That
You were never.
do you remember Ritalin? Anybody?
Yeah.
I had friends that were prescribed Ritalin, and it completely changed who they were. They just weren't the same person. They just they became
Crush it up and
robotic.
snort it at parties like cocaine.
What?
I've heard of
really?
doing Adderall. I've heard of Adderall doing that, but not
Yeah.
Ritalin.
Yeah.
It was-
I've
it
never
was
heard
the-
that for Ritalin. Yeah.
It was the early version of Adderall. It was, you know,
Good shit.
Like I took it for my parents put me on it like when I was like 10 or something, and then I stopped when I was like 14, and I had like these weird twitches. Like I'd be talking to people, and then all of a sudden my head would just go like. It was like I had like a weird fucked up physical Tourette's. It was. the
How'd
most
you play it
awkward
off?
thing
Like,
ever.
oh, I love birds. I'm like, oh,
Yeah, like all the time. Like, I'm like, did you guys see that? Yeah, you know, like, but yeah, my
Did you see
head
that
like,
butterfly?
snapped in a direction. I felt so fucking weird about it, dude, and it was.
That's called tardo dyskinesia, isn't it?
Maybe. You mean
Yeah.
retardo?
That's what it sounded like.
I
Hey,
definitely went down that road for a bit. That was,
Really?
it was years after taking it, like 3 years after taking the thing before I stopped having weird twitches.
Riddle, what did you mean by you saw people change on it? Like,
Oh, like when they're prescribed Ritalin. Like this is actually like doctor prescribed, right?
sure.
Like one of my closest friends, sure, yeah, one of my closest friends, he had he actually naturally was like ADHD, right? Yeah, so he got doctor prescribed Ritalin, and this is maybe like in high school or like 10th or 11th grade. He just completely changed as a person, but he's super focused on his schoolwork, right? But he just didn't want to do anything else as a person. Like he didn't want to hang out, he didn't want to talk, he didn't want to do anything but focus on schoolwork, go home, eat and sleep. That's about it. It was just the most bizarre thing I've ever seen. It literally turned him into like a like a robot. It was just
What's he
weird.
doing now?
What happened to him? Do you know? Is he like a IT
his,
guy?
yeah,
or-
his name is Elon Musk.
Yeah, right.
No.
And then he took over the world.
No. He stopped taking it, but yeah, I don't know. That's a little personal, so it's fine.
Understood. Yeah, we can see through your reaction that it's a heavy subject, but interesting. And thank you for the insight. Appreciate that.
What do you guys think about Ritalin? Do you think it's a positive or a negative?
At the time, I thought it was. I didn't understand it. Like they gave it to people with hyperactivity, but when people I happen to know or be around took it recreationally, it seemed to have a similar to effect of like kind of like junior cocaine, sort of like it gave you a buzz or whatever. So I didn't really know, how does it affect these people that, like, if you don't have these diagnoses, then it kind of gives you this caffeine or this coke buzz, but if you have it, then it mellows you out. I don't really understand it.
I've
You know,
tried Ritalin.
There was a
Totally not fun.
there was a physiological difference between like people that are like have that chemical thing. I do think it's very heavily overdiagnosed and stuff, but I will even say that parallel with cocaine, whenever I would do cocaine back in the day, I would get more calm and focused. And like, like other people thought it was weird. They're like, get all psyched up and like, yeah, we're fucking
Maybe,
going.
maybe that's just what you're thinking that you're.
That was baking soda, man.
No, like it was a thing. I had whole conversations on it where people were like, dude, you get more chill like when you do blow, and I'm like,
I need the expectations versus reality split screen on that one, because I feel like it's going to be completely different from what you think.
Right. I am so calm right now.
It's like, dude, you think I'm calm? You think I'm totally chill? Yeah, okay. Oh,
Okay, just get off the bridge. Just step down from the bridge now. We're gonna go talk about how calm you are.
No, I can fly. Promise.
I just feel like
in
when
the
I was
back
younger,
of the
we
Ford
used to
Escort,
give
looking back,
everybody-
going, "That's definitely a cop." No, wait, no, that's a cop. That's a fucking cop. That's a cop. You know that's what I remember about this crap. Cop,
They
we
gave
got
it
a
to a
cop.
lot of kids,
It's a cop
though.
back there.
When you were young, though, Steve, I mean, when I was young in the early '90s, any kid that had a lot of energy, they riddled them, and
Yeah.
that kid would just be like a zombie.
Isn't that weird how that happens?
Dude,
It's
Not
backwards.
weird. It's just
that
sad
was
that you were allowed to do that for a parenting technique.
Yeah, but the typical, like these are non-typical. The typical kid, if he took it, would become hyperactive.
No.
I've never seen.
Oh,
I've
that
never
one.
seen it used on a normal.
It's probably because they were not actually they didn't have ADHD.
Yep.
So
But
it's a
how many of these
stimulant,
kids
but
actually had ADHD? Like they were just had energy, and the parents were like, "Fuck that shit."
I mean, yeah, that's the thing that I get at. It's like, oh man, this kid is having trouble sitting in a room quietly for 8 hours while people talk to him about science
Exactly.
shit. And it's like, oh really? Is that such a divergent behavior that a child, like a fucking 6-year-old,
You're damn straight it is, hell.
Like, yeah, like there's something wrong with. Look, we need to give that kid drugs. There's something wrong with him, and it's like.
You know what's
It
funny?
really wasn't the parents. It was just
It's-
the doctors throwing medicine at kids. That's all that was. I was on
Yeah,
I was
it's
on
also
Ritalin
true.
for 2
Really?
years.
Oh, Topple.
So did you ever have the twitches like after getting off it, or?
I still do, but that
Oh,
could have
okay.
been-
So you know what I'm
but
talking
that might
about.
not have been the medication. That
Yeah.
might not even been the medication. I think I was misdiagnosed.
Maybe.
Yeah, the doctors throw it out there, and it's funny because the parents are willing to accept it because they don't understand, right? But we also have to consider that there's like in our diets, there's just a ton of, especially then, right? There's just a ton of
God.
sugar in our food, right?
High fructose
Yeah.
corn
Not
syrup.
anymore, but
People
back
wonder-
then, yeah.
Oh, I'm saying back then, yeah. Like
Yeah.
there was just a ton of sugar in our breakfast, especially, right? I mean, you give your kid a bowl of Fruit
Kool-Aid.
Loops and send them off, send them off to the Capri Sun or
Kool-Aid
whatever,
Gushers.
The
And then,
fruity
yeah, go
pebbles,
sit-
they're
go
just
sit
in
still.
their mind, yeah.
and then go sit still, and they can't sit still, and then it gets prescribed Ritalin. It's like, okay, well,
Sit still, kid. Here's another Butterfingers.
shit. It's just the problem.
Yeah.
Dude, you know the large boxes of runts, right? It's like a freaking like clutch purse.
Yeah.
What's a runt again? Is a runt soft or hard?
It's
Hard.
hard.
It's
It's a
hard.
sugar crystal covered with sugar.
Yeah, it's literally like a crack rock of sugar. Like that's what it is for children.
Is it different shapes, like different fruit shapes?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
It's
Uh,
like
no,
it's
that's
like nerds.
little
It's like
balls
nerds.
connected.
They're nerds on steroids.
I was thinking nerds. I didn't mean runts. Yeah, runts is the
Oh,
fruit
nerds.
Oh.
Okay, yeah.
It's the
Nerds are
fruity one
crazy.
with the banana in it, right?
Yeah, runts are.
Everyone's describing something different for a
Yeah.
runt.
Well, no, that's runts.
I thought I said
I
nerds.
know the bananas, but yeah.
Yeah, he said
Now we're
runts, but he
talking
meant
nerds. We're off
he meant
runts.
nerds. Yeah.
All right.
But basically, at Sabbath school, like they after Sabbath school was done, they'd give all these kids these big ass boxes of nerds, and then have them go sit down in church. And I'm just like, does no one here understand that this is like a neurological drug that you just gave these kids in large volume, like
Red Dye 40.
Red
And
Dye
remember
40 and everything.
they
on top
were
of
a
that.
they were the split box that had the little slide on each side for two
Yeah, that's
different flavors.
right. That's nerds.
They were just two different food colorings. That's all the difference was.
Hey, but just snort this line of meth and now sit quietly in the corner for 10 hours if you could.
Pixie
You know,
stick
if
was
you can't do that, there's something wrong with you.
Right. Like the pixie sticks that were like a foot long or 3 feet long and like, half an inch thick.
Yeah, I remember those. Like, it's
Right.
like you could like slap somebody on the face with them, and they'd be like,
Fruit by the foot.
I'm gonna snort it. Yeah,
"Oh,
that's a
Fruit
good
by
idea,
the Foot was
Bobby.
the thing too." Yeah.
Fruit by the foot. They had Airheads. I don't know if you guys remember Airheads.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Hell yeah, dude.
Any of you ever slap Airhead really hard to where it shatters?
Yeah.
Oh, you have to harden it first, though, right?
No,
No,
it's
no,
the
like,
way
it's-
the
You
material
just do
works.
that?
Like, yeah.
Yeah. Like it's really weird too because it's like it's supposed to be like Play-Doh, but if you slap it, it like splinters and shatters, and it's a weird thing that you look at it like, why did it do that? I don't know.
Oh, is it a
It's an
non-Newtonian?
industrial byproduct, so it has weird properties.
Is an airhead a non-Newtonian solid?
Yes.
What?
I'm
Yes.
thinking so.
We have all
I mean,
voted.
you're
Yeah.
describing it as something that's soft, but it can shatter, so it doesn't seem to follow the laws of physics and science.
That's
It's
what I'm
like
saying.
cornstarch
Like,
You're
and
just trying to
water.
be smart now.
Hey,
hey,
Did
but-
you just,
like when you mix
did you just Google that?
Cornstarch and water.
cornstarch and flour and water,
Water.
and
No, it's
you can
cornstarch and water.
you can run across it really quickly, but also it can't support more than like 5 pounds of weight before it sinks into it. It sounds like an airhead might be in that category.
It
Of
is.
course, I
Hey,
know
man.
I learned this
You
from
you never had Airhead
Mythbusters.
before? You
Oh,
never
this
had
is a myth-
Airhead before?
Is it a lemon head?
It's like
No,
Laffy Taffy.
an
It's kind of like
Airhead.
Laffy Taffy. It's like a flat, like Laffy Taffy.
Just sugar. Just
It
sugar.
tastes better than Laffy Taffy, I think, by 1,000.
It does taste better, but it's still complete garbage. It's just-
What about Lickum? You guys ever have Lickum sticks where you take like a
Dip
hard
in it.
sugary thing and dip it in more sugar? And then
Yeah.
I don't think
Yeah.
that was.
I remember those.
Oh,
Yeah.
what is it called?
Yeah,
Is it
those are
Fun Dip?
crazy.
No.
Wait,
Pure
you're
sugar.
both getting the name wrong. It was called
Fun
something.
It was
Fun
like
Dip.
Fun
Fun
Dip.
Dip.
Fun
Dip,
Dip. Yeah, they had the pockets with the different flavors. and
Yeah,
the,
yeah,
The
it's
candy. Yeah. There's the
sour
sugar
apple,
looking sugar.
grape, and
Yeah.
cherry.
Pure
Yeah.
crack, dude.
Yeah.
Pure crack with
Candy.
I mean, they were all crazy about sugar. Like they had the lollipops with the ring pops. They had push pops, and what the hell else did they have that was
Push Pops
crazy
got a
bad
little
for
bit
you?
drop.
Gushers.
What about-
They had
what about-
gushers,
Candy,
Gushers,
what
yeah.
about candy cigarettes? That was always
candy cigarettes.
made
Yeah.
a lot of sense.
Yeah, dude.
Go act like mom and dad's bad habit.
And the
What was that
warheads.
gum back in the old days that had the
Yeah.
fucking liquid in the middle?
Yeah.
Gushers.
Gushers.
Mad Dog,
Older.
lollipops.
Tidal Wave. There was a gum called Tidal Wave too that was like that.
Dude,
Oh.
Warheads, I always talk shit about because people acted like they were extreme. Like, oh yeah, can you take the Warhead? And I was like,
Yeah.
this and this.
Maybe
and
your
this.
first time. If you were young and if it was your first time, like it would be like, oh my god, okay, but then maybe
Yeah.
not.
After you strip that layer off your tongue, it's easy.
What was it? Wasn't there something you could feed to like ducks and they would blow up?
Pop rock.
Alka-Seltzer or Pop
Yes.
Pop Rocks
Yeah.
supposedly, but Alka-Seltzer,
No,
yes, actually will kill them.
Alka-Seltzer. It was straight up Alka-Seltzer. Yeah.
You see like they'll take off and you'll see like some feathers fall. And,
No,
Never
I mean,
personally.
As their ass explodes.
like if you're ever bored, Alka-Seltzer in the park with some fucking ducks and birds and shit, or take a mouse trap to a glory hole. Just trust me.
What?
Entertainment.
I don't even know where a glory hole is, my man.
yeah, I come across this so often.
I trust you. I trust you, Hal.
You know what kind of bars you guys go to?
Sponsors
What
his
is
own
it that
website.
people are putting 2-liter bottles when they like put it in there and then
Mentos.
Dry ice bomb. Oh
But
yeah,
when you
Mentos.
put the
yeah.
cap on and throw it, you got to be fast. And then
The Alka-Seltzer and Coke and stuff. Yeah, or is it
You mean
Dr.
Mentos?
Pepper? Diet Coke. Or
Diet
Mentos,
Coke.
yeah.
Well, it
Yeah,
depends.
I-
Are you talking about like the weak sauce one where it's Mentos, or are you talking about like a dry ice bomb where you put dry ice in there
Well,
and do it
dry
and it
ice will
blows
take
up?
everything.
dry ice.
Good night, gentlemen.
Dry ice bomb. Oh, see you, Banksy.
Take
Yeah.
care.
Okay,
Banksy.
take care, buddy.
Hey, take it easy, Banksy. Great talking to you.
Yeah, if you take dry ice, put it in 2 liter, and put water in there, and then put the cap on, in like 5 minutes, that thing will explode like louder than any shotgun.
That's like a legit pipe
Shotgun,
bomb.
a 12 gauge. You're telling me
Yeah,
that?
super loud, super loud.
You've heard a 12 gauge.
If you,
Yeah, I've heard
if
of
you
12
have a
gauge.
strong bottle, as strong as the bottle is as big as the explosion is.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's
Gatorade bottles are excellent for that, by the way.
yeah.
That's a little.
Well, they get the
extra.
they get the wide mouth, so you can get the ice in there.
How
Easy.
about putting it in
They
a,
hold the pressure. Like
how about putting it in a pipe?
Whoa, 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 whoa!
I don't know if I don't know. I don't think there's enough psi to blow up a pipe.
So you don't think you would be able to do it?
I mean, maybe if it was like a real weak, like that new weak, like piping that you use for sinks and stuff, that thin stuff.
Talking about
might
metal.
do that.
Yeah, the
I don't know what the
schedule for
thin stuff is.
Metal,
What do
it
you
won't. It ain't gonna blow a metal.
It's not too much.
What, like CPVC?
That thinner stuff, the newer thinner stuff, like my
Shark
mom.
bite stuff.
Oh,
Yeah.
you mean like yeah? You mean like PEX, exactly?
PEX,
Yeah.
PEX is the water lines. Schedule 40 is the drain lines that are
PVC.
super thin walls.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I don't know what he was talking about.
So I
Water.
got in trouble for saying BJ, but you guys are talking about how to make bombs. What the fuck?
I'm not talking
No.
about.
Like, what the hell?
This is
Let's
just more
let it.
Why ice and water?
jobs.
Jeez.
I may or may not have some experience with pipe bombs in my youth.
I thought you were going to say BJ.
I'm glad.
No,
I'm
no,
glad
no,
you
no.
finished with my bomb.
Potato gun.
I got a potato gun right here.
Potato guns are awesome.
Oh, dude, there's some hardcore potato guns. Like some people take potato guns to a whole nother level where they get like semi-automatic fucking nuclear
Oh,
potato guns and shit.
A buddy of mine who was an engineering student at
This guy's-
UMass.
You live in
Had
America.
one.
Without,
Dude, look at this thing.
Yes,
Fuck yeah, bro. Fuck yeah.
It's the Q500. It used to be the 5000, but the last zero fell off. But
it
you can
blew
see
off
this is
out of pure power.
this was my it's like supposed to look like somebody flipping.
Now, is
Flip it
that
off
made
and
out of
stuff.
Schedule 80?
I don't know,
painted.
you have to-
That's probably
How do
illegal
you,
in New York.
That's PVC. It's white.
What do you use for
Mm.
propellant?
hairspray, Aquanet.
Yeah, that's what the guy used back in
Aquanet, yeah.
You spray that
95 at UMass. He would just
and then here's the igniter. It's like a electric lighter,
Okay.
and
and there's two screws screwed in there.
Is it a bong or a potato gun?
Yeah,
But yeah,
30
yeah,
years later, it still
This
works.
is it totally still works. I got a handle from a drill.
Why did you go with black and long? I'm just curious.
Well, the measurements came from an online thing that I did.
That way you could shoot farther, obviously.
Oh,
Baseball
yeah,
here?
yeah.
The baseball way?
But I remember you guys that were on Live Leak. Remember there was a guy that he would like use ballistics gel and like shoot his gun and like test out different guns and stuff and how far they would go through the ballistic gel. Well, I did a Live Leak video where I talked just like him, and I set up little hub because he would be like so serious about it, and he's like, and I set up little hugs, those little juice containers.
Hugs, yeah.
Yeah, and I said
for $1.
I said it, any respectable, whatever I did, but I set up a bunch of. First, I used a slingshot, and it like penetrated the first little hug, and that it like dripped out. And then I used my potato gun there, and it just disintegrated like 12 little hugs in a row.
With the real potato?
You should have
Yeah.
You should have made a Jello mold and as pretend that it was
Right, should have, yeah.
ballistic jelly.
That's cool, man. Good shit.
Potato
Yeah.
gun.
So do you take a potato that's bigger than the diameter of the barrel, and then do you push it down and the barrel cuts it to size?
I filed down the edges so it's kind of sharp enough to cut through a potato. It's not sharp enough to cut your.
It's like night of chocolate. Hold on a second, guys. Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh. So you put the potato on the ground, and then you crunch it first. And actually, this is my post. I use it for other things now, but you shove it the rest. You shove it the rest of the way down with this post, so it gets closer down to the because this is where all the gas you want to stay.
Yeah, but you don't want the potato to go into that.
No.
No,
You want it to
no,
just get
100%.
close.
So it needs
It's a
it needs to
problem.
stop before here.
So
that's
is
how
your
long.
stick-
See how long the stick is. It's pretty-
So
Oh,
does,
yes.
does the spray need to be aerosolized when it's ignited?
No, I thought it did, but one time, a friend of mine, we were at this cabin, inside the cabin, and the potato gun had been sitting there overnight, and he was joking around with the potato gun, and I was walking out the front door to go smoke a cigarette, and he pulled the trigger on it, and it put hash browns like all over the doorway where I was getting ready to walk right out. So it sat all overnight, and it still had enough power to blast that potato across the room.
Yeah, I mean, that thing could definitely possibly cause, end of life.
No, it can.
Yeah, it would fuck me up. Yeah, if it would have hit me in the head.
Especially if you put things other than potatoes in them.
Huh?
Especially if you put things other than potatoes in
Oh,
your
yeah.
potato gun. Like,
Yeah,
it's,
right.
it's essentially a fucking like modern day cannon, like ghetto style.
Well, yeah, you're right.
My
So
buddy
was the
made
back
my
of yours,
Potato
Aphid,
musket.
Aphid, is the back of yours a threaded plug?
Right. Yeah. See.
So you take the plug off, spray it, and then
After you
screw
put
that on.
after you put the potato in,
yeah,
and then you spray it. You give it like, I don't remember how long, because this thing hasn't been
it's like
fired
3
in years.
seconds is plenty.
Yeah,
of
like
time.
4 seconds of Aquanet hairspray.
It's
then
not
you put
loaded,
this-
right?
No, it hadn't been.
Now,
shot.
do you have
Loaded.
tape or anything on the threads? Anything on the threads?
Well, yeah, because if the Aquanet gets on these threads and it sits here for a long period of time, then it's a fucking bitch to get this thing back off. You got to use like a
Aquanet.
blowtorch.
What the hell's an Aquanet?
That's hairspray.
Aquanet's the hairspray. But that works. Aquanet works the best. It's like cheap hairspray.
It's like, remember Nana's hairspray cans? They were like the size of his tube almost.
Yeah, in the 80s, that's how men and women got big hair.
Yeah, right.
Poison, as well as the girls that they banged, were all using Aquanet. And
Would they ever like start fires with their hairs rubbing together?
well, Michael Jackson's hair got lit on fire
That's
from
right.
Pyrotechnics, and
Yeah.
I don't want to talk out of term. I don't really know the terms for
Cannonball.
the black guy's hair and stuff, but like
Jerry curl.
I don't know. It
Yeah,
seemed
the
to go
perm.
up. It seemed to go up pretty quick. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
that
awesome,
oil,
man.
or I don't know what is it.
It's
What's the-
petroleum based, that's for sure.
Probably just the hair products, or
I think English bottle cap got it.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
well-
How do you know that pubic hair is more flammable? What I just glanced over. I was like, dude, that is a very
It is.
significant piece of knowledge.
Always been a sign.
You never
I know
had
some
crabs
shit, but
before,
that
I
was like some dark experiments that went on there.
I don't know if the actual hair is more flammable or the fact that it's thinner with more air around the hair. I think is.
oh, you
the
mean
problem.
like ethane, like methane, like
No, pubic hair. I'm talking about like.
no, I mean
because-
like the air, like
So-
it's
so-
close to
yeah,
the
like
asphalt.
there's more fuel. Because
Yeah,
you need a.
The
Go ahead.
proper air to
Right,
air tube
right.
ratio is it?
Yeah, right.
Did you say fellatio or ratio?
Because if you
I mean,
just like.
you know,
this
but
guy-
we will go with fellatio.
There we go. All right, that's
I gotta go
Get the
pee.
dog in the middle. You got to urinate. Good. Enjoy yourself. Watch your nose, Topple. He looks like he's got the. Looks like he looks chill.
Chill dog.
You're right. He
Just don't
plays.
talk
He's
about
all
fake
right.
testicles.
What's that dog's name? Rita.
Lola.
Damn.
The tranny.
Lola.
Lola's a cute name. It's okay.
What's her
What
name
is it
when we
again?
rescued
It's
her? A rat terrier.
rat. Pure. It looks big for a rat.
What?
Terrier.
A rat
Rat
terrier.
terrier. Yeah, I know.
Rat
It
terriers
looks-
are just mutts anyway. They're a mixture of all different kinds.
Oh, really?
Dude,
Yeah.
there's a rat in the chicken roost right now that's about the same size as that dog.
I thought Rat Terrier was a AKC breed.
Oh no, there is rat terriers that are. But if you guys ever want to have a great time, go actual ratting sometime with somebody that actually has like a ratting dog. That shit is fucking dope. You'll have a dog that's taking a rat that's like as big as it and just fucking ripping up. Yeah. The only occasion that I like Chihuahuas. Other than that, Chihuahuas are the fucking shittiest creatures on the planet.
You can
My brother
do something.
My bro used to own a couple Jack Russells, and they were a little foolish in their, bravery. In
They're
the end,
terriers. Anything that's a terrier is like. She doesn't see size. She'll take on dogs bigger than her all the time.
the problem is they'll take on Fisher cats, they'll take on coyotes, they'll take on everything that wants to eat them.
Fisher cats are weird animals, though.
And they're not cats.
Yeah. If you never heard one, look up the noise of a Fisher cat. I didn't think that they were real animals.
How do you spell Fisher?
I think it's Fisher. No C,
yeah.
if that's what you're thinking.
Oh, what the fuck is that?
It's a giant weasel.
It's a
giant
weird
weasel.
critter.
I'm going to take off early, guys.
What?
Yes,
Oh.
he's got to watch that movie you were talking about. Remember, Last of the Mohicans or something.
Is that the Triple X one? Oh,
My time tonight.
Good to see you.
What time tonight?
My time.
Oh,
My time?
what is that like? Oh, see
It's
you
my
later.
time. But hey,
to see you, Last Dance.
appreciate you. Pleasure chatting with you, man.
Jerkfest 2025.
Yeah.
All right. See you. Look at him go. There he goes.
The combined IQ of the pub just dropped by half.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yeah.
Thanks for that.
Is right.
Wow.
What a
Sorry.
dick thing to say.
I know.
Sorry, guys.
I'm so good at it sometimes.
What an asshole.
Watch
Jerk store called-
Last Dance had the lowest IQ out of all of us.
Could be.
Jerk store called. They ran out of you.
That joke felt like a helicopter in the Hudson.
That's way too soon.
They're dead. You're the ones that made that rule.
That's why that joke hit so hard.
Yeah, just change it to the Potomac, and you get a few months.
Yeah, there you go.
So since we're talking about that helicopter, isn't that the same body of water that we lost the other helicopter in earlier this year? Or no?
No, that was the Potomac, which I just referenced.
Yeah.
Potomac.
But the Hudson, we've lost, was it one or two different New York Yankees? See, Last Dance could have been here for this.
A lot of drug dealers.
Yeah,
I rest my case on my prior statement.
Remember, there was a baseball player who flew his plane into the Hudson, or,
Like intentionally?
no accidental. See, this is like Last Dance Early. Yes, that was John Cocktoaston. He played second base in the '83.
I hope you made that name.
Cash.
Yeah,
That's
my
last
pop culture is just non-existent. Geography and pop culture, I'm just retarded. So I don't know.
I'm Last Dance. This is my area of expertise.
I chose baseball because no one else wanted it.
He was that helicopter dude was no Sully, that's for sure.
No.
He couldn't get himself out of that, though.
The thing looked like it was dropping to earth like a fucking rock.
Yeah, well,
So
didn't the whole piece fall off?
Yeah, like it looked like the top, the rotor,
Yeah.
went on its own way, and it just fucking.
What?
That's just what I heard. I haven't looked into it at all, but that's just what I heard about it. So
Yeah, I haven't seen the film either.
So it was a weird fact I actually talked about earlier today. Like a helicopter, even if it loses all power, it doesn't just drop like a rock. Like even the blade still being attached, it'll decelerate itself essentially.
Sort of.
It'll keep itself. Yeah, and it'll keep itself upright, just by the mechanics of how it works. But with this one, the rotor went that way, and it just kind of.
What you're saying, only it's not like a plane that it has a glider capability. Helicopter is going to have some stability for a short time, but if it's at 1,500 feet, it's going to eventually turn sideways. Aerodynamics is going to find the fastest way for it to get to the ground. That's just how it works, like it's just going to the heavy end or
My buddy's a helicopter pilot, and he said that I asked him this question. He said, as long as you can handle it, the momentum of the helicopter coming down, it will actually it'll propel the blades. It's almost like a one of those twirly things that from the trees that fall down. The seeds,
maple
seed. Yeah, it'll do that exact same thing, and then near the end, you kind of put more pressure on it, and then it kind of puts more pressure against the helicopter, and you can do a soft landing with it.
Cool, like a Norway maple.
Yeah,
I know what you're saying.
But they're saying the tail was missing and the rotor, obviously.
I think the rotor chopped off the tail.
Yeah,
is
that's
what
what
I
you're
heard.
saying.
Yeah.
So
That's
it's
like
just the
that's like a
shell.
catastrophic failure, though, right? Like for that even to be possible.
Well, it could be multiple
100%.
things. They said he could have a G4 or something that he went forward and back real quick, and that would make the blade come back and cut the tail off and shake the rotor off. They said it could have been that. But he was a Navy SEAL helicopter, and I think Navy SEAL that flew helicopters. I
Right.
think they said he was 6 years in, so he should know not to do that. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
Is anybody important on that helicopter, or is it just a bunch of randoms?
It was a
Yeah, it
CEO
was.
of a company.
An executive
It was the
decision.
CEO of,
It was the tourist.
Okay, never mind. It's just a
It was-
coincidence.
it was the CEO and his family, who was a CEO of Siemens from Spain. Siemens actually does a lot of HVAC stuff.
Yes.
It also does a
Electrical.
lot of biotechnology stuff. They're extreme amounts of wealth.
Yeah. So this was the Spanish sector of, like, literally Spain, not Spanish per se, but and yeah, him and his family. There's a picture of them on the helicopter, getting ready for this flight, and
What was the
beautiful
purpose of the
family,
flight?
lovely wife, good, adorable kids, just fucking done.
What was the
You know,
purpose
fuck
of
that. Who wants to fly around New York City? What are you gaining? Fuck that.
For real, of all the places, like that's a shitty tour.
The guy's like, I get so much money, I'm going to drop, I don't know, probably $1,500 for like an hour.
Probably more than that.
What was the
Helicopters
purpose?
are very expensive to fly.
What was the purpose of the flight?
It was a tour.
Sightseeing.
They do a sightseeing tour where they would like run down and they point out landmarks and talk about shit. Like it was.
And he had to make those maneuvers that just did it like that. That's
I haven't heard about those maneuvers, but I don't know.
That's crazy. I mean, why is it always a touring helicopter that ends up just crashing?
Probably
with people?
shitty.
You want to go out?
Probably shitty, maybe.
Well, I imagine that there's some of the most used helicopters. Like they're just constantly, all day, every day, flying around doing shit. Like
There's 3 conspiracy theories happening right now. I just thought I'd look it up for fun.
Okay.
Sure.
Cartel, targeted assassination, or corporate conspiracy that he was taken out by rivals in this industry because of his influence on rail infrastructure.
I call bullshit. Where is the Hollow Earth? Godzilla exists. He came from somewhere. Let's go Hollow Earth.
I mean, honestly, if someone can create a conspiracy, then it exists. But you have to have some sort of proof or backstory or something. I mean,
Well, just more so like for a catastrophic failure of a helicopter with the CEO on it. I don't know.
it's purely coincidental, brother.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I mean, how coincidental is it really numerically if you think about it? Like a CEO, and why did not happen with anybody else that was taking that tour? Now, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to put tinfoil hat on, but it kind of makes you think, right?
Yeah, that's not
Because
so like-
I haven't heard the theories. I don't know. I don't support or subscribe to them, but it still makes you think. It's like, okay, well, chances are, it's kind of weird, right?
Personally, it doesn't make me think. It makes me think that sadly, a family died in a tragic crash.
And
Of which
personally,
there's
sure,
been-
but that's personally, right? And personally, it makes me think that, well, okay, well, maybe some of these kind of things might be something. I mean, maybe or maybe not. Would you not want to at least consider the options?
Of course, if given any evidence pointing towards it, I would gladly. I'm
Sure.
all
So
about
you
it.
just gave 3 theories, right? What makes the most
Yeah.
sense of those 3 theories?
I didn't really read into those theories very much.
All right, let's
real
read
quickly.
your arbitrary theories again, RW, and we'll arbitrarily pick one.
All right, just real quickly, for those that watch the video, is the helicopter intact when it hit, or is it all like?
Well, let's fucking show the video, man. Where the video, bro? You
All right.
search it all around.
All right. Well, first we'll
Calm
go to
down,
cartel
Steve.
involvement.
Jeez.
Cartel
Well, my
involvement.
right hand man, last dance is last snore right now. I guess.
Ah, wow.
Here to-
Well,
he's
you
got
have
a
your
girlfriend.
your
He
king
could
in
be-
disinformation is gone now. So
Wow, who's this guy in the chat? All right, a new person.
Stinky
Yeah,
end.
if you look at his name carefully, if you look at his name carefully, I would be very careful with that one.
I don't
He's
think
got
I
a
have
lot.
to be-
He's got a lot of subs. I went to his channel and checked him out.
I could be drunk and I would still notice there's something awry with that.
Just making
Okay,
sure.
you're like, look at it carefully, study it.
Study
There's
it.
something
Think about what
awry
it
about
possibly
this
means.
name. You may miss it. Really look.
Subtle as shit, bro.
I see it.
As a counterpoint to what was said, though, I will say, like, how many super regular people pay for helicopters to take tours around super wealthy areas? I'd imagine that it's a lot more prone towards CEOs and wealthy individuals, etc.
Well played.
I don't think it.
Normal Tuesday for my broke ass.
Yeah, I don't think your average Joe, like, if I were to look at like how much it would cost me in New York City to take a helicopter tour, I bet it's upwards of like $4,500. And how many
Right.
people are going to want to do that for like, hey, our afternoon trip is going to cost us $4,000? Like, I could buy you a used car. Instead, we're going to have this 1-3 hour experience, like flying around and looking at some shit.
Right.
So you're saying
the
only,
average family
so you're
might-
saying only rich people. I get your point, but how many
That's
rich
going to
people would be doing
minimalize the group of people that are going to do this. For example, I might go to New York. If I'm never going to, but a family like mine goes to New York City, spends $2,000 on a long weekend there, maybe $2,500. This family is spending twice that to do a 1 to 2 hour tour.
It's a $289 per person.
Oh, is that cheap?
There's
Ain't
five
that-
of them.
I had no idea. I thought it'd be
Ain't that
way
expensive,
bigger.
then.
So there's 5 or 6 of them in the family. So we're
Five.
talking
Yeah.
5.
Yeah, so that's only like $1,500 or whatever. Like, okay, that's more reasonable.
That's like
Still
2
a
weeks
lot
of
of money.
groceries in New York City.
Still a lot of money, though.
Yeah, no shit.
Serious. I'm not even.
For a family of
It's-
two.
That's like 2 cartons of eggs, bro. 2 cartons of eggs.
So, but I
It's-
still
it's-
agree this is a luxury that only people in an upper class are going to go for. So,
What, helicopter rides?
a New York City tourist
I
helicopter tour.
don't see that.
$250, I could see myself doing it. Like, that's what I pay when I take like chicks skydiving. Like, I could bite on that.
Wow, that's your move. Skydive.
Yeah, 100%. Like, that's a cool first fucking date. Like, you get a girl out of her fucking comfort zone, completely awesome experience, and yeah.
If she's annoying, just don't pull the parachute.
like it's always tandem. Like the first jump's always tandem. Like
that means
you're strapped to somebody else. So you have a skydiver that's had like 1,000 fucking jumps that you're strapped to, and you're just kind of along for the ride. And you're going out of the airplane, you're getting the free fall, and you're doing the stuff, but you're along for the ride. You know.
Sure. Yeah, not something I'll ever do because it's in the sense of a calculated risk. That is just risking for the sense of risk.
What?
Like I'd rather climb up than just fall off of something. If that makes sense.
I feel like it's.
All from climbing.
I
Yeah,
feel
but
like
with
it's safer
climbing,
than
you
like
use
scuba
ropes.
diving. Scuba
What's that?
diving scares the. I'd say I feel it's safer than stuff like scuba diving. Scuba diving scares the shit out of me. Skydiving, everyone's freaked out about because they don't understand what's going on, or the rest of it. But like skydiving's pretty goddamn safe. Like it really is. It's the people that die generally are the free jumpers that are packing their own chutes and fucking doing beer bongs in between jumps.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say the ultimate I've ever seen was when Travis Pastrana jumped out of a plane without a parachute on. And
that guy's balls are so big.
And he, in midair, coasted down, whatever the term is, and tied himself to a guy with a parachute on, and then they landed together. That was ballsy for sure.
There was also one dude that jumped out without a parachute and didn't link up with the parachute and like landed on some boxes. that was a whole thing too. But
wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, but for me, it's not worth it. I don't see it, but more power to you.
I'm not even jumping out of the plane. Let's be honest here. Like, if that plane is fine, I'm staying in the plane.
There you go.
The first time you do it, it freaks you the fuck out. Like you have that come to Jesus moment of you're like, yeah, I got this. I'm badass. And then you get there and like, holy fucking shit, I'm about to go out of a fucking airplane. And
I'm already
after you do it
fucking
once,
Jesus to get on the plane in the first place. Let's just be fair here.
especially now, yeah, they're all going into Hudson.
Too many. No.
I just find it.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, after you do it once, it's actually more euphoric than an adrenaline rush. It's like kind of peaceful when you're released from that, and like actually, like it becomes like swimming, like you're learning to swim through the air. If it like that makes sense.
Your death.
Yeah, and then you rip your chute, and then you're piloting like a little mini aircraft of an air ram canopy is what they're called, and it's like when you're involved in that world, like it's fucking cool, but you do have a jump to get there, literally.
I think I'm good enough just appreciating the other people that are falling out of the sky. I kind of just like, oh, look at that, that's pretty. Whoops, that one didn't open. I just want to do a real quick shift. Oh yeah, okay. Riddle's heading out soon.
Yeah.
So Fauci's might be going to court. There's a couple articles that are coming out recently on him. He's been criminally referred by private legal advocacy groups to attorney generals in 7 U.S. states, urging investigations into him and other officials over alleged misconduct during the COVID-19 pandemic. Wasn't he given immunity by Biden before he left? I believe that's for federal charges.
Well, Biden didn't sign it, remember? It was auto-signed.
Oh. So as long as the judge auto-signs the conviction.
I would say, like, there's also the question of if him having immunity completely matters. Like, if he's subpoenaed as a witness and not as, the individual being prosecuted, to say, hey, there's this other fraud that went on. Like,
is this federal or is this state?
No, Jason's just saying that this is on the state level, so the federal.
Oh, then it doesn't matter then.
Oh yeah.
Jesus.
I mean, if there's a lot of information that came out against him during COVID, and if this actually goes to court, this is Fauci. And if he actually goes to court in these court cases and is found guilty, that's going to be very interesting. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if it makes a difference in the end of the day, but I think a lot of people are going to feel justified if he faces the music.
Hopefully, we transition into masks.
Okay. Say again?
I said, hopefully, we transition this conversation into masks.
I mean, we can shift in that direction.
And their effectiveness.
He's an American treasure.
A national stain?
Since the 80s, since the HIV debacle, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Condoms worked better than the mask. We can just say that much.
I thought they were face condoms.
So you just breathe into a condom, right?
Well, I'll tell you this: a condom. No, what I mean is, respectively for each disease.
For what?
Condoms worked better for AIDS than masks worked for anything besides working in a dusty environment. Then masks are great.
It made
When it's
ugly girls,
particulate matter,
it
when
made
it's
ugly girls
particulate
with
matter,
nice
they
bodies
work.
look good.
Wasn't he
What's
wrong
that?
about? He was wrong about a lot of the things about HIV back in the 80s, right?
Well, supposedly he did something in Africa or something. It killed a lot of people. I don't know if that's factual though.
Was
talking
that
about
AIDS
Bill
or
Gates?
was that HPV?
No, the polio vaccine. One of them caused a lot.
No,
of
that was polio was way back before Fauci.
There was HPV. There was a vaginal warts basically vaccine that they were giving women, quote unquote.
Yes.
And that was causing a lot of problems. I don't know if that was Fauci or not, though.
Well, I don't know.
Back
about
to
you guys, but
testicles.
I can't get enough vaginal wart talk.
Well,
Well,
I mean,
condoms don't save you
this
from
is
that.
this is coming full circle to masks again. Because when you go down on a girl with I'm just kidding.
Let's
whoa.
dive away. Dive away from the conversation.
Plastic wrap.
Anyways, all right. So I gotta go, but I just gotta say, Fauci,
Good time
yeah,
to go.
he should be prosecuted. He's been wrong since the 80s about many a thing, including COVID as well. And the way he handled everything was terrible. He's awful. Bye, fuck him.
Where are you going, Riddle? Where are you going?
He's awful by fucking.
Fuck Fauci, I'm out.
Almost like Riddle had a better place to be.
It's these girlfriends that they have that they just keep going to spend time with.
Well,
man.
Well,
I
yeah,
have
but
a
they're
wife.
not
She's
like-
like, I'm reading a book. Leave me the fuck alone. I'm like, all right.
Shit, my wife's been sleeping for 3 hours now.
Oh, see.
I'm
She's
getting
probably
ready to
reading a book though, Topple. She's
warm
just
up some
listening to
food.
No, she
You're
got
going to warm up some food?
I need some food.
some food.
Some
You
We
didn't
ate
leftover
eat
ramen.
we ate a late lunch, early dinner, and I was thinking that was going to do it for me, but I'm thinking I
Little
might need to get
bratwurst.
some food. It was a full. We didn't get to see it, unfortunately. We got there too late, but supposedly they brought a full like smoked pig or something and ripped it apart, and so I just had a sandwich from it. It was good though.
Pulled pork?
Yeah, it was good. It was fucking good.
I hate that shit.
You don't
What?
like pork?
Is
Oh,
your
yeah.
appetite back up because the market's up? Is that what's going on?
I think so.
I've
Good.
never liked pork.
Don't-
I'm
don't-
glad you're feeling better.
I'm just telling you, man. That the market.
You never had
it's
good
not,
pulled
it's
pork,
not
though.
gonna. The market is not. It's not gonna be good in the future. I'm just telling you.
You think
Alright.
it's tanking?
I think it's yeah. I think I mean, a trade war alone with China is enough to really hurt our economy. So, no matter what happens with the rest of the world.
I'm just gonna be there to post the market when it goes up, and then I'll just to help you that day. And then when it
All right.
tanks to the bottom of the ocean, I won't post that day.
Well, I mean, I'm always checking in, but it's a long-term gain over banks and CDs. A CD doesn't even
Yes.
come close. And banks are, pathetic with their interest rates. So,
Dude, I literally had this conversation about 3 years ago with a bank that tried to sell me a CD. And they're like, oh, yeah, we're going to give you like a 4% interest rate over 2 years or something. I'm like, doesn't that mean that I'm losing a lot of money if inflation is going up by 5% per
Right.
year? I'm like, literally by investing with you, doesn't that mean that I'm losing money? And the banker looks at me and is like, well, I don't know how all that works. And I'm like, you work at a fucking bank.
You're in the
I feel like those words should not come out of your mouth. And I'm pretty sure I know that I'm right here.
He's like, I just get paid to push these CDs, so you're
Yeah.
talking above my pay grade here, bro.
Time to work at the music store, pushing different CDs.
so the last few years in like a Vanguard type account, you were getting essentially between 8 to 9 8% gain per year, and that's compounded interest. So that means the money you invested in the year before also makes the same interest the following year, combined with the money you're adding into it, so it continues to compound year after year. You can do very well with that. Like you said, it's stronger than inflation at least, and it's better than banks. So, but with the stock market now, it's going to fall, but it almost is like it doesn't matter unless you're in a really critical moment in your life.
Right. Sure. Because the trajectory is still going to stay on that same path after this all gets figured out.
Long term, yes.
Right.
Exactly.
But if you're like a dude that's like looking to retire or something and cash out that 401k, it might not be the best time to do that. So
but nobody cashes it out per se.
No.
You reverse earn an income off of it essentially after retirement. But you have to move it to more stable accounts that will earn less and lose less.
The other avenue that I push people towards right now is to say, hey, look at real estate, because we are going to face transitory inflation. We all know that it's coming, especially with the trade war with China. You're going to have reduction in products, and it's going to create transitory inflation, which is going to impact real estate markets. And that is going to create a substantial uptick in real estate value outside of what you would get out of just market increases and market shifts. So just betting on transitory inflation existing in itself, I feel like is a pretty safe move right now.
It is, except real estate is through the roof for prices right now.
Yeah. So if you have the money to play, it's a good time to play. If you don't,
but if you're spending let's say $450,000 on a single family house, and then you're getting hit with a 6.5% interest rate, you're going to have a hard time charging rent for that house. That's going to cover the nut and even make you $1. It's going to be a difficult task. I mean, even just covering the nut is good enough, because then when you're paid off, it's gravy. But it's tight, dude. I mean, the margins are so tight on real estate rentals right now. You got to have money to make money. You got to buy stuff, pay it off right away, rent it, then increase the rent over time. Then you're gaining a ton of money. It's paid off. Your rents are increasing. But doing it on a loan is, goddamn, it's hard.
I agree with your first or your last point of saying, hey, if you pay stuff off, it's a much better model. I'd very much disagree that it's difficult to get a rental property and make money on it. Like right now, literally, I could point to the house that's next door to mine, and it's going to sell for fucking peanuts. It's worth a lot more, but it's going to go for like 150, something like that. But
whole different market here.
As it sells, like I live in the Killeen area, and like that rental will go for $1,500 a month to rent that fucking house, and the payment on that house is going to be like at highest like $700 to $900 a month. You're going to easily make your nut, even financing, very substantially by purchasing rental properties in certain areas. You just have to know what the market is and the long-term projections of your return on investment and growth.
Yeah, different ball game. Different area. I don't know. What did you say, Killeen?
Yes, Killeen, Texas. It's one of the fastest growing markets in the United States. It's a terrible town that I live in because of the investment, because I'm a weird fuck that doesn't care about money but knows money and ends up living in weird places.
The problem is here in Massachusetts, the single family home is going to go for, it used to be $335 to $375. Now it's like $480 to like $580. It's insane. Maybe even close to $6. I'm talking for like 2 to 3 bedrooms, 1 to maybe 1.5 baths.
Dude, Yeah,
And
I've experienced the exact same problem in like Georgetown, Texas, just a couple miles down the road. I say couple, like 45 minutes to an hour down the road. My buddy had a property that was like $600,000, and it was hard for him to break even on it. Like going anything that's higher, like a value property, is terrible. Like you basically rental market being a slumlord pays is terrible as it is to say that. But Massachusetts, I feel for you. That area, fucking wealth is there, and you're gonna struggle to find.
yeah, I mean, we were just lucky enough to get in when we did 10 years ago, and in our house here when interest rates were low and housing was reasonable, but it's just gone crazy now, and even the valuations we get for our place have gone up $150,000, $200 even in 10 years.
Yeah,
It's fucking nuts, dude. It's the same house, but you got to feel for these people now that are making 100, 150 grand. In my state, at least, a couple might even be making close to 200 grand, and they're struggling to find something that's affordable.
you're right.
They're looking at $3,000 a month after, property tax, interest, and of course the mortgage payment. It's $3K is not unreasonable for an entry level per month. Which it's a lot of money for a young couple, unless of course they're obviously well off. Then it's a different ballgame.
36 grand a year.
Right.
That's fucked, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like the equivalent used to be like a dude, if he made like 100 grand, 120, his wife wouldn't have to work and they could afford a decent house. That's not the case anymore.
Nope. Whole different ball game. Whole different ball. You think that interest rates are going to come down with the Fed, the way things are going?
I don't know, man.
I think they shouldn't. Regardless of anything, interest rates are a counterbalance to inflation, and we ended up with a completely upside down market a few years ago, where literally whoever had loaned me money for me to buy my house, I had like a 2.5% interest rate, and inflation was going up by 5%. I'm looking at it like, dude, whoever is lending me money is losing money on their fucking loan. This is not how a actual financial market works. Like it is completely conflated at that point. But under both the Obama administration and the Trump administration and the Biden administration, they depressed interest rates, because depressing interest rates inflates an economy. You have more people willing to get more loans, that are willing to spend more money, that's going to create an accelerated market, and it's going to make your market look like it's stronger than it actually is. And that's something that I'm just like, dude, we are the same that tariffs should have been raised slowly over the last 20 years. Interest rates should have fucking hiked over a long period of time. And the fact that you ever have lower interest rates than you have inflation rates is a massively big issue for an artificial economy. And it's fucking dangerous in ways people don't recognize.
Yeah, and back in the day, 10, 12 years ago, or 7, 8 years ago, the banks were offering home equity loans, which were 0.5% higher than prime, I think, in most cases. And a lot of people acted on those, and a lot of people put roofs on their houses, added decks, yada yada, bought a bunch of windows, doesn't matter, whatever they did. But now, because the interest rate has gone up so much and people had $20K, $30K, the banks are making a lot of money off of those, a couple $1,000s a year per loan easily. And that's a way I think that the banks offset their losses from the lower rates that these variable rate equity loans. I don't know. Are you familiar with these at all, Hells?
Very much so. Yes, a lot of banks actually they give you a fixed rate for a short period of time, and then it becomes variable that offsets their liability. It's a smarter way of doing business. But generally speaking, anytime you're entering a contract saying I'm loaning you money and I'm going to take a loss on it, it's bad. But a lot of it is predetermined on the lending standards. So like banks in general are backed by FDIC insurance to say, hey, if you lose your money and the bank goes solvent, the federal government's going to back it. But there's some major issues with that. One of them is that the federal government doesn't actually have as much money behind the FDIC as they are backing, even the minutest fraction. They have like 2% or 5%, or like it's a very minuscule amount that's actually covered in the insurance pool that's paid. You know, similar to kind of the fucked up situation of Social Security. The other large issue of it, though, is that by deflating interest rates in not considering inflation rates, you're losing money at scale, and it's only justifiable in the long term of saying, oh well, these other good investments will offset the bad investments. And I mean, we saw the housing market crash. That was a lot of what that was. It was like, hey, we're going to pool together a bunch of bad investments with good investments, and it's going to be okay because we put them all into one pool. And then you had a giant fucking housing market collapse that almost fucking crushed the entire Western economic society and had to get bailed out and combined. And it's a very dangerous thing. Without getting super nerdy on the economics, I would just strongly say that depressing interest rates is a horrible fucking idea right now. It's like right now whenever they're talking about like tax cuts, it's like, okay, we're going $3 million in debt per minute. Like just the point that I've made, we went over like $3.4 million in debt as I made the point that I just described. That's fucking insanity, and we're going to cut taxes? Why are we cutting anything? We have a super strong economy, and we are fucking nosediving in debt. We should be like doing great right now. We should be paying shit off. Imagine the fucking world whenever the economy's not doing great. Like, what are we going to do? We go $100 million in debt per minute? Awesome. Fucking
How
shit.
much can you strain the society before you break the society with the taxes? You know what I mean? Like, what are they trying to give a break because they think society can't handle it, or is it just optics, or like what is the whole?
I think it was just political leverage of saying, hey, we're going to give tax breaks because that's what gets votes, and we're going to do it on the back end, which Trump did do in an intelligent way with tariffs. Tariffs is essentially a different form of taxation, just people don't recognize it as such. Foreign nations, yes, it'll hurt their ability to compete, but it translates to taxation to the individual. If you want to buy a product now that comes from China, you're going to pay 100% tariff, and that's a taxation that goes to the United States government, and they're just going to pass on that cost. Like, China's not going to eat that cost. They're going to say, hey, we used to charge $1 for this. Now we're going to charge $2.50 because you have a 150% tax or a tariff on it. So, I mean, it's the justifiable way to tax the American public with people acting like...
They're giving us all of our tax back, but we're going to spend that money on more expensive things so that the tax can go to the government.
They're not giving us any tax back. They're literally taxing us more, and they're giving breaks on certain things.
Our last tax return was very forgiving. Like, we got way more back than we expected. So if they are going to give tax cuts and when people get their tax returns, if more money is going to come back to them, but then it's just going to cycle right back in because they're going to use that money to spend on more expensive things anyway. It's like it's a give and take that makes the people feel like they earn something in the end if they aren't paying attention to how they're spending their money anyway.
100%.
And remember, the federal government collects interest on your taxes when they give it back to you. You want to break even almost. You don't want to have to pay anything. You don't want to have to receive anything. There's no reason to have the government hold your money and then give it back to you.
You're saying that they earn interest as they hold it in their banks or whatever? Or
Of course.
isn't that beneficial to the government?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, of course. That's why I'm saying, like, the ultimate play is to have them basically tell you owe them like $1, or they have a $5 refund to you. You know, it's like you don't want there
I
to
understand
be.
what you're saying, like for us to benefit, but if they still play it that way so that they can earn interest to help pay off the deficit, isn't that a beneficial system? Even though it
No,
doesn't
they
benefit
can't.
us?
They shouldn't be playing it anyway. It's your money. You're overpaying if you're getting money back, and you're underpaying if you owe. So the perfect tactic is to have it to be a zero gain, zero loss, perfect thing. But because our tax system is so fucking stupid that it's so impossible to do it yourself, you need to hire somebody. It's the dumbest thing, but you should never really be getting a huge return or owing a bunch, in my opinion. It should be almost even money for the house. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
I hear what you're saying.
Hey, I'm out of here. I'm gonna go eat. Good
right.
seeing
All
you
right.
guys. Nice meeting you. I can't see because Smoke Steve won't take off English podcast statement. It's Heights.
Hells.
There.
Yeah,
Hells?
pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, good seeing you,
Absolutely
man.
enjoyed talking to you.
All right, cool, man. I'll see you guys.
All right. And thus brings an end to tonight's pub.
All right.
You
Hells, thanks
people
for
are
coming on, dude.
you people are
excellent.
free to turn your own cameras off if you like. Otherwise, I will shut them down for you momentarily.
I'll see you in the Discord later, Hells.
Cool, man.
Steve,
Thank you
thanks
for
for
having me.
coming, dude.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. It was a great experience.
You're a great guest, and don't be shy. As I say, come back now. Please do.
All right, man.
All right, peace. Be well. All right. And that is the end of Smoke Steve's International Pub, currently called the International Pub, but I am Smoke Steve. Everybody, you've been great. Everyone in the chat, East One Farms, English Bottle Cap, Orange Jeep, and everyone who was on cam, you've been great. You know what? Scum TV, you're the man. If you're going to go live tonight, if you want to create your live, I'm going to chat for a couple more seconds. I would be happy to share the link, Scum TV. And I can check on YouTube here to see if the old fella goes live. Otherwise, I'm going to Key West and watch a bar where people are playing live music and dancing, and I'll have another drink and chill out. Let's see if Old Scum goes live. I don't think he's gonna. I think he's chilling, doing his thing. Wait a second, he's here. He's up. He's up. All right, we're rolling. Scum's going. Just Evo, stick around. You can join in on Scum TV's live show. I'm gonna put on his link here in the chat. He's going. He's going. He's rolling. Rolling. Pressure's on for him. He's probably stressing out over there. It's fine. Take your time. But you literally have 15 seconds. All right, whatever. Little refresh. Wait a second. Scheduled for 11:47. I see the tab, buddy. Dude's fixing his hair, getting his guitar. Hey, there are 4 lights. What's going on, man? Gonna put up a link shortly for Scum TV. If you're still up for chilling, check out his stream. It's really fun. He's right here, and he is going to be busting out shortly. Also, anyone else who's here, Scum TV is a lot of fun. East Wind Farms, you should check him out. He's the man. Topple, have a good night. But there are 4 lights. Thanks for being here, brother. This is a peace sign. I really appreciate you being here. I don't want to give the backwards peace sign. I hear that has different meaning in some places. So forward peace sign and a burp. Thank you, brother. Take care. Yada. Do the yada. All right, everybody. Check out Scum TV if he goes live tonight. Scum TV on YouTube. Be well. I'm going to hit the road, and I thank everybody for being here. Good night.